Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you. Chapter 376, 50 Years Later. 4. Capture them. Apprehend the eldest prince first. They are taking the fourth prince away. Angry reincarnators inside the screen were pouring out a barrage of arrows and sword lights. And there were two men running within the thick, choking smoke, Yu Jung Hyuk and Kim Dokja. Bot. With a very restless expression on its face. Bu jumped up and down in the air like a ball of mochi. Arrows flew past Kim Dokja's head with barely any room to spare. Some of them even accurately fell towards his back. But the first prince quickly swung his sword to deflect them all. Retreat. With that order, the revolutionaries receded away. And there were constellations watching this spectacle from afar. Constellation, father of the rich knight, is gazing at Kaiksenix's archipelago. Constellation, queen of the darkest spring, is looking at the underworld's successor. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is roaring out in frustration. Unfortunately, their messages couldn't reach the incarnations within the channel. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is pleading for at least one message to get through. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is requesting for the permission to send indirect messages. Bot. With a sad look, Bu shook its head. Dakibis might possess the authority to change broadcast setup of their channels, but the situation this time with the Isle of Reincarnators was a rather unique one. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is glaring at the guardian of the mandala. The one who offered up the stage for the scenario of the Great War of Saints and Demons was the master of the Isle of Reincarnators, guardian of the mandala. He was not allowed to participate in this scenario personally, but at the same time, was given the same level of authority to interfere as the high-ranking Dakibis during this war. Oh, young angel, that is regrettably impossible to do so, unless you decide to convert to the path of Buddhism through this opportunity. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is throwing a temper tantrum. You should be mindful of your temper. Those with much anger in them will get consumed by it later. A great number of constellations are expressing their indignation, not caring whether they were furious or not. The guardian of the mandala continued to stare with quiet, distant eyes at Kim Dokja inside the screen, as if he was searching for a certain profound epiphany from that man's face. Channels nearby are momentarily being frozen. Such a chuch it. It was around then that someone revealed himself in the air, accompanied by a sudden storm of sparks. The guardian of the mandala shifted his disinterested eyes in that direction. This one doesn't recall giving entry permission to a Dakibi from the bureau. I simply had to come with the situation being what it is, O King of Reincarnators. The one that appeared was the upper-grade Dakibi, Baihyung. He courteously performed the Buddha-style greeting and began his questioning right away. I'm aware that you possess 10 different names. Sakya, Sakyamuni, Siddhartha, Tathagata, Sugata, Buddha. Which one among them are you exactly? The expression on the guardian's face shifted ever so slightly after hearing Baihyung's question. The fact was, he would transform into a different existence according to the name he currently possessed. This one is currently Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni, please cancel the abnormal scenario currently imposed on the Nebula Kim Dokja's company. That is contrary to our prior agreement. Have you not handed over all control of the preparatory scenarios to me? I believe you were strongly requested to remain neutral in the upcoming Great War of Saints and Demons. Baihyung's sharp gaze landed firmly on Sakyamuni. The warrior monk's eyes quietly held that gaze, and the mandala within them reversed their spinning direction. Well, this one isn't the first person to stop being neutral, it seems. Can you clarify that, please? I heard recently that there is an upper-grade Dakibi greatly favoring incarnations from a certain nebula. Right after Sakyamuni finished replying in a subtle but accusatory tone of voice, Bu popped up in midair and plopped its soft tummy on top of Baihyung's head. Are you here because of the bureau? Or by your own volition? Baihyung lightly bit his lip, but didn't provide an answer. Instead, he looked at Kim Dokja in the screen, currently breaking past the clouds of explosions and running away. The trial you have put them in is far too excessive. It might be only a blink to the constellations, but that length of time is as much as one's lifespan from a human's perspective. This one was also a human once upon a time, and this scenario is a necessity, especially if they are to reach the Sakyamuni. O Dakibi, the celebration of the end will soon commence. The mandala within Sakyamuni's eyes continued to spin, and the faint figures of Kim Dokja and Yu Jung-hyuk could be seen above the spinning mandalas. Which will you vote for? With the aid of Yu Jung-hyuk, I was able to safely escape from the audience chamber. The pursuit attempt by the guards proved to be annoyingly persistent, but thanks to the sacrifices of a few revolutionaries, we made it to the safe house in the end. Yu Jung-hyuk chucked the unconscious Bilston, the host body of Yi Hyan-song, on the floor and opened his lips to speak. Why did you show up this late? It wasn't because I wanted to. Okay. The worldview is growing suspicious of your conversation. Midday Tryst has been activated. Yu Jung-hyuk shot me his trademark murderous glare for a little while, and then continued on with his story. I arrived in this place around 2 years ago. I calmly listened to his experiences. He suddenly became the first prince of the Kaiksanix archipelago, and just as suddenly, throne usurpation broke out. Yu Jung-hyuk was thrown into the middle of that armed revolt and began his bid for survival. He escaped from the royal castle and created the group of freedom fighters. And then, he searched around for the rest of the companions. By the time I arrived here, Yi Hyan-song, Zhang Hui-won, and even Han Suyong were already in that state. Are the three of them the only ones here? Where are the others? Haven't found anyone besides them. It's likely that only they were summoned to this world. Yu Jung-hyuk possessed the sage's eyes. In some regard, that skill allowed him to spy on far more complete information than my own character list. He had been relying on this skill to search for the other companions. He probably discovered me through it, too, since the sage's eyes didn't work on me. I observed the still unconscious Yi Hyan-song. Yu Jung-hyuk said he got here 2 years ago. In that case, just how long was Yi Hyan-song trapped in this worldview for? They have all been swallowed up by the great fable, haven't they? Probably. What about you? You all right? You think a measly couple of years is enough to break me down? I belatedly recalled what an amazing dude Yu Jung-hyuk was. The trustworthy Yi Hyan-song, the driven Zhang Hui-won, and even Han Suyong all broke down and lost themselves. Great fable, Kaiksanix archipelago, is shooting a dissatisfied glare at incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk. However, Yu Jung-hyuk was completely unscathed. But then again, that was pretty obvious when I thought about it. The method employed by this worldview's great fable to break us down was time itself. However, Yu Jung-hyuk possessed far stronger resistance towards the passage of time than anyone. Well, he had already spent hundreds of years in the dark stratum going through harsh training, after all. The worldview is expressing its puzzlement over your lengthy silence. I raised my head towards the sky. The current scenario was governed by the rules set out by the worldview. Even Yu Jung-hyuk seemed to have realized how we should start acting from here onwards. I finished preparing myself and opened my lips. Older brother. Yu Jung-hyuk's expression crumpled into something unsightly. Hey, don't make a face like that. This is the restriction of our current scenario. Do you think I'm enjoying this either? Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes, bubbling over like boiling lava, finally softened just a tad. Yup, this guy was going to experience severe difficulties pretty soon according to Ricardo's memories. The original setting for the first prince was loving and warm-hearted big brother. That was why. Yu Jung-hyuk opened his lips. Speak, Ricardo. What are you going to do next? It looks to me that even the revolution has failed now. No, besides all that, why did you even appear in the execution ground? Anyway, I was planning to kill the false king. Character, Ricardo von Kaiksanix, is being agitated. I was pretty sure of him being dead serious here. The Yu Jung-hyuk I know was fully capable of doing something like that, after all. Too bad that wasn't my style. But should you be doing something like that? She's originally your bride, isn't she? Correction. She was supposed to be one. The throne was usurped on the first day of the wedding, however. Oh, I see. So, it's that sort of development? I felt just a bit relieved now. Han Suyong and Yu Jung-hyuk as a couple? Kim Dokja's company hadn't allowed any dating at the workplace yet, so hell no. It was at this point in time that an unexpected message entered my ears. The worldview finds your words interesting. The genre of the applicable scenario has tilted slightly towards romance. The genre had tilted? Yu Jung-hyuk continued on. It was already far late to save her. She was stained by the corrupted magic and lost her original humanity. Oh really? The worldview finds incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk's words interesting. The genre of the applicable scenario has minutely tilted towards fantasy. I gave another signal to Yu Jung-hyuk with my eyes. Did you hear that? He nodded his head. In any case, we both are too late now. We can't save them all. No, it's not too late. Whatever the case may be, there are two of us, right? After saying that, I shifted my gaze down to Bilston on the ground, still snoring away, and carried on. Maybe 3. Those 3 will be everyone. Who knows? There might be more. Maybe a miracle happens and an existence crossing over from another dimension will help us out. The worldview finds your words interesting. The genre of the applicable scenario has acquired the possibility of being fusion fantasy. And in the following moment, new scenario messages popped up right before my eyes. The selection point for the sub-scenario, genre selection, has been generated. A new scenario message has arrived. We quickly accessed the scenario window. Plus, sub-scenario genre selection. Type sub. Difficulty? Clear condition. The worldview you've been summoned into can participate in the great war of saints and demons. Choose the genre of the worldview you're now a part of, and lead it to its natural conclusion. The worldview that witnesses the conclusion will earn the right to participate in the war. Time limit? None. Reward? Participation of the great war of saints and demons? 300,000 coins? Failure? You will be bound to the Isle of Reincarnators. Plus, list of currently selectable genres. 1. Romance. 2. Fantasy. 3. Fusion fantasy. The attributes of a genre will strengthen the further you act in a manner befitting said genre. Plus, so this is how it was. I raised my head and found Yu Jung-hyuk's dumbfounded expression. I kind of understood how I should go about advancing the scenario now. However, the problem here was the difficulty of figuring out which genre was the right one to select. We just don't have enough information. It'd been nice if only we knew what the original plot of this world was. It was unknown what kind of a conclusion we'd get after choosing a particular worldview. What I wanted was to ensure the survival of everyone and move on to the next scenario together. But what if someone were to die as the price for me choosing a genre? Yu Jung-hyuk threw out a question. I guess your high and mighty book didn't mention this part. Then, I flinched slightly before making my reply. How can I know something that a regressor like you doesn't know? But I do know. What? You know what exactly? The course of this scenario. I stared at him in pure shock. Yu Jung-hyuk knows of this scenario's plot? But that couldn't be. If my memories were correct, then the Yu Jung-hyuk of the third regression turn had not experienced a scenario like this one, and had not go through one in the future either. I read it in a book. What book was that? I momentarily wondered if he was talking about the ways of survival, but quickly realized that was impossible. Because even that novel didn't contain any in-depth information on this scenario. I read the diary written by Han Suyong from the 1863rd turn. She experienced this scenario in that regression. Han Suyong of the 1863rd turn? And why do you have her diary in the first place? I got hold of it via special means. I glared at Yu Jung-hyuk for a little while. Well, I was slightly overcome with complicated feelings of betrayal. Han Suyong from the 1863rd turn didn't mention any information on this scenario to me. Why was that? Did she think that I must not know about it? Or just to spite me? My thoughts remained complicated, but I shook my head and got rid of them. They weren't important right now. If you possessed such information, you should have told me that already, you dumbass. Okay, so how did the 1863rd turn Han Suyong clear this scenario? Whatever the case might have been, the important thing was that we did have info on this scenario. If we had info, then that meant there was an already set method to clear it. However, Yu Jung-hyuk's expression was gloomy. This world is not unfolding in the original direction. What are you talking about? Throne usurpation didn't happen in the original plot of this world. Meaning, the event of the current king becoming king shouldn't have happened. Which means, before we entered this world, someone changed the plot of this story. I was flustered. Currently, we were in a situation where neither of us, Yu Jung-hyuk the regressor, and me, the soul reader, had any idea on the future storyline. Sure, there had been a few times when the progress of the story didn't match up with the ways of survival in the past, but this would be the first time we couldn't predict what the future held for us. The ways of survival I knew didn't contain any potential solutions to a scenario like this one. Ma bu sho old have read the final revision. Regret belatedly rushed in. It was at this time that someone knocked on the door. Enter. Almost at the same time Yu Jung-hyuk issued his order. The door was pushed open and the revolutionaries entered. They brought along an older man, currently tied up by them. He says he's the secret envoy from the king. He wishes to speak to you, sir. The older man turned out to be the same butler who handed me water back when I first regained my consciousness after the possession. His beard trembled in fear. He sucked in deep breaths and addressed us. First prince and the fourth prince. Her Majesty told me to give you a certain item. Specifically, Her Majesty from 40 years ago. 40 years ago? Yu Jung-hyuk and I exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the butler rummaged through his inner pocket and pulled something out. It was a certain book. 3 Ways to Survive a Totally Ruined Scenario by the author Han Soo-young. Episode 72, 50 Years Later Finn. Chapter 377, Episode 72, 3 Methods. 1. I received the book and stood around in a daze, but somehow managed to ask the butler in the end. When was it that Her Majesty gave you this book, again? It was 40 years ago when she gave me the first manuscript. And for the next 10 years, she consistently gave me more manuscripts. All I did was to bind them into a single book, Your Highness. Have you read its contents? I swear on my life, I've not read a single line, Your Highness. Let me emphasize it again that I only merely organized them and bound them, sir. I quickly opened the book and was greeted by the clean, well-organized table of contents. Episode 13. Counterattacking Princes. Episode 14. One Prince and I. Episode 15. 3 Methods. I frantically leafed through the pages. Although the collected book itself was rather thick, I didn't have too much trouble reading it, thanks to the special effect of my attribute. Someone here was still unhappy about my reading speed, however. You're reading it way too quickly. It's you who's slow, older brother. What does it say? I didn't reply right away. As I flipped through the pages, this vague listlessness washed over me. Each page was thick with the fatigue of the passing time and the sense of desperation and urgency. I couldn't be sure whether that was Han Soo-young's intention or not, but I was sure that she had foreseen the moment of me reading her book arriving in the future. I stopped reading the page I was on and went straight to the very last portion of the book. That was where the author's afterwords were. Seriously now, there are always those folks who go straight to the author's afterwords when first reading a book. The words greeted me as if they were waiting for my arrival. Even though I knew that couldn't be the case, I almost broke out into an unconscious chuckle. Nonetheless, by the time you're reading this book, I steeled my heart and read the next line of the text. I'd still be living a pretty good life, I guess. Haha, were you scared? This idiot. In any case, if my prediction is correct, then the person reading these words is Kim Dokja. Prince Kim Dokja, no less. What an unfortunate thing that is not being able to spectate on that site. Han Soo-young's trademark dry sarcasm could be sensed so vividly among each and every word she wrote. You want to know how I can tell? Well, actually, even I can't be sure. There's a limit to how much I can guess what would happen, you know. It's just that I looked at all the potential circumstances on how you might arrive here, as well as countless cliched conditions attached to it, and predicted the one with the highest odds, that's all. Of course, my prediction could be wrong, though. These words were written in a playful manner. However, the contents being conveyed were definitely not a joke. In all honesty, I wish I was wrong, though. Me waiting for someone for decades and decades. You think such a thing is even possible? You crazy fool. Han Soo-young's author's afterwards wasn't written in one sitting, it seemed. Most likely, she began collecting records the moment she possessed someone in this world, and then committed those records to these pages once she was finally able to write them down. Her records continued on. I'm sure you have figured it out, but well, I was born into that woman's body. At first, I really thought that I had reincarnated, you know. I almost went crazy out of boredom and frustration during the first year. If I hadn't activated Avatar in my head and organized my memories, then I might have really lost my mind back then. Things got better a little bit when I hit 4 years old and began writing stuff. What a screwed up thing that is, me being a wordsmith and needing to write things even in moments like this. Maybe I want to be saved by writing. I didn't know whether to laugh or shed a tear. All I could do right now was to silently turn the page. At first, I thought you'd show up in 3 years at the latest. I mean, you did show up 3 years later before. But then, after 3 years went by, then 4 and 5. Don't be mistaken that time flew by just because I'm writing like this. Okay? My thoughts changed. And from a certain point on, I accepted it. It was getting harder and harder to flip the pages. I see. Kim Dokja isn't going to show up for a while. Han Soo-young's handwriting seemed to be trembling just a little. That damn asshole told me to wait for him. Yet he's still not here. What could I possibly say to her? However, I guess this can't be Kim Dokja's fault. What the hell? It was as if whatever I wanted to say already was conveyed to Han Soo-young just as she began writing this. My bad. I'm sure you don't want to read about something like this either. But the thing is, it's not easy to complain in this place, you know. Her words continued on. I had no idea when I was still writing novels, but now that I've been living in this place, there's just way too many cumbersome details that I haven't thought of before. Like the shower facility being really terrible, and there are bugs the size of my fist crawling around in my bedroom, and as for food, let's not even mention that, shall we? On the 6th year, did you know that my speech is becoming weird lately? I'm beginning to sound like some kind of a high-class lady from medieval times or something. And on the 7th year, dear Sir Kim Dokja, just when will you come? 8th year, blurg. Finally, 9th year. This is like a bad joke. A person's life fleeting past this quickly. From here onwards, the records were occasionally cut off. The sequence of time was not consistent, and I discovered parts that seemed to be added in later on every now and then. God damn it. Kim Dokja, you son of a bitch. Just what the hell do you want from me, you stinking Dakibi bastards? The years I've been living in this place is now almost the same as what I spent living on Earth. So, like, when you see me again next time, you better call me Nuna. Got that? Han Suyong's handwriting was changing bit by bit, with the distinct feeling of it slowly becoming something no longer hers but someone else's. Honestly, I'm writing this because I can pretty much guess what will happen to me in the future. And also, in a way, the future of this worldview too. Decades would prove to be a short length of time for constellations. However, it'd not be the same for a human being. Han Suyong had to endure yet another lifetime in this place. I thought that this scenario probably isn't in the ways of survival, because we've changed too much of the original storyline, right? You have experienced that lengthy amount of time all by yourself, yet you can still call me that. If I take the hands-off approach here, the idiot you and Yu Jung Hyuk will probably go around doing dumb things and mess up the scenario instead. At that moment, it felt as if Han Suyong was standing right in front of me. I mistakenly thought that she was here and speaking to me in her usual confident and shrewd tone of voice. Oh, my soul reader. This is the tale of a certain woman who managed to survive in the messed-up scenario. Goosebumps began slowly rising up from the ends of my neck. This was the recorded history of Han Suyong's life, words containing her rage, her resentment, and her longing. I don't know whether you're a suitable guy for this 3 methods or not, but at the least, I'm sure of this one thing. The following words were eerily similar to a certain body of text that I was familiar with. The you reading this story will definitely make it out of here alive. Han Suyong's afterwards came to an end there. For the longest time, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the full stop at the end of the sentence. Ricardo. I looked to my side to find Yu Jung Hyuk staring at me. Did that woman possess the power to predict the future? Maybe. Now, originally, the predictive plagiarism was the 1863 return Han Suyong's power. The Han Suyong of this turn, the one responsible for writing this book, also had acquired that power now. And the result of that was this very book. Here was the brand new signpost for me to follow, me who had read The Ways of Survival. The worldview is paying close attention to your conversation. Genre of the applicable scenario has tilted slightly towards fusion fantasy. I flipped to the first page of the book. Now was the time to study the required information in depth. For some reason, a line of text that I glossed over earlier caught my eyes. P.S. This novel is an original secondary creation related to ways of survival, and not created for the purpose of monetary gain. I ended up smirking just a little then. Episode 1. Birth of an SS rank reincarnator. I read and reread the words that Han Suyong had written with so much care. As if I was drunkard walking straight into another world, I voraciously ate up her words, because that was the only courtesy I could pay to the author of this story as its reader. And it was fun, god damn it. In some passages, much more so than The Ways of Survival. Just how long passed by like that. I finally raised my head. Han Suyong had said that there were 3 ways of clearing this scenario. The 3 clearing methods will represent each different genre. The 3 would be fantasy, romance, and fusion fantasy. The course of Dynastic Revolution will fall mainly to the fantasy genre. If you select this route, all the available route had pros and cons. If you got something, then, in turn, you'd have to lose something as well. However, there were certain things that would be lost regardless of which route was chosen. For instance, the first thing to be lost would be, please spare me, Your Highness, spare me. E. Hyensong's human rights. Roll to your left. Yuhuk, Kuhuk. To your right. Your Highness. I don't remember permitting you to speak. Like a military drill instructor, Yu Jung Hyuk was in the middle of punishing E. Hyensong. As for me, I was spectating that from the side. But, why are you making me do this? 4th Prince. Your Highness, please say something to your brother. Can you recall anything now by any chance? Yuhu. My back. I'm an old soldier, so why? In order to tread the route Han Suyong's predictive plagiarism had foreseen, we need to make E. Hyensong regain his memories first. And certain memories were better remembered by one's body, rather than one's brain. This might be a cruel thing for E. Hyensong to go through, but... Unfortunately, we didn't have any other choice right now. Even Han Suyong's book failed to record the life of Bilston as lived through E. Hyensong's perspective. As we had no idea what kind of a life he lived before he got swallowed up by this world, there was only so many methods we could resort to for waking him up. And so, how long did it pass by like this? Something feels strange. E. Hyensong, his head planted on the floor, suddenly began rambling nonsense. I feel more comfortable now. Character, Bilston, is under tremendous confusion. Ego of the character, Lee Hyun-sung, is wiggling around. Yoo Jung-hyuk and I stared at each other simultaneously. Now normally, it'd been a tall order to wake Lee Hyun-sung's ego with such little stimulation. However, the story was a bit different right now, because I was here, and so was Yoo Jung-hyuk. Beings sharing the same fable as you are in your near vicinity. The bond between the fable is strengthening. Right now, 3 members of Kim Dokjae's company had gathered here, in this place. There was a certain old adage regarding this situation Siminsiango, Thunren Chenghu, which means when 3 people gathered, they could create a fake story of a tiger. We might not be able to create a tall tale of a tiger, but it could be possible to do something else instead. Fables possessed by your nebula are beginning to resist against the worldview. For instance, summoning back the memories that didn't exist within this worldview. Ego of the character, Lee Hyun-sung, is slowly opening its eyes. Faint rays of light were now being emitted from Lee Hyun-sung's body. Great fable Kaixenix Archipelago is glaring at your group. Han Suyong said that this scenario played out in a world controlled by that great fable. So, if one could escape from the fable's control, then it'd be possible to regain one's forgotten ego. Lee Hyun-sung blinked his eyes laboriously, his lips bobbing up and down like a newborn trying to form words. D Dokjasi? Worldview is imposing a penalty on the words not aligned with the probability. Such a chuchachit. Yuwawawak? Lee Hyun-sung writhed painfully as he got electrocuted by the sparks. I shifted my head to the side and saw the battle-ready Yoo Jung-hyuk standing up from his spot. The important preparations had been completed now. Yoo Jung-hyuk grasped his dark heavenly demon sword and threw me a question. Which route are we choosing? The one we'd been treading all along. The author of the scenario was Han Suyong. Regrettably, there was no guarantee of the work ending up as a success even if the author did an excellent job. Time to start our attack, Yoo Jung-hyuk. Because the ones to complete the story were the characters, not the author, that's why. A new great fable is beginning to sprout in your nebula. Episode 72, 3 Methods. 1. Finn. Chapter 378, 3 Methods. 2. Eric Stryker was the captain of Kaixenix Archipelago's Royal Guards. She wasn't just the archipelago's best knight in title, only she was also the first sword of the nation's ruler. And the sole reason why she was able to climb up to that position was due to her constant training throughout the day and night. Swish. Eric sliced and cut the silent night of the training hall over and over again. Thick sweat drops fell nonstop. She looked down on the droplets and thought that they should have been someone else's blood drops instead. I let them slip away. In front of Her Majesty, no less. The rebellion of the first prince, the assault on the audience chamber 3 days ago, had found itself in the mouths of the gossipers already. Some minstrels began singing songs about it, too. Most of them were singing songs that extolled the first prince. Oh, the great revolutionary Schweichin von Kaixenix. Look at his wide shoulders and his back. The bright sword light scythed past the darkness of the practice grounds. The hateful face of the fourth prince, who had escaped alongside the first prince, floated up. It didn't want to disappear no matter how many times it was cut apart. The strange thing was, every time Eric recalled that face, she felt a rather subtle emotion float up, too. Seeing the backs of the first Prince Schweichin and fourth Prince Ricardo, as well as Bilston Framer, getting further away, Eric was overcome with this inexplicable longing. Not wanting to acknowledge that emotion, she continued to swing her sword. As usual, she swung the blade over and over again, trying her best to shake off all the distracting thoughts. Unfortunately, it seemed that today's training would have to end here. Is it a sneak attack? There was a slender shadow gently wavering within the darkness. Eric quickly unsheathed the real sword mounted from her waist. She thought of killing the intruder the moment it displayed any suspicious behavior. Quite unexpectedly, though, the opponent revealed his presence first. Please put away your weapon. I didn't come here to fight. Under the faint light of the moon, a man with the slender physique walked out from the darkness. It was Ricardo von Kaixenix, the fourth prince of this archipelago. Eric loudly shouted out, "Are you out of your mind? With what balls have you come here? Even though the world has changed, you still enjoy swinging your sword." Eric raised her sword up high while emitting a dense murderous aura. The fourth prince, however, placed his sword down on the ground instead. The former's eyes narrowed to a slit. "What are you planning here? I know that in 10 minutes, guards would show up to surround me. And also, subduing me wouldn't be all that hard for you with your skill set. So, I'm turning myself in, meaning I'll have you arrest me and take me to the execution ground." Eric knew that the fourth prince was not right of his mind recently. However, she didn't expect to see a situation like this one. It had been only a couple of days ago that he escaped with the first prince's help, yet he walked right back in of his own volition so he could be executed? Still being wary, Eric slowly walked over to the fourth prince. Without a doubt, he was in a completely unarmed state. Eric didn't miss this chance and quickly captured the fourth prince. A pair of pure eyes sparkling under the moonlight met her gaze now. In return, I'd like you to listen to my tale for the next 10 minutes. And why should I do that? I'm going to die anyway. Not hearing the last words of a dying man will leave you with an unclean taste in your mouth. Eric stared at the fourth prince with complicated eyes. If you're going to plead your innocence, I won't have any of it. She knew that the fourth prince was not guilty. However, the throne had changed hands, and Eric was the captain of the guards serving the new ruler. The fourth prince smiled and shook his head. This story isn't about that. If not, what then? Honestly speaking, I was in a serious dilemma on what to say here so we could get the you we know back. I couldn't even make a wild guess at all. The unexpected opening remarks managed to make Eric flustered, and she frowned deeply. Was this a new type of underhanded scheme? Everyone in the kingdom knew that the fourth prince used his silver tongue to seduce many women in this land. A long time ago, there was a certain woman. Regardless of what his listener was thinking, the fourth prince began his tale. She loved kendo and was talented enough to enter the competition as the representative of her own district. Along with a faint bout of pain, an unknown emotion began stabbing her head. And with her sword, she rescued her precious comrades many times. Something that disappeared a long time ago. She swung her sword against the unfairness of the scenarios over and over again, and with that very same sword, she also protected me. What are you even talking about? I'm solely the blade of Her Majesty. The fourth prince looked up at Eric with emotions of lamentation. You really can't seem to remember anything. It was then. Another voice came out from within the darkness. Prince Ricardo. I'd like to say something. Eric flinched in surprise and quickly raised her body up. Since from when did those two men appear in the darkness? She growled menacingly and spoke. So it was a trap all along. No, it is not. The one to reveal himself from the darkness was Bilston Framer, the only knight she acknowledged in this kingdom. Sir Eric. Bilston took a step towards her. She got startled and quickly issued her warning. Take one more step, and I shall cut off the fourth prince's head. This is a trap. I must escape from here. Eric thought like that and scanned the exit to the training ground. However, something felt wrong. Fables related to you have begun going on a rampage. As if her entire body had become frozen, she couldn't move at all. Your fables are resisting against the control of the Keixenix archipelago. We promised never to forget, didn't we? Bilston stared at her with sorrowful eyes. No, but his name is. Fables related to you are ruminating on the old memories. Huiwansi. Forgotten fables have begun their storytelling. At that moment, her world crumbled away. Fables flooding in covered up Eric's memories. That was the story of the forgotten 10 years. A story from when Eric wasn't Eric yet, while Bilston was not Bilston either. It was exactly 10 years ago when both Yi Hyansong and Zhang Huiwan arrived in this world. Hyanseongsai. It is you, right? UHT? Huiwansi? Such it. They had become the possessors at a similar point in time and luckily enough, got to recognize each other pretty quickly. Looks like we'll have to resort to using voice projection in this place. The two of them began gathering information on this world little by little. First, they learnt that this was the final preparatory stage before they could participate in the Great War of Saints and Demons. 2. That there were time differences between the summoning of each member of Kim Dokja's company to this place, and that the scenario wouldn't begin unless all the actors had arrived. Besides all that, Hyanseongsai, it looks like you took over a person pretty similar to you. Huiwansi, you also suit your host really well. And finally, their sense of self would steadily erode away with the passage of time. Great Fable, Keixenix Archipelago, is monitoring your actions. Probability of the world is pressuring you to perform your given role. Whenever they sensed the gaze of the Great Fable, they acted out their roles in order to not get on that thing's nerves. It seems that Su Yongxi has completely forgotten about everything. It doesn't matter what I say, she. Will we end up in the same situation as her? I believe that Dokjasi will show up before that. And so they waited and then waited for some more. Are Jihai and the kids doing well, I wonder? If it's them, they should be all right. They only had each other to rely on in this world. Fable, most pure comradeship, has begun its storytelling. In a world where no one knew of their story, they simply had to continue talking to each other in order to protect themselves. Clang. Sir Eric. Please defeat it right now. Let us get going, Sir Bilston. The hosts of the two being rivals came about quite naturally. They needed to create more opportunity to stay next to each other, as that would increase the opportunities to use voice projection to talk to each other. Looks like your swordsmanship has improved by a lot. Your title of Emperor of Steel Sword perfectly suits you, no? When we go back, I better ask Dokjasi to buy me a new sword. Every time their blades crossed, they shared voice projections. At this rate, we might end up becoming swordmasters before Dokjasi arrives here. 1 year passed by, and the second year went by just like that. And they were assigned to different posts that matched their personalities. Yi Hyun-sung was thrust into 4th Prince Ricardo's faction, while Jong Hui-won was put under the banner of the Dark Magician. Once their affiliation changed, the environment they experienced also changed. The two of them couldn't cross their swords as often as before, and they had to live the lives of Eric Stryker and Bilston Framer more and more, and not as Jong Hui-won and Yi Hyun-sung. They had to eat food as Eric Stryker and speak as Bilston Framer. In the process of acquiring something that wasn't theirs, Yi Hyun-sung and Jong Hui-won began gradually forgetting some things about themselves. The two of them were slowly and steadily becoming the characters of the Keixenix archipelago. There was a time when Jong Hui-won, drunken out of her mind, came to speak to Yi Hyun-sung. "I'm a horrible person, Hyun-seong-sai. Why are you saying such a thing? Isn't that reason why I'm being punished right now?" She then began talking about things no one had brought up until now. "Do you remember the Gumho Station's mother and her child? They fought against Kyoto faction with us." "Yes, I remember. We also met them in the Dark Castle, didn't we?" Yi Hyun-sung recalled the mother and daughter duo from the Gumho Station, the mother who fought to protect her child, and a little girl who was holding onto the hand of such a mother. The child's mother lost her life in the Dark Castle, and the girl was handed over to the care of the Wanderers. Both of them could have survived. If only I had realized the truth of the paradise sooner. It's not your fault, Hui-wansi. That was not something we could have prevented. In all honesty, there were many smaller fables than ours, right? Those fables that couldn't even become proper fables. The drunken Jong Hui-won laughed out. When she did, the vestiges of fables staining her hands glowed brightly. All of them were the stories that she had acquired along the way. Stories created by fighting against the great and noble constellations as a member of Kim Dokja's company. Jong Hui-won was proud of that story and lived her life without shame. However, a slightly different thought had permeated her head lately. Maybe the fables we have collected so far were created after we also trampled on such small fables? Hui-wansi. And maybe it's our turn now to be trampled on. For years, then 5 passed by like that. Both Jong Hui-won and Yi Hyun-sung didn't give up. By the way, what were the surnames of Yu-sung and Gilyong? Wasn't it Yi Yu-sung and Shin Gilyong? Something sounds wrong, but their memories disappeared bit by bit. And the 6th year passed them by. Where is Dokja-si and what's he doing right about now? I don't think he'll come this year as well. The 7th year passed by. Being 7 years in arrears with our wages. Isn't it completely an evil corporation? Let's definitely create a labor union later. Yes, we must. Let's not forget it. Their initial promise of meeting up at least once a week to talk was changed to once a month, and that eventually became once every 2 months instead. The days they did meet but were unable to say anything increased too. And on a certain day during their 8th year, Jong Hui-won asked him in a dazed voice, "Weren't we supposed to wait for someone?" Yi Hyun-sung couldn't reply to that question. "You know, Hyun-seong-sai, if I ever forget about you, then they'll remember you. Then please kill me." That was the last time they met. A short while later, the Dark Magician started a revolt. And Yi Hyun-sung stood on the side of the former royal family to face off against Jong Hui-won. Hui-wansi. Their swords clashed intensely several times in the air. Wounds on Yi Hyun-sung's body accumulated inside the storm of blinding sword lights. The trajectories of her sword swings were definitely different compared to when they were sparring in the past. Each of her attacks contained her clear will to kill him. Hui-wansi. Even when subjected to the repeated voice projection, Jong Hui-won didn't reply. Her silence substituted for her answer. As if she had been holding back until now, Eric's merciless sword swing sliced Yi Hyun-sung down. The latter's vision seemed to grow distant then. Even though he was staggering about, he still walked closer to Jong Hui-won. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally managing to get close, Yi Hyun-sung stared into her eyes and, for the first time ever, spoke the words he couldn't say for the longest time, and quite likely, had not get to say ever again. "I love you, Hui-wansi." Fable, most pure comradeship, has concluded its storytelling. I wordlessly read the unfolding fable. Some words were quietly sorrowful, while some parts were painful enough to tear my heart out. Ego of character, Jong Hui-won, is waking up little by little. Faint light floated around the bodies of both Bilston and Eric. I could sense that their souls were resonating with the fable. Yi Hyun-sung collapsed, but a smile remained etched on his face. I quietly studied that face for a bit, before breaking the silence. Looks like the company's internal rules need to be changed somewhat. In any case, our second goal had been met. Next up would be, over there. Sir Eric is in danger. Yu Jung-hyuk picked up both the unconscious Jong Hui-won and Yi Hyun-sung. But before we could safely get out from there, the doors to the training ground burst open and the royal guards rushed in. However, it wasn't just them who showed up here. Someone else was walking out from the line of guards and towards us. The first triple master of Kaiksenix archipelago. The genius who had reached the peak of swordmaster at barely 18 years old. The youngest ever ninth circle archmage. The ruler of the archipelago who controls an evil black dragon. No one in the Kaiksenix archipelago was capable of defeating her right now. The king with a silver-colored crown was quietly smiling at us. You dare to steal away my loyal knight? The royal guards all knelt down before her. Yu Jung-hyuk's expression hardened and he sent me a message. This is different from our plan. Actually, this is for the better. Because our next target was Han Suyong anyway. There were 4 members of Kim Dokja's company present right now. The fable of the nebula would be strengthened further if more of the nebula's members were in one place. I looked at the queen's face and spoke up. Your Majesty, we didn't come here to fight. Without a doubt, Han Suyong's ego was lying inside that queen, asleep, and I simply had to get her ego back from that character no matter what. And with things like this, we could use our fable and, I'm aware, you came to tell me a story. Feeling startled just a little, I stared at her. Great fable, Kaiksenix archipelago, is sending a mocking jeer in your direction. Why are you so surprised? This one, too, enjoys stories very much. However, this one enjoys telling stories rather than listening to them. So, keep your ears wide open and listen well, Ricardo von Kaiksenix. The queen spread her arms wide and grinned brightly towards me. No, should that be the demon king of salvation, Kim Dokja? Episode 72, 3 Methods. 2. Finn. Chapter 379, 3 Methods. 3. I stared at the queen wearing Han Suyong's face. That person was definitely not her. But then, how could she possibly know what my name was? The queen was still smiling away. I'm sure you're curious as to how I know your name. She was the character from this worldview, and she was merely an existence that acted according to the rules set out by the great fable. So, it was impossible for a person like that to recognize me not as Ricardo, but as Kim Dokja. On top of that, she spoke of things that didn't align with the worldview, yet the sparks of probability weren't suppressing her at all. Worldview is considering the possibility of expanding the genre types. Great fable, Kaiksenix archipelago, is condoning the current situation. Probability restrictions imposed on some words has been relaxed. Meta words related to the worldview have been acknowledged. I wordlessly stared at the queen before activating my skill. Unique skill, character list, has activated, plus, character information. Name? Age 50. Overall rating. The applicable individual holds hatred towards you. Plus, the queen's info still didn't want to appear. I thought that was because it was Han Suyong in the beginning. I figured that, as a person not registered with the character list, her possession of the host would make it impossible to check out the information on the queen herself. But what if I was wrong? Are you Han Suyong? I used to be called that once upon a time. What do you mean by that? The queen slowly blinked her eyes and continued on with her story. Do you know the tale of a certain woman who tried to endure decades upon decades of time with nothing but her ultimately empty hope? I do know of a man with a similar story. It was Yu Jung-hyuk who replied in my stead. As he unsheathed his dark, heavenly demon sword, the smile remained on the queen's lips as she spoke. Oh, my pitiful former lover, it seems that you've come to your own execution ground. Our engagement has been annulled already. Call me that one more time, and I shall slice your head off. Almost at the same time, the figures of both people disappeared from view. And then, these two incredible existences collided against each other. As the ear-shattering sounds of explosions rang out, the ceiling of the training grounds blew away, the sword winds and magical energy clashed to create a rising pillar of destructive winds kissing the heavens above. At a casual glance, they seemed to be evenly matched, but if one were to look deeper into the flow of the battle itself, then that was definitely not the case. After they exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, Yu Jung-hyuk was left with a slight injury on his left arm. On the other hand, there was not one scratch on the queen. Yu Jung-hyuk was being pushed back. That inconceivably strong dude wasn't quite powerful enough to contend with the queen of this worldview. On top of that, Han Suyong's speciality, dark flameless aura, was rising up from the queen's left arm, as well. Dokja-si, you must get out of there. Lee Hyun-song protected me from the royal guards trying to rush in. Dokja-si? It seemed that Zhang Huiwen too had somehow regained her wits. Sadly, though, there was no time to pay them any mind right now. The seconds ticked by and the previously even balance of the battle rapidly tilted away from Yu Jung-hyuk's favor. Because his opponent today just so happened to be none other than the Triple Master. Han Suyong, you need to wake up. I brought forth the power of the Great Fable without hesitation. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. The fable I shot into the air above with all my power created a gap in the fighting in an instant. I didn't miss that opening and jumped into the battlefield. The queen grinned and opened her arms wide. Oh, the demon king of salvation. The woman you're searching for has died a long time ago. Stop making me laugh. Han Suyong would never speak in that manner. Are you aware of what the lifetime of 50 years means to a person? No, I had no idea. I hadn't lived that long yet, after all. Great fable, Kaiksenix Archipelago, has begun its storytelling. The entire world seemed to wiggle around, and the figure of Han Suyong living in this land floated up on the empty air. This was her fable. Her history as she lived in this world. More specifically, the history as experienced by her host, Yuri D. Aristel, the beautiful esteemed daughter of an earl. A girl brought up for the sake of becoming a new queen. Once you turn 18, you shall enter the royal castle. The Han Suyong I know could be seen among the chaotically rising lines of texts. Fine. In that case, should I become a swordmaster before I turn 18? She began fighting against the world itself. She was living in this world with a clear, focused expression on her face. She was experiencing this world with an expression I couldn't recognize. Why is a young girl swinging around a sword? Magic is nothing but an illusion. Certain clichés would try to hinder a person with the pretext of being clichés. And the Han Suyong I know hated clichés more than anyone out there. Screw it, you think he'll marry just because you say so? Bring someone stronger than me, then I'll marry that person. Then, countless men stepped forward to take possession of the Earl's beautiful daughter. Among them were famed knights of the archipelago as well as renowned magicians. Han Suyong became stronger and stronger in order to defeat all the potential suitors with her own hands. At the end of the harsh training soaked in her blood and sweat, she became the swordmaster, and eventually rose up as the 9th Circle Archmage, and finally, the Master of Fear who controlled the powers of an evil dragon. Her flesh became younger through the power of the Swordmaster, and the aura from the evil black flame enhanced her air of mysteriousness even further. Ironically, though the stronger she got, the world grew to desire her even more. Han Suyong continued to fight against such a world. She spent a far longer life in this place than she did on Earth, and did her very best to diligently endure that lengthy period of time. Her fable carried on with its storytelling, but I couldn't hear it anymore from a certain point onwards. It was lonesome. I felt a sense of rebellion. Even though Han Suyong was in this world alongside me. It felt as if she was so far away. This isn't Han Suyong's world. Who are you to decide that? You have known her for less than 4 years, no more than that. And if you count the days you spent with her, it'd be less than 1 year even. That was probably all true. What do you really know about Han Suyong? I recalled the Han Suyong that I knew in my head. A person with a strong pride who didn't know how to apologize or take back what she said, a person who pursued efficiency, but who'd readily give up on that very efficiency for the sake of her companions. A person who acted all selfish and the like, but who'd always go, you guys can't do anything without me, and get ready to risk her life. In what kind of manner did she speak? Was the Han Suyong I knew the real Han Suyong? Did she still exist in the story that I know? The Han Suyong you knew no longer exists. The past 50 years had molded her into a brand new existence. And that is precisely me. The great fable rushing out from behind the queen's back emitted incredibly dense fighting intent in our direction. Great fable, Kaiksenix Archipelago, is excluding your existences. In front of the time spanning 50 years, the memories of the short time Han Suyong and I shared together gradually looked pathetic and insignificant. To make sure that the memories wouldn't grow any more insignificant, I forced out a smile and had to open my mouth. As I thought, you are not Han Suyong. She's not as serious as you know. There was a faint trace of agitation in the queen's expression. And from that hint of unrest, I became certain of who this queen was. Without a doubt, she was infinitely closer to being Han Suyong. However, she could never fully be her. You are none other than Yuri D. Aristel, the daughter of the Earl and who just so happened to watch Han Suyong's life for the longest time. You probably seized the opening created by the great fable swallowing Han Suyong up and took over her body. Now speak. Where is the real Han Suyong? Instead of a verbal answer, an incredible status poured out from her entire body. Quadu-do-do-do. As if the intense battle we fought until now was nothing but a warm-up. The waves of status unshackled from her entire being crashed into us, causing our bodies to become rooted to the spot you Jung Hyuk, Yi Hyen Song, Zhang Hui Wan, and me. The queen slowly made her way towards us as our movements were completely sealed now. I asked her, are you planning to kill us all? Kill you? A derisive smirk floated up on her lips. Looks like you still don't know much about this scenario. Since you all have survived this far, that means none of you will die. Han Suyong also wishes for that. However, you tried to execute me earlier, didn't you? That was your assigned test. And you were scheduled to be rescued by the first prince. Anyway, the queen laughed as if she was Han Suyong. And now, the end of this scenario is upon us. Sparks danced in the air and the new scenario message could be heard now. The deciding moment for the genre selection has arrived. You must select this worldview's genre. The queen stared at the air and spoke. The end of this world has always remained the same. A sense of desolation refined through a lengthy period of time brushed past her expression. The Isle of Reincarnators was a series of islands where the dead fables were put on display like stuffed animals. It was a grave of fables that managed to continue existing by supplying suitable stages to other scenarios. I could more or less guess the life she had lived until now. The archipelago of Keixenix must have offered up hundreds of possession scenario, and hundreds of Ricardos and Schwichens must resolve their stories in their own preferred manner. The protagonist became a better person by braving all sorts of trials and tribulations, and finally gets his hands on wealth, honor, and the love of his life, heading towards the inevitable happy ending. Although the progress of this scenario had been a bit more peculiar, in the end, the conclusion won't change. So, let us just end this already. She spoke in a fed-up tone of voice, and then issued an order to me. Marry me, Ricardo von Keixenix. Yu Jung-hyuk stared at me with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Hyun-song and Zhang Hui-won freaked out and began shouting something in my direction. I calmly asked a question instead. Is that the conclusion of this scenario? That's right. If I marry you, are you going to let us move on to the next scenario? Also correct, but with the exception of one person. One person, she said. The deep-seated shadow of avarice danced within the eyes of the queen. Han Suyong must remain in this world. You see, I really like her. And you shall become the tragic lovers saying goodbye inside a scenario. Genre of the applicable scenario is tilting towards romance. Scenario clear condition will be fulfilled as soon as the genre has been confirmed. This world was negotiating with us for a deal, telling us to abandon Han Suyong. Living in this world, and not in her original world, suits her better. That might be true as well. Rather than Han Suyong of Kim Dokja's company, Han Suyong of Keixenix Archipelago might be able to enjoy a happier life. Instead, the queen, arrogantly staring down at me, extended her left hand out. Stand up and kiss my hand, and say your farewell to your longtime companion. It was a white hand. Han Suyong would have fought against this world with that hand. On the back of her white hand, I could see dozens of scars and calloused skin. Just, for what purpose did she fight so hard like that? I recalled her book tucked away within my inner pocket and raised my voice. Just like you said, I do not know Han Suyong. Indeed, you finally acknowledged it. That is why I definitely can't let her go. What was that? You see, I haven't heard the conclusion of this story from her yet. I slowly got up from my spot while summoning up every ounce of strength I possessed, in order to resist this world's fable. Such a chuchachit. Great fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is roaring out. Great fable, demon world spring, is nodding its head. The queen's expression changed and she glared at me. You're ruining a scenario on the verge of completion. Nope, this is the way it's supposed to go. What was that? I've been curious about this since the beginning. Out of all the potential scenarios out there, why were we thrown into this Keixenix archipelago in the first place? However, when I thought about it, the reason was actually quite simple. I pulled out a certain sword from my inner pocket and spoke. That's because I am the legitimate heir to the throne in this scenario. The unbreakable faith glowed brightly and emitted blinding rays of pure light. Worldview is reacting to the star relic unbreakable faith. Applicable star relic belongs to this particular worldview. Natural abilities of the star relic are increasing tremendously. The first ancestor of the Keixenix archipelago was the legendary Storm King, Ulysses Keixenix, and this was his sword. That sword is... That's the sword of the Storm King. The royal guards recognized the sword and they all collapsed down to the ground. The queen fell into a state of panic and began pouring out her powerful physical aura and magical energy in my direction. Unfortunately for her, though, not even the power of a swordmaster nor that of an archmage could do much in front of the unbreakable faith. Star relic, unbreakable faith, is crying out. This was the true power of the star relic. It would exhibit a near-omnipotent level of power when inside the fable where it was created. My hand gripping the sword began trembling non-stop. Sure, the star relic itself might be powerful, but Ricardo von Keixenix simply didn't possess enough strength to hold the weapon for too long. That was why I needed to end this as quickly as possible. I smacked away the queen's magical energy waves and got closer to her, a step at the time. By the time I reached her, she had fallen on her butt. She was carrying an expression of resignation ever since she saw the sword. You have chosen the route of dynastic revolution. You must kill the queen. Genre of the applicable scenario. Han Suyong's book said that there were 3 ways to complete this scenario. Unfortunately, she left out the most crucial third method in her book. If I kill the queen now, then Han Suyong would die as well. But if I marry her, then she would be left behind. In that case, how should I conclude this tale, then? What would be the end of the scenario that Han Suyong wanted? The queen spoke. Hurry and kill me. If I do that, then I'd become a true king. And end the scenario right here. Han Suyong didn't tell me the correct answer. As if she was telling me to use my own imagination for something like that. That was why I decided to carry out what I thought was the correct solution. The method to save Han Suyong without killing the queen and still manage to seize the throne. The thing is, though, I'm already the king of a kingless world, you see. What was that? Not only that, I'm the head representative of Kim Dokja's company, and the heir of the underworld, too. I looked at the queen's scar-filled hands. Han Suyong became a swordmaster and an archmage through those hands. The Han Suyong that I knew wasn't someone who'd set a simple goal of survival in this world. Because she was an author who knew how to look at the bigger picture. I smiled and raised my voice. You see, I'm really fed up with being a king. You have chosen a course that has never been thought of before. Worldview is flustered by your selection. I held the queen's hand and slowly helped her up. And rather than kissing her hand, I placed unbreakable faith in there instead. What are you trying to do? This? Don't be mistaken. I'm not trying to give you the ruler's position. Then what? The one who'll become the king isn't you, but my comrade. As the queen's eyes grew wider, I finished what I wanted to say. ITLLB Han Suyong from Kim Dokja's company. In the following moment, there was an explosion of scenario messages before my eyes. Error has occurred during the scenario selection process. Potential genre option, fantasy, is falling apart. Potential genre option, fusion fantasy, is falling apart. Potential genre option, romance, is falling apart. Hidden option, genre, Kim Dokja's company, is activating. And then, someone spoke to me. You've managed to figure it out, haven't you, Kim Dokja? Episode 379, 3 Methods, 3, Fin. Chapter 383 Methods. 4. Han Suyong? I thought I heard her voice, but her aura disappeared rather quickly. Great Fable, Keixenix Archipelago, cannot acknowledge your selection. Worldview is displaying an abnormal reaction. Yuri D. Aristel, inadvertently now holding unbreakable faith, began trembling and shouted out loudly. You dare to do something like this? You're a suitable heir to the crown of Grunsiad Archipelago. Your throne is being handed over to the character Han Suyong. Worldview cannot understand your choice. Rays of bright light began leaking out from Yuri D. Aristel's body. Those were fables that didn't belong to her indeed, they were Han Suyong's, stuff that I knew very well. Yuri D. Aristel hugged her shoulders as if she didn't want to let any of those fables to slip out of her. I won't let Suyong go like this. Such it. Chut. Be still. I told you that I'll take full responsibility, didn't I? She wasn't speaking to me right now. I didn't want this sort of development either. I only thought that if you continued to stay in this island, I could guess who Yuri D. Aristel was talking to and what the topic of their conversation right now was. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has activated. The time Yuri D. Aristel and Han Suyong had spent together was flowing by like a river of fragments. You said that you'll stay with me. You said that you'll become my guardian, didn't you? I really loved the scenario you've shown me. I can't let you go like this. My bad, Yuri. Blood bubbled out of her mouth and she staggered unsteadily before collapsing on the ground. I hurriedly held her in an embrace. Most likely, there was a war being fought between Han Suyong and Yuri D. Aristel inside this body right about now. Great Fable, Keixenix Archipelago, is... Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is... Great fables were bitterly fighting against each other in order to take over her body. The surrounding folks also fell into a pit of sudden confusion as well. Our king has changed, but with a method like this. So, does this mean that the legitimate king has appeared among us? The royal guards and the kingdom's citizens were exchanging glances with complicated eyes and whispered amongst themselves. In that case, what about our world's genre? Have you forgotten that such words are still prohibited? Just focus on sticking to your role. Then again, I'd also form an expression similar to theirs if I heard that this world's genre had suddenly become Kim Dokja's company. Yu Jung Hyok standing next to me spoke up. Kim Dokja, we acted too rashly. I know. This archipelago isn't prepared enough yet to accept Han Suyong as its ruler. Since she had built up a good foundation already, I thought it was doable, I mean, she was the queen of this place up until a few moments ago. She wasn't its rightful ruler. Because there is a faction unwilling to acknowledge her that we still have the revolutionaries. A forceful change of the throne would always lead to a great deal of birthing pain. For instance, Yuri D. Aristel's throne usurpation during this scenario was not a part of the original Keixenix Archipelago scenario. The queen's unpredictable action, and our subsequent actions, were completely foreign events to the reincarnators of the Kaiksanix archipelago who had repeated the exact same scenario over and over again. Genre selection has been completed. Applicable genre's clear conditions have not been met. This world was not yet ready to accept the brand new genre that we had created. Starstream is discussing the topic of the applicable scenario's clear condition. Things have become complicated. Yu Jung Hyuk and I were looking at Han Suyong lying on top of a luxurious bed. From a while ago, the sounds of chaotic explosions continued to ring out from beyond the royal castle's walls. All the ruckus was made by two factions fighting a bloody battle, one agreeing to the ascension of their new ruler, and the other being the citizens who rejected her. Yuri D. Aristal's rule was bound to fail in the end, said Yu Jung Hyuk in a critical tone of voice. As for us, we should have tried to gather the king's flagbearers scattered around the powerful families in the kingdom. After that, steadily erode away the king's influence, and unveil the unbreakable faith to complete the task. If that happened, the archipelago wouldn't have fallen into chaos like this. Right, that would have been the best-case scenario. If you knew that, then why? However, had we stuck to that plan, then... I stopped there for a bit and observed Han Suyong's face. Her 50 years would have become even longer, you know. I didn't want to extend her 50 years by even 1 minute if I could help it. I was being serious here. The moment I arrived in this world and realized that Han Suyong had to spend 50 years here, I just couldn't escape from this one overwhelming emotion. Someone was sacrificed again because of me. Han Suyong, who had to endure the time frame of 50 years, could she still maintain a normal, functioning mind? Was she able to maintain the ego of the Han Suyong that I know of? This is all because I made a deal with the king of reincarnators. It be een beter if I sacrificed myself instead. I turned my head to discover Yu Jung Hyuk glaring at me as if I was a pathetic fool. His lips bobbed up and down several times, but then squeezed his eyes shut as if to suppress his anger and leaned his back against the couch's cushions. I'd like to say something, but it seems that someone else will do that for me instead. What? Right in that next instant, fiery pain shot up from the back of my head. Hey Kim Dokja. I looked back to find a familiar grinning face waiting for me. Everything's screwed up because of you. Han Suyong brushed her hair lazily and sat upright, before smacking me in the head once more. Once Han Suyong woke up, we immediately dove into an emergency meeting. Other than her pale complexion, she was in pretty high spirits. I left behind methods for you to follow, didn't I? How come you lot can't even do what's in the manual? You guys are even worse than Lee Hyunsong. You hear me? I spotted Lee Hyunsong, guarding the door to our room alongside Jong Hui-won. Peek his head inside through the open gap for a moment there. Kim Dokja. Recite to me the 3 methods I wrote down. First method, fusion fantasy route. And what did it say? Borrow the powers of the outer gods and clear the scenario. Hey you, that's a stupid idea from the get-go, isn't it? Okay then, the second one. Even though I felt this inexplicable sense of unfairness, I nevertheless continued to read Han Suyong's book like a school textbook. The second method, fantasy. The contents? Start a revolt and kill the king. Hang on a sec, why am I reading T? Her palm smacked me in the back of the head again. God damn it, this punk. The third method, romance. And its contents are, marry Yuri D. Aristel. And just what did you choose? The third method? And are we currently married? Nope. And why the hell not? I quickly evaded her flying smack and cried out. Hey, there's no freaking way that these are the correct methods. Did you write these down while seriously expecting us to carry them out? You think I wrote them for your entertainment, then? Han Suyong breathed heavily like an angry bull and began wagging her finger at me. If only you accepted the marriage proposal, everything would have been resolved by now. If your legitimate claim to the throne was united with Yuri D. Aristel's martial prowess, the archipelago wouldn't have fractured into pieces like right now. But if I did that, then you'd have ended up stuck. I could have easily convinced Yuri. My original plan was supposed to begin properly only after you got married to her. You were busy praising me for finding a solution on my own earlier, though. I was merely impressed by your stupidly bad interpretation of the situation. Damn it, that's how it was? Han Suyong spat out a groan and continued on. So, what are we going to do now? The revolutionaries or the royal guards didn't matter which side we pick. The situation would quickly descend into the worst situation imaginable. Error has occurred in the scenario. Worldview cannot accept the conclusion to the applicable scenario. Worldview is uncertain whether the character Han Suyong possesses the qualifications of the ruler or not. Starstream is discussing the topic of the applicable scenario's clear condition. Citizens were fighting amongst themselves, and we were unable to leave the scenario. I looked at Han Suyong and spoke. I'm really sorry for being so late. She shrugged her shoulders and replied. Yup, it's been long these past 50 years. I couldn't find the right words to reply to her relaxed attitude. As if wanting to lighten my load, she continued on. Actually, I can't remember all that well. But that doesn't sound right. Do you honestly believe that ID really live out those 50 years just like that? What then? I forgot most of them. More correctly, I erased them deliberately. If I did remember them, ID probably have gone crazy by now. Only then did I finally realize what her situation was. She possessed the skill Avatar. And it was a pretty useful skill in erasing her memories, depending on how it was utilized. The reason why I left that book behind was to preserve the stuff ID forget. You made a wise decision. It was a cowardly method, you know. Not something to be praised anyhow. Han Suyong glanced at the corner of the room and spoke up. Well, there is a monster in the world who had lived far longer than I have and chose not to forget a single thing, after all. She didn't have to say who it was for me to know who she was referring to here. In order to lighten the awkward atmosphere, I resorted to making exaggerated gestures while raising my voice. Okay, let's not worry about that and think up of a solution from now on. Speaking from the perspective of a reader, the next portion of the story should be, Han Suyong realized what I was trying to do and quickly butted in. Nope. Judging from the perspective of a writer, the things we need to do right now are… Han Suyong and I began yapping amongst ourselves with whatever we could think up, such as summon a Dakibi and lodge our complaints, or summon a low-ranked outer god we are confident of dealing with, or even smashing apart whatever was in our way, scenario or not, and try to escape from here. Both of you shut up. And both of us did shut up after hearing Yu Junghayak's words. Han Suyong studied his mood for a bit and stuck to my side while muttering out loudly. Well, it should be fine to trust the instincts of the protagonist every now and then. I nodded my head in agreement. Yu Junghayak opened his mouth in the meantime. Later, today in the afternoon, the flag-bearers of the archipelago will gather at the royal palace. That's when we fight. A bog-standard tactic, then. That's the only method. Yu Junghayak was right, though. Sometimes, the standard way of handling things was the best solution available. Night came knocking pretty quickly. Nobles dispatched by the influential families had gathered in the audience chamber. We hurried our steps towards there as well. The whole of the archipelago was boiling over with this unidentifiable hostility. The faction arguing to distinguish the legitimate king, another faction who sympathized with the dark magician, and finally, a faction utterly hostile towards our entire group. As we walked in the hallways filled to the brim with chaotic aura, Zhang Huiwen muttered to herself, "If only the kids were with us, it'd have been so much better. How unfortunate." True, if the kids possessing taming skills were here, or even E.G. High with the ability to fight in a large-scale battle, we wouldn't have felt this much pressure. They have things they must do by themselves. Most likely, they are in the middle of their own scenarios. What about Hyangxi? Technically speaking, Hyang isn't a member of Kim Dokja's company, so she should have been summoned to a different scenario from ours. If things were going according to the original storyline, then Zhang Hyang should be performing her own role somewhere else. And that was something I couldn't help her with. I walked faster through the hallways under the protection of Zhang Huiwen and Yi Hyensong. In front of us, Han Suyong and Yu Junghayak were competing in a mini foot race to see who could stay ahead. It felt like I was watching a stork and a crowdit compete against each other. TL. An old Korean idiom. Basically, it means don't bite off more than you can chew. Zhang Huiwen, watching the same spectacle as me, sneaked closer to whisper something in my ear. Dokjasi? Yes? I might be overstepping my boundary here a bit, but I think you should know about this. Regarding… She locked her gaze on the backs of Yu Junghayak and Han Suyong, and hushed her voice even further. In regards to those two's relationship. Episode 72. 3 Methods. 4. Finn. Chapter 381. 3 Methods. 5. Those two, they are engaged. Those two, they are engaged. Pardon? I let my jaw drop at that huge bombshell and slowly shifted my head over to Hyensong. He blushed his cheeks a little when our gazes met, and I saw him look away soon after. Yu Junghayak and Han Suyong, the first prince of the Kaiksanix archipelago, and the esteemed daughter of an earl. Sure, there was quite a difference in height to overcome, but when looking at them some more, they did seem well suited to each other. Their personalities were a bad matchup, but then again they had a surprising amount of similarities too. My mischievous streak reared its head and I raised my voice. You two kind of resemble a black bear and a newborn chick. Almost at the same time, gigantic murderous intent flew in my direction. I'll kill you. One more word, and I'll tear your mouth wide open. Cold sweat trickled down my backside. Zhang Huiwen whispered in my ear. Maybe it's better not to provoke them? I guess so. By the way, didn't something happen on your side as well, Huiwansi? Excuse me? I replied Zhang Huiwen's confusion with a grin and quickly got in between Yu Junghayak and Han Suyong. Their facial expressions were frozen stiff as if they were unhappy about my joke earlier. Han Suyong, your role is the most important one. You know that, right? You gotta do your part properly so that… She didn't answer back. Han Suyong? Such a chuchachit. Strange sparks suddenly danced around her figure. I instantly figured out what happened. Yuri D. Aristal's ego was pushing aside Han Suyong's. He'll never let you go. Yuri was crying out, tears streaming out of her eyes. Sooner or later, you'll regret leaving this place. All the fables you possess will wither away like ruins with no one visiting them, and no one will remember them anymore. And in the end, they won't even be able to stay frozen in this island and vanish from this world. I looked back at her and made my reply. That could happen. What was that? Yuri sounded dumbfounded. I quietly observed her for a moment. Yuri D. Aristel, this scenario's original heroine. If the scenario unfolded as it should have, then by this time, she'd probably have become the king's lover after experiencing a regular life of growing up as someone's daughter. If you remain in this world, you'll all be safe. I could sympathize with her, who had no choice but to say something like that, but at the same time I could not claim to sympathize with her point of view. Because we weren't living in the same fable. In a way, you were simply reading the stories, no matter how many you had read so far. Perhaps that was why all I could do for now was not to arrogantly convince her, but to simply imagine. What if Han Suyong was me? What would she have said right about now? I'll ask the king of reincarnators for a favor. Let us remain in this place together. And entrust yourselves to the samsara's wall. When you do, then we'd live on while carrying out the exact same scenario every single time. What? I slowly blinked my eyes and asked her. Yuri D. Aristel. How did it feel when you became the queen for the first time ever? Her irises quaked intensely just then. The Isle of Reincarnators was basically a museum of ancient fables that had disappeared in the back alleys of the changing era. The foundation of this world was one of the third generation's medieval-themed fantasy settings. Yuri D. Aristel would have lived the same life over and over again while repeating the actions and speeches as set out by the great fable. Han Suyong knew this, and she probably wanted to show her host the possibility of new stories. Tell her that we were not slaves ruled by the fables. Only. Most likely, Yuri had realized it by now. Because Han Suyong was an excellent writer after all. You like Han Suyong, yes? If you do, please believe in her. She will definitely not abandon you. Yuri D. Aristel looked at me for a little while before forming a complicated expression. Her presence vanished afterwards. A round of lightly dancing sparks later, Han Suyong's white irises reverted back to their normal state. She staggered a little bit as if she was struck by a dizzy spell. She then looked at me as if impressed by my actions and spoke. Kim Dokja. Not too shabby? I learned from you. Yuri might really want to marry you at this rate. Stop with your nonsense and get ready. We're about to make our entrance. We pushed the doors to the audience chamber wide open. And almost immediately, threatening air poured down on us from either sides of the chamber itself. At the same time, Zhang Huiwen stood next to me and spoke. I'm sorry about that time, Dokja-si. I didn't have to ask her to know what she was apologizing for. In return, I'll protect you properly this time. I trust you. When Yi Hyun-song and Zhang Huiwen stood on my sides, the threatening air pouring down on me softened by a good deal. I felt reassured with the greatest sword and shield gathered in one place like this. I scanned the crowd of people lining up on either side of the audience chamber. On one side, representatives from the revolutionaries, and on the other, nobles and their flag bearers. We walked past them and headed straight towards the throne. But, just as we arrived before it, someone among the gathered crowd loudly shouted at us. Who is the king? Who was the king? They were here to get the answer to that burning question. Is it like what the rumor said and the dark magician is the new queen? Show us the legitimate king. Oh dear princes, tell us the truth. The moment I saw their faces, a realization dawned on me. None of these people were here on their own volition. It was this world's fable that had summoned them here. Great fable, Kaiksanix archipelago, has bared its animosity. Yu Jung Hyok and I looked at Han Suyong simultaneously. She nodded her head and took a step forward. I am the new ruler of the Kaiksanix archipelago. The crowd immediately began protesting. You dare. Where is the rightful heir of the Kaiksanix line? Kill that wench. Han Suyong didn't panic and unsheathed the sword. And this sword is the proof of my kingship. Unbreakable faith. Emitted blindingly pure white light. Several of the crowd recognized the weapon and went down on their knees. But still, the majority were shooting the glares of distrust in our direction. It was here that Yu Jung Hyok stepped forward. She is indeed the archipelago's new ruler. The expressions of fluster appeared on the faces of First Prince's supporters after he made that declaration. Vigorous opposition quickly rose up from the revolutionaries. But how can that be? Something like this has never happened before. There's a first time for everything. Our family cannot accept this result. And at last, folks breaking character to voice their opinions made their appearance too. Your choice does not align with our worldview. Our worldview simply wants. I addressed them with these words. Your worldview? What could that possibly be? The crowd shut their mouths. Without saying anything else, I shifted my gaze above to the message floating in the air. Genre of the applicable scenario is Kim Dokja's Company. There was no such genre called Kim Dokja's Company in the world. However, there being none didn't mean a story couldn't be told, either. Kim Dokja's Company isn't like any other genre, Yu Jung-hyuk spoke up again. Kim Dokja's Company is simply Kim Dokja's Company. Han Soo-young raised unbreakable faith up high, before stabbing it deeply into the floor. Just like how Kaiksenix Archipelago is simply the Kaiksenix Archipelago. Special effect of the star relic, Unbreakable Faith, has activated. This sword utilized ether of 3 differing attributes. Ether attribute is transforming into fire. Pure white petals of flame rose up from the blade held tight in Han Soo-young's hand. I placed my own on the hilt of the sword. Ether attribute darkness has activated in tandem, and Yu Jung-hyuk's hand was placed on top of ours. Ether attribute divinity has activated in tandem. The 3 attributes of unbreakable faith, fire, darkness, and light, began burning up at the same time. The archipelago citizens had never witnessed such a miracle before, and they stared at us in wonder. Han Soo-young addressed them. The king? If you want to become one, come here and give it a shot. That is, if you're confident of grasping this sword. No one tried to come closer. Even though the overwhelmed crowd trembled in fear, some still managed to ask us questions. All of you, why are you doing this? What are you planning to do to this archipelago? This was an unprecedented development, and they had grown fearful of this world's end. The one who replied to them was Yu Jung-hyuk. We didn't come here to occupy the measly little Kaiksenix archipelago, but we came here to liberate you all. I quickly followed that up, and several people began muttering among themselves. You already know what they mean, don't you? Neither Han Soo-young, Yu Jung-hyuk, nor I said those words. We also can't repeat the exact same scenario over and over again. No, it was Yuri D. Aristel who had raised her voice instead. She had finally realized what the conclusion to the scenario we've been wishing for was. I plan to journey with these people. At Yuri's words, the crowd formed utterly stunned expressions. However, it wasn't just her who had made up their minds. I felt my heart beat powerfully all of a sudden, and someone began speaking through my lips next. If she's willing to do so, then I shall do the same. These words belong to my host, 4th Prince Ricardo. Soon afterwards, another voice came out from Yu Jung-hyuk, as well. I can't let my feeble brother go all by himself. That was from the 1st Prince Shuichen. After him, 2 more voices came from Yi Hyunsong and Zhang Huiwan's position. My sword will accompany you wherever you go, Your Highness. It'll protect you, Your Majesty. Both Bilston Framer and Eric Stryker, too. It wasn't just Yuri who had been watching our tales until now. Indeed, the original protagonists of this world also had been watching us. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is roaring out loudly. Great Fable, Demon World Spring is looking at this world. We will participate in the great war of saints and demons. Everyone gathered here was looking at Kim Dokja's Company. As the company's head representative, I addressed them once more. And we will liberate every person on this island from reincarnation. One by one, the crowd began kneeling down. These people, having been playthings of the Great Fable scenario for such a long time, were looking at us now. Let's all go together. The world was rocked by an intense vibration as soon as those words came to an end. That was the sound of a world crumbling down. And Great Fable, Kaiksenix Archipelago, is crying out. It was also the sound of a great fable collapsing on itself. Great Fable, Kaiksenix Archipelago, is activating its authority to control every citizen in the archipelago. The giant story exhausted its own existence to continue its life. Unfortunately, what made a great fable a fable was every reincarnator in the archipelago Kaiksenix is resisting against the great fable's control. None other than the people in it. Worldview has accepted your reply. You have satisfied the scenario clear condition. Subscenario. Genre selection has concluded. Scenario clear reward is being calculated. The spacetime of the applicable scenario's location is synchronizing with that of the Great War of Saints and Demons. Portal to the Great War of Saints and Demons has been generated. An enormous portal emitting blinding rays of light was generated in midair. It was the doorway leading up to the Great War. They'll go first. Yu Jung-hyuk was the first to walk inside. Other reincarnators, finished making up their minds, followed after him and entered the portal's innards. Someone even asked me this. Do you believe we can really do this? I do not know. I can only pray that you can. How honest. The reincarnator smiled awkwardly and stepped across the portal. The waves of people flooded out of here. Han Soo-young and I stayed back at the end of the queue and watched them leave. She opened her lips to speak. You should go ahead first. Most likely, She still had fond memories of this place. I figured that it'd not be such a bad idea to let her have some alone time to reminisce a bit. But just before I could step inside the portal, she grabbed me. "Hey, Kim Dokja." It seemed that she wanted to ask me something. I quietly stared at her for a bit, and eventually, she grandly sighed and waved her hand about. "Forget it. It's nothing." "What's the matter?" I said. "It's nothing to worry about." She tried to avoid my gaze while grumbling loudly. I got worried somewhat and pulled my leg out of the portal with a sigh. "You can just tell me. We went our separate ways in a similarly meaningful manner the last time, and that's what's making me worried here. It's nothing major." "Well, in that case, you can tell me no problem, right? Aren't you a persistent one?" Han Suyong sighed grandly once more and opened her lips. "In the future," her gaze fixed to the floor slowly rose up as her words continued on. "In the future, when all the scenarios have ended, I may want to get back to writing novels again." It was the first time she looked at me with such serious eyes, and that took me by surprise just a little. Meanwhile, she carried on. "When that happens, read my novel, okay?" "Your novel?" She nodded her head. "I'm giving you the opportunity to become its very first reader. I'm not such a good reader, though. Don't be an ass and just read it when I tell you to." Fine. I'll definitely read it," I replied good-naturedly. Well, it'd not be a problem to read her novel. I mean, I liked reading novels to begin with. However, she must found my response out of her expectation, because she asked me back to confirm it. "For real?" "Yeah, for real." She stared at me with disbelieving eyes. "But it might be over 3,000 chapters? That's probably right up my alley." "Then, it might be boring, too. It's you writing it, so that's not possible, you know." Han Suyong's eyes grew wider after hearing my reply. I felt somewhat embarrassed at myself, so I quickly said something else. "What genre will it be?" "They'll cross that bridge when I get there." "How about romance?" "How can I milk romance for 3,000 chapters?" We shared such light-hearted banter while shifting our gazes back to the portal. That's where Yi Hyun-sung and Jong Hui-won walking together could be seen. I sensed this awkwardness in the air between them, and it was nice to see that. Well, those two might need 3,000 chapters and then some. It was then, nice-sounding messages resounded out from the sky. "Restriction on indirect messaging has been lifted. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is cheering out in happiness. Constellation, abyssal dark flame dragon, is enjoying the warm atmosphere. Constellation, demon-like judge of flame, is freaking out." It seemed that, with the conclusion of the scenario, the channel had been reopened again. Constellation, demon-like judge of flame, is shielding her incarnation. Constellation, demon-like judge of flame, is being vigilant of Constellation, master of steel. Constellation, master of steel, is feeling wronged. Han Suyong smirked and muttered to herself. "Romance, is it?" She and I stepped across the portal together. I could see the constellations waiting for our arrival in the distance. "You've come, Kim Dokja's company." Finally, we reached the opening stages of the Great War of Saints and Demons. Episode 72, 3 Methods, 5, Fin. Chapter 382, The Hottest Place in Hell, 1. Shin Yu-sung opened her eyes because of the bright spotlight lights that danced in the air. One of the flying drones circled around her head once, before disappearing into the distant black sky. "Ugh, my head." Under the head-spinning dizzy spell, she staggered unsteadily back to her feet. The only things she could see around her were scrap metal and rubbish. She couldn't see any of the companions she was with. Could she have landed in this place all alone? Shin Yu-sung? A boy pushed his head out from among the scrap metal like some kind of a baby octopus. Gil-yong? Feeling happy now, she shifted her gaze over there. But then, the figure of woman leapt out from the piles of rubbish while stepping on the boy's head. "Get out of the way. You stink, you know." Ji-Hyuni. She figured out who came along with her. Her companions brushed away all the trash stuck on their bodies and stood upright. "What's this? Is it just us?" "I think so." "Heh, it's the reformation of Busan Alliance." Ji-Hai spoke with a slightly excited tone of voice. But Shin Yu-sung was different. Why did it have to be Ji-Hai and Gil-yong? She alternated her gaze between her two companions and made a resolution in her mind. "I'm the only adult here, so I gotta stay sharp." Whether they knew her thoughts or not, Ji-Hai and Gil-yong continued their glaring contest, only to suddenly delve straight into deciding the pecking order. HM? Hey kids, we should choose the leader first like how we've done so far, right? Nuna, you were the leader back in Busan Alliance. So, it's my turn now. Hey you weren't even born yet when I got admitted to the kindergarten, you know? Ah, what's that got to do with anything? Shoo, both of you keep quiet. The moment Shin Yu-sung's voice was heard, all three of them pressed themselves tightly against a nearby wall in unison. A millisecond later, A drone flying around like some sort of an insect shone a spotlight on the alleyway they were standing in just now. Jithy Thering. The drone hovered in position for a little while, and eventually it disappeared beyond the alleyway, its sensors tilting this way and that. Ijihai asked in a tense voice, "Hey, wasn't that a drone?" It was right then the system messages could be heard from the sky. Someone has interfered with the scenario system. Due to the unprecedented power, you have been forcibly summoned to the main island's next city. Next city is currently cut off from the spacetime of the conflict region of the Great War of Saints and Demons. You can advance to the Great War of Saints and Demons once you solve the subscenario of the applicable location. Next city? Gilyong's eyes began sparkling. Let's go and take a look. Stop being childish, Gilyong. This isn't a game. Despite Shin Yusung's warning, the boy broke into a sprint. Fortunately, there was no drone nearby, and the spot they were hiding in was situated in a surprisingly high altitude. Wow, They were treated to a magnificent sight where the whole city could be seen in one take. Bright neon signs illuminating the night streets, androids emitting blue light beams from their heads, roaming around said streets as if putting on a protest march. They could immediately tell what the worldview here was from this spectacle. Gilyong spoke confidently. I'm gonna get super strong in this place and surprise Dokja Hyung later. Hell, get even more surprised if you get killed here instead. Nuna, why do you hate me so much? Disregarding the bickering duo, for now, Shin Yusung carefully observed the panoramic view of the city below. If one were to discount the slight disturbance created by the protest, it looked as if the city was functioning systematically according to a set of strict rules. This was a sci-fi worldview retaining a level of social order previously unheard of. She remembered hearing that the Isle of Reincarnators were graves of fading fables. If so, why did a world like this one meet its doom? In the meantime, Ijihai and Gilyong were excitedly yapping away, without any care given for Shin Yusung's concerns. Will they have stuff like a lightsaber here? What a helpless sword otaku. Shut up. Wait, I think they are really equipped with something like lightsabers. Really? Where? They could see the guards patrolling the city sauntering closer to their location. Maybe because of the worldview's effects, information windows of the guards floated up in front of their eyes after they took a closer look. LV. 12 guard-type android. The applicable unit is around 4 times stronger than you. Ijihai freaked out and muttered out loudly. What the hell? Why are they so strong? I think it's us who got weak. For sure, the density of the magical energy in the surroundings had decreased noticeably ever since they arrived in this worldview. Your main stats have been reverted back to their initial values in the applicable worldview. This worldview is subjected to the corrective effect of level system. God damn it, they are coming this way. When did they realize it? Guards were suddenly rushing towards the group's position. They looked up at the sky only to discover several drones circling above their heads. Reaction to Fable energy detected. Reaction to Fable energy detected. Along with the loud warning sounds, the guards increased their speed by engaging the boosters mounted on their backs and pounced on the group in a row. Ijihai, Shin Yusung, and Gilyong hurriedly pulled out their individual weapons. Screw it, there aren't even any bugs here. Hey, Shin Yusung, can you summon the Chimera Dragon? The cooldown time isn't over yet. Your current level is 1. Earn experience points by hunting low-level enemies. With a deeply agonized look on her face, Ijihai unsheathed her long sword. She was the only one specialized in close-quarter battles among her group. Quickly activating Demon Slaying and Ghost Walk, she faced off against a guard in order to protect the kids, just as the android's lightsaber collided with her long sword. Jithying. The lightsaber simply let her blade slide by and proceeded to cut her forearm. Android Ijihai has been seriously injured. Please administer Fable energy to preserve your life. She backed away quickly, but it was already too late by then. Get out of the way. Shin Yusung pushed Ijihai aside and stepped forward. The latter's complexion paled instantly and cried out towards the former Gilyong, stretched his arms out. 2. Unfortunately, the lightsaber was already descending towards the crown of her head. A juicy. At that moment, the girl looked back on her short life. She felt the sense of unfairness, knowing that it'd be over in a place like this yet. At the same time, there was also a sense of satisfaction, too, knowing that her choice was correct. Shin Yusung thought that this was the final moments befitting the incarnation of the Demon King of Salvation. And then, in the next second, the applicable attack does not work on you. Along with the sparks going tsuch-it. The guard's lightsaber stopped millimeters away from her nose as if blocked by a formless wall. And new messages popped up in the air one after the other. Error has occurred in the scenario system. Great Fable, Next City, is expressing its puzzlement over the existence of Incarnation Shin Yusung. It was the exact same story for Gilyong as well. The lightsabers attacking the kids were all being powered down simultaneously. The boy dazedly looked up at the air and muttered softly to himself. What's going on? He could see letters written in the faint gray font on the top right-hand corner of his vision. Current scenario's age restriction is 18 plus. Due to the applicable worldview's consideration, murderous actions aimed at children/teenage units are prohibited. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-yong exchanged glances. Isn't this like huge? It was unknown how they ended up getting summoned here. However, if it was this sort of a worldview, then Gil-yong formed a sneaky grin aimed at Iji-hai and her wide-open jaw behind him. Nuna, get ready for a free bus ride. While watching the boy shove his short sword into the guard's upper thigh area, Shin Yu-sung began thinking to herself, maybe remaining as a kid for a bit longer is, she didn't know what was waiting for her at the end of this scenario. However, she was sure of one thing at the end of the scenario, they should be strong enough to utterly stun Kim Dokja. I was left utterly stunned by the constellations waiting for me on the other side of the portal. Even at a quick glance, it was well more than one or two here. Could it be that they knew we were coming? Dokja-si. Lee Hyun-sung's voice sounded tense, and I nodded my head at him. Yu Young-hyuk, Han Soo-young, Lee Hyun-sung, and Jong Hui-won, including me, the five of us gathered in one spot like a constellation in the night sky. Soon, though, scenario messages floated up in the air. Main scenario has been updated. You and your nebula have entered the neutral zone of Great War of Saints and Demons. You can select either Camp of Great War of Saints and Demons. Right after those alerts, a notice message dyed the sky in rainbow colors next. Nebula, Kim Dokja Company, has entered the Great War of Saints and Demons. Without a doubt, Dakibis must have been behind that. We had just got here, yet they were advertising it all over the place already. Many constellations have noticed your presence. Some nebulas are keeping an eye on your group's next move. It wasn't an ideal situation, but naught we could do about it, as it was spilt milk. I met the gazes of the constellations looking at us from the other side. They were emitting pretty hefty statuses, too. I even spotted a familiar constellation among them. Your late descendant. A man with a dignified smile was looking in our direction. I called out to him in happiness. Goryeo's first sword. He was none other than Chiak Junjayong, the one we had to say goodbye to during the Middle Island scenario. As expected of a constellation who had reached the fable grade, it seemed that he advanced to the main island without any issues. You must have completed quite a substantial scenario. You've gained more companions. His gaze was now studying the reincarnators emerging from the portal alongside us. They were people from Kaiksenix archipelago, entering the main island with me. They are folks who'll participate in the Great War of Saints and Demons with us. Chiak Junjayong nodded his head. Higher number of combat forces can certainly help. More importantly, however, something seems to have changed with you, descendant. He scanned me from top to bottom as if he was searching for something. I can sense this vague depth to your group's fable. Is that so? Chiak Junjayong's gaze left me and headed towards Han Soo-young. She met his stare with a pair of impetuous eyes that said, "What are you looking at?" A strange light flickered within the former's eyes. I see. I abruptly recalled what the Guardian of Mandala told me. Oh dear Bodhisattva, please try to endure time itself. Our nebulous fables had experienced an unknown change after clearing the Kaiksenix archipelago. The time Lee Hyun-sung, Jong Hui-won, and especially Han Soo-young spent in Kaiksenix was definitely not in vain. Everything that happened was recorded as fables, and they would raise our statuses in turn. It might have been due to what Chiak Junjayong said. But well, I could sense constellations spying on us from behind, staring far more openly than before. Constellation, expert at playing both sides, is getting interested in you. Constellation, king of archers, is observing you in great interest. Constellation, 3 mouths but only 1 head, is sneering at the reincarnators from Kaiksenix archipelago. Reincarnators from the archipelago retreated from the Feast of Statuses. Now that they have emerged outside the Kaiksenix archipelago, they were no longer protected by their worldview. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is growling. It was Han Soo-young who stepped forward as if to shield these reincarnators. The atmosphere wiggled and the aura of the black flame dragon manifested itself behind her. The folks from Kaiksenix bowed their heads to pay their respect to her. Then, indeed, that must be what they refer to as the kingly heir. Unfortunately, some constellations didn't seem to like her display. It didn't take long for their aura to become threatening. Kugugugugu. An incarnation from a small nebula dares to... Feeling a bit annoyed now, I decided that I should stop the current flow right about here. Great Fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is glaring at the constellations. The activation of the Great Fable managed to startle the constellations and they took several steps back. I didn't miss that opportunity and asked Chiak Junjayong a question. Enough about that. Why have you been waiting for us? He formed a slightly troubled expression. The light in his eyes flickered as he tried to decide whether it'd be okay to say it or not. I could think up a couple of hypotheses just then, and chose to test one of them out. I know that this is the neutral zone. Have you decided on which camp of the Great War to join yet? No, not yet. I see. He still hadn't chosen his side. Chiak Junjiang continued on. As you may well know, good and evil of the constellations aren't the same with that of the mortals. If I'm allowed to be honest, then I do not wish to be a part of either camp. Chiak Junjiang, starting as a mortal and reaching the ranks of constellation through his own power only, like me, wouldn't have agreed to the concept of good and evil as claimed by the archangels and demon kings. That was why I could sympathize with his dilemma. However, that story would always be his to mull over, no one else's. I glanced at the constellations behind him and asked, "They haven't chosen their sides, I presume?" Chiak Junjiang nodded his head. Behind him, scattered groups of constellations could be seen loitering around tents set up here and there on a huge open plain. What is the current war situation like? From what I was able to find, faint true voices could be heard coming from them. I smirked inwardly in all honesty. It was easy to see what they were thinking of by not having chosen a camp yet. Constellations in the neutral zone were planning to stay back and observe the proceedings, and then join the side with the advantageous position and enter the Great War. Yu Yunghyak and Han Suyang engaged, midday tryst at the same time to talk to me. I can tell what the current situation is like. These bastards, they are going for that, right? I nodded my head. The stronger the neutral camp that hadn't chosen a side grew in power, the potential benefits to be gained when it did choose would be even greater. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is looking down on the constellations of the neutral zone. Constellation, Hell Scribe, is letting others know that the hottest place in hell is reserved for those who maintain neutrality in times of moral crisis. Didn't matter whether it was good or evil, they were thinking of selling their influence to the highest bidder out there. Han Suyang broke out in a smirk. Their aim is so easy to see through. It was right about then that Chiak Junjiang ended his deliberation and opened his lips. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Who is it? A high-ranking constellation from the nebula, Hongik. Thought as much. It seemed that Chiak Junjiang was here to win us over. I hid this faint sense of disappointment and asked him again. But, didn't you tell me that high-ranking constellations of Hongik have all disappeared? Indeed, I heard something like that a long time ago. Once, at the constellation banquet, and when facing Founder's mother back inside the dark castle. We did not disappear. Because, there is one right in front of you. It was a true voice containing aloof, proud status. The ranks of the constellation parted, and a Taoist hermit holding a pure white folded fan was walking towards us. From each of his steps, I felt the power of vigorous winds. Hey, I think I know who this is. Kneel and pay your respects, O descendants of the peninsula. Episode 73. The Hottest Place in Hell 1. Fin. Chapter 383. The Hottest Place in Hell 2. This guy just popped out of nowhere and demands us to kneel down. Han Suyang next to me carried a dumbfounded expression, while Yu Yunghyak was already reaching towards his sword. Chiak Junjiang was massaging his forehead. It seemed that he expected a situation like this already. My apologies, descendant. I tried to talk him out of it, but I wasn't successful. True, he'd not enjoy situations like this. But he owed Hongik a lot, so he probably couldn't say no to them asking him to organize this meeting. I shall leave it to your decision. I nodded my head and looked at the Taoist hermit. Constellation ruling over the peninsula's winds has revealed his modifier. Constellation, heavenly wind god, is now looking at you. His real name was Pungbik, although most of us simply knew him as the god of wind. TL, one of the 3 gods/ministers that served Hwanung the heavenly king, father of the ancient Korea's founder, Dangun. Wind god/god of wind switcheroo isn't a typo, though the first one's from the Ra, while the second one is the official name of the god. Kugugugugu. The status of the constellation who had finally revealed his modifier caused strong gusts of wind that resembled the flapping wings of a giant phoenix to sweep past the surroundings. And then all ambient noises disappeared. The reincarnators outside the wind wall were shouting something in my direction, but I couldn't hear them. Pungbik had cut off all the sounds coming from outside. He probably didn't want others to hear our conversation. Oh, descendant of the peninsula, I've heard the tales of your bravery. As your fame spreads far and wide, the status of the peninsula rises higher in accordance. This god sees that situation as very satisfactory. I quickly sent a signal with my eyes to Yu Yunghyak, busy raising his momentum, telling him to hold it. Let's at least hear this guy out first. However, I've heard disturbing stories that lately, you've been building inappropriate relationships with foreign constellations. I began wondering whether I should keep listening or not, though. Archangels and demon kings are not constellations originally from East Asia or the peninsula. meaning they are foreign influences. Han Suyong shot me a sneaky glare. Hey you, are you just gonna let this guy be? I shall cut him down. What the heck? Is the wire crossed or something? How come I can hear Yu Jung-hyuk's voice? I combined the midday tryst space. My declaration prompted an explosion of messages from her and Yu Jung-hyuk. Hey, stop messing around. You want me to listen to that arrogant bastard's voice in my head? 2. You've taken words out of my mouth. I sighed softly after seeing the two growl at each other. Stop it, both of you. That's not important right now, is it? While we were squabbling inside our chat room, Pungbeek was still continuing on with his dull moral lecture. Meaning, descendants' friendly behavior towards foreign influences has caused much dishonor to the peninsula, and this god considers that as a weighty crime. However, if you, the descendant, reflect deeply regarding this matter and repent, then, hell, a constellation that agreed with those words even made his appearance too. Constellation, founder of National Isolation Policy, agrees in part with the assertion of Heavenly Wind God. Of course, not everyone was like that. Our little peninsula boasted a surprisingly wide variety of constellations. After all, Constellation, bald general of justice, is polishing his head. Constellation, first sorcerer of Joseon, is clicking his tongue. Constellation, prisoner of golden headband, is yawning in boredom. Portion of Korean peninsula's constellations thinks the declaration by Heavenly Wind God is old-fashioned. Who dares to hide behind anonymous modifiers and run their mouths off? As Pungbeek's true voice rang thunderously in the air, the weather above began shifting ominously. Suppressed by that tremendous aura, several constellations quickly shut their mouths. Whatever the case might have been, he was in existence very close to the ancestor god of the peninsula. Although the individual amount received differed, constellations of the peninsula had indeed received benefits and favors from Hongik, and none could challenge them face to face as a result. Not even Cheok Junjayong himself. By the way, why are you still standing up? Eventually, Pungbeek's gaze landed on me. The current atmosphere shifted ever so slightly from what it was like earlier. Did I not tell you to kneel? Ginormous pressure pushed down on me. Not just me, though, it pushed down on the entire Kim Dokjas Company. Fables from Nebula Hongik are observing Kim Dokjas Company. It felt as if a giant ancient tree had bent down to take a look at us, a giant tree that salivated after the nutrients meant for a newborn sprout. I quietly held that gaze for a little while, before making my reply. I don't want to. Indeed, you don't. What did you say? I said, I don't want to. Constellation, prisoner of golden headband, is liking your attitude. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon is coaxing you to start with a punch first. I came here to participate in the Great War, not to kneel to you. How boundlessly arrogant. I looked favorably at your bravery and wished to pardon your sins. But, after you pardon me, what then? Pungbeek's brows quivered at my pointed reply. You were thinking of absorbing Kim Dokjas Company through the authority of Hongik, were you not? As if his hidden plot had been accurately pointed out, emotions could be spied on that stoic constellation's expression now. It is only obvious that your group must come under the wing of Hongik. Why do you think that? If Hongik did not exercise its might at the beginning, your nebula wouldn't have been born. As if he was a parent being betrayed by his child, Pungbeek began shouting at me. Hongik is the founder of the peninsula. We gave birth to you, we set the morality you must follow, and we created the rules. It was us who determined what you'd see, feel, and think. Because the fable of Hongik exists, you exist here now, and through that fable you survey. 4 years ago in Earth's time, scenarios began on the Korean peninsula. I cut Pungbeek's words off. When the peninsula fell into mortal danger, what did Hongik do at that time? When scenarios began on the peninsula, when the absolute throne appeared, when outer gods and calamities descended, and when the peninsula's incarnations and constellations had to work together because of them. Certain memories began rushing back every time I spoke a word. Scenarios, overcome by the gathering of people who had no one to rely on, the foreign demon beheading sword, plunging down on the blind throne, and the peninsula's constellations who lent their probabilities to that weapon. Fable, king of a kingless world, is glaring at Heavenly Wind God. Fable, king of a kingless world, has begun its storytelling. I didn't do anything, yet the fable began coming to life, anyway. King of a kingless world was born as the absolute throne was destroyed. I recited the story of this fable, and through me, this fable spoke of itself. During those times, where were you and the Osagreet constellations of Hongik? And what were you all doing? Such a chuchit. You bastard. Pungbeek glared at me as if he'd start vomiting blood at any second. Of course, I know that you and Hongik worked hard to aid the peninsula during its infant stages. I do acknowledge the value of the fable you people possess. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean everyone from the peninsula must swear loyalty to you. I finished my speech while watching Pungbeek's beard tremble from rage. Everyone has their own way of clearing scenarios. Even if you're the peninsula's highest grade constellation, you can't interfere with the actions of Kim Dokja's company. Chiak Junjiang seemed to be enjoying my daring, fearless tone of voice. It'd probably be his first time seeing Pungbik get treated in this manner. You dare, you dare. In place of the rendered speechless Pungbik, a fable's forceful aura rose up from behind him. Great fable of the nebula, Hongik, is staring at you. Nebula, Hongik, is extending its roots towards Kim Dokja's company. Great fables belonging to Hongik began rising up to the heavens one by one like tree branches, and eventually formed an image of a gigantic tree. I knew what that was straight away. The tree that connects the heavens to earth below, as well as the totality of all the fables that Hongik puts to practice, the one fable that supports all those fables. The fabled tree, Shindansu. Every fable of Hongik began with that very tree in front of my eyes. Shindansu spread its holy aura all around and extended its branches made up of fables. Seeing that admonition alone wasn't doing the trick, it was now trying to show off its might instead. What a bitter experience that was. The truly bitter thing about this situation was, though, I see that the real highest-ranked constellations of Hongik did disappear. What do you mean by that? This Shindansu was so much smaller and shabbier compared to the one that I knew. Not only that, the ends of the tree's roots extending towards us were all horrifyingly damaged. What I saw were great fables failing to sustain their shapes after not having absorbed nutrients for a long time. Most of the branches connected to these roots had withered almost beyond recognition. That was the total sum of what Hongik currently possessed. I speak of these words because I pity you. The Pungbik from the original storyline that I knew was not an obstinate geezer like this guy. Sure, he wasn't exactly the warmest guy around, but still, he was a constellation possessing far greater class and righteousness. However, something happened to Hongik and the nebula's influence shrunk back at a rapid pace. The reason why Pungbik became so destitute probably had something to do with that event. You dare to show disdain towards this god? Pungbik roared out and roused up the powers of the wind giant. Storm energy began gathering all around us. As the enormous status suppressed the entire land, reincarnators from Kaiksanix archipelago began writhing around in pain. Han Suyong urged me one more time. Kim Dokja. I nodded my head. Although the current appearance of Hongik was lamentable, at the end of the day, it had nothing to do with us. I took a step forward, prompting Yu Jung Hyok next to me to unsheath his sword, while Han Suyong unfurled the bandages on her left arm. And then, Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. The great fables that had been held back until now opened their mouths simultaneously. Not only that, Great Fable, Kaiksanix archipelago, is repeating its storytelling as if it's displeased. Along with a great fable that wasn't even one of ours, too. Showy heck. The roots of the giant tree flying in towards us began crumbling away from the billowing waves generated from our fables. Body of the great fable, Shindansu, is in great pain. Those menacing roots extending out to swallow us whole faltered in their tracks and scattered away as if scared by the stories it could not devour. The still intact roots belatedly retreated, and the withered, bony branches screamed out loudly. Body of the great fable, Shindansu, refuses to heed the orders of heavenly wind god. But, how? Shindansu withdrew its roots and instantly vanished from the view. Perhaps taken greatly by surprise from the statuses of the great fables we possessed, the freaking out Pungbik staggered back several steps. I sensed the constellations scattered around the neutral zone looking in this direction after getting startled by this disturbance. But, Bu suddenly popped up right above my head as if she was waiting for this moment. At the same time, I sensed her channel opening up. A large number of constellations have joined the channel. Bayu's channel was connected to Baihyung's broadcast channel. I could picture that Dakibi's pleased face already. It was pretty clear why he had induced the situation, although I wasn't too happy about it. This was something that had to be done sooner or later anyway. Constellation, Bald General of Justice, is paying attention to your voice. Constellation, Maritime War God, is waiting for your story. Demon King, Ruler of East Hell, is staring at you. Constellation, Scribe of Heaven, is waiting for you. Constellations of good, evil, and neutral are carefully observing you. Several indirect messages floated up one after the other. I stared at Pungbik and opened my lips to issue a warning not just aimed at Hongik. I will not say that everything we do will be righteous. However, the paths we tread will be decided by us alone. I declared loudly towards the constellations of the world. And no one can change our decision. Episode 73. The Hottest Place in Hell 2. Finn. Chapter 384. The Hottest Place in Hell 3. As if they were waiting for it, gazes rained down from the heavens. Constellation, Bald General of Justice, agrees with your words. Constellation, Maritime War God, nods his head at your words. Constellation, prisoner of golden headband, asks you why you had to repeat something so obvious. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is coaxing you to quickly punch that old bastard. Pungbeak heard what the black flame dragon said in disbelief and shot a glare at the sky. He was about to say something, but then, the next indirect message made him flinch just a little. Constellation, Goryo's first sword, believes that Demon King of Salvation is correct. Pungbeak's head snapped towards Chiak Junjiang right away. Junjiang, even you, as if he felt ashamed by it, the latter avoided the piercing gaze. Honestly, even I was surprised. No matter how badly it had fallen, Hongik was still the Korean peninsula's main nebula. Even under the current circumstances, it wouldn't have been easy for Chiak Junjiang to go against Hongik and side with me. Many constellations are getting interested in the clash between Kim Dokja's company and Hongik. Maybe it was due to Chiak Junjiang's declaration. I now could sense the attention of other constellations. Among the winds newly blowing in the neutral zone, I could sense their wary eyes locked on me. I looked back at Pungbeak. Are you going to continue? Honestly, watching his eyelids tremble intensely like that was difficult even for me. I spoke as if to mock Hongik earlier, but in truth, it wasn't as if Pungbeak had been doing nothing to help with the Korean Peninsula scenarios. The thing was, the constellation who lent his aid to my mother back during the Returnees' War was none other than Pungbeak himself. That damn event stole away her lifespan in its entirety, though. Maybe that could be the reason why I was so pissed off right now. The wind shall never forget today's matter. Pungbeak glared at me for the longest time before snapping his fan shut to vanish like specks of scattering dust. A large number of constellations are impressed with your backbone. Small number of constellations will remember that the reputation of Kim Dokja's company is not unwarranted. Gossipers of Starstream have recorded the applicable incident. Yu Young-hyuk, Han Suyong, Zhang Hui-won, and Yi Hyansong, everyone was staring at me. I couldn't spot any traces of fear in their expressions. Most likely, they were thinking something similar. It didn't matter what others said about our nebula. No, we only had to move forward towards the story we believed to be the right one. A choice befitting you, descendant. Chiak Junjiang, observing us, spoke. Some constellations will like that aspect of you and follow after you. Truthfully, many constellations of the Korean Peninsula are focusing more on you rather than on Hongik. But, in return, those who hold animosity towards you have grown in number as well. I grew cognizant of the fact that the surrounding gazes now felt different after hearing him. Some constellations were glaring at us, while some were looking on with envy. And some even shook their heads, their eyes saying that we'd eventually become just like everyone else. Once upon a time, we used to be like you. Suddenly, it felt as if the fables these constellations experienced were near enough for me to reach out and touch them. Ancient great fables are staring at the fable of Kim Dokja's company. Every fable was the evidence of one overcoming scenarios. At times, they'd serve as someone else's entertainment. Every fable that reached this far had to break down and bend over in order to survive. The times when they had to make compromises with the reality of Starstream, and when they had to agree to the demands of the constellations and Dakibis in order to carry on, that was how they managed to get here. As if he was the voice of those times, Chiak Junjiang spoke up. Starstream hates stories that haven't been broken yet. Especially so with a story as pure as yours. Pure and not broken yet. A chuckle left my lips after hearing that. I was surprised that the world viewed us like that, because that was basically ignoring every road we've walked on so far. We had been broken over a dozen times already. Kim Dokja's company didn't stand on 2 feet from the word go. After the Korean Peninsula scenarios began, it had to endure against the constellation schemes and their inexplicable rage. Just like so many other countless fables, in other words. However, we managed to stand back up every single time. And now we've reached this far. To us, the word pure was more like an insult at this point. Great fable, Demon World Spring, is calmly staring at you. Great fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is holding back its intense crying. As if they were agreeing with what I said, the 2 great fables showed some reactions. And in the future, we will continue to get back on our feet. The germinating 3rd great fable has displayed fetal movements. Even the 3rd great fable, soon to awaken, reacted the same. Chiak Junjiang, observing us, slowly nodded his head. I shall continue to watch your story. At the end of those words, he turned around to leave. Korean Peninsula's constellations under him glanced at us for a bit before disappearing alongside him. He had surpassed the level of historical figure grade and stepped into the fable grade. On top of that, he had been a constellation for a far longer period of time than I, and he would be one of the best allies to have on our side as he was a gifted natural-born fighter. Of course, that would be under the assumption of us fighting on the same side. I must have stood around looking too cool for my own good, since Han Suyong, staring at me from the side, slapped my shoulder and jeered at me. Hey you. Some people might think you're the protagonist or something. Feeling a bit sheepish, I sneaked a glance in Yu Jung Hyok's direction, but he wasn't looking at me but at the distant horizon. Instead, it has begun. Scenario event has been generated. Regional conflict for Great War of Saints and Demons is scheduled to take place in the near vicinity of the applicable area. Neutral-leaning constellations and incarnations sitting around their scattered tents were stunned by the system messages and hurriedly stood up. When entering the conflict zone, camp selection will automatically generate. The sight of two enormous factions marching forward could be seen from afar. The white-winged angels, decked out in armors brightly reflecting the light, were dyeing the land in a silvery hue, along with incarnations and reincarnators. On the other side, demon kings stained in corrupted and demonic energy were advancing forward with their dependents in tow. Updated main scenario has arrived. Plus, main scenario number 80 Great War of Saints and Demons. Type main. Difficulty indeterminable. Clear condition. Participate in the Great War by siding with either camp of absolute good or absolute evil. Good/evil points of the camps will increase when the affiliated camp accumulate a higher number of victories in the scenario. Once the points of a camp exceeds 100, the victor in the war will be decided. Time limit. The applicable scenario's time limit is affected by chaos points. Reward. Fable related to Great War of Saints and Demons? Failure, death. Plus, current state of Great War's progress. Absolute good points, 56. Absolute evil points, 56. Chaos points, 51. Chaos points will increase the longer the Great War is being fought. Plus, you must select a camp in order to participate in the applicable conflict. The scenario rewards will be greater the sooner you choose your camp. We fell into a bout of silence while reading the scenario's contents. The first one to break it was Han Suyong. Kim Dokja, what next? Do as we always did. Constellation, Hell's Scribe, is letting others know that the hottest place in hell is reserved for those who maintain neutrality in times of moral crisis. That wasn't even something he originally said, yet why is he being so damn chatty with that line? Constellation, Hell's Scribe, flinches in surprise and has closed his mouth. This Hell's Scribe was actually the author of Divine Comedy, Dante Alighieri. And that famous line often credited to him actually had been repurposed by the politicians of a later era. Still, that quote served to enhance his fame in the long run, so he should have accepted that as a part of his own fable. The hottest place in hell is reserved for those who maintain neutrality in times of moral crisis. It sure was a stirring quote when you first listened to it. Although, it was hard to figure out what meaning was there to it in the world where even one's moral choices served as someone else's entertainment. We need to decide this time. It'll be difficult to weasel ourselves out of this one like in the past, unfortunately. Whatever the case might have been, we were standing on the crossroads just like the others, regardless of what Dante had said. Well, one couldn't even participate in this Great War of Saints and Demons if they hadn't chosen a side from the get-go. Anyway, Yu Jung Hyok stared at the message and spoke up. The Great War during the 1863rd turn ended in the victory of evil. Han Suyong chose the side of evil, that was why. Why is it me again? Besides, this isn't the 1863rd turn, you know? Han Suyong was right, though this was not the 1863rd turn. Indeed, this was the third turn world of Kim Dokja Company. Let's go. The ferocious battlefield where the good and evil clashed could be seen in the distance. One of the battlefronts belonging to the expansive Great War of Saints and Demons had raised its curtains. 113th Regional Conflict of the Great War of Saints and Demons has been generated. List of individuals participating in the applicable regional conflict has been released. Right at the forefront of this great war stood a constellation that I knew pretty well. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is participating in the applicable scenario. Please spare me. Stay up. Archangel Nim, please. Pained moans rose up from all over the place. Heads belonging to the incarnations who chose to side with evil at the crossroad were being sliced off by the blades of the archangels. This was the war of fables. Just because of your affiliation with the fable of one side, you'd be treated as an enemy by the other side. Leaving the fallen incarnations behind, Uriel studied the battlefield with an expressionless face. Once upon a time, she sympathized with them. She felt sad at the incarnations being swept away and consumed by the great narrative, and she was angry at the misfortune they had to suffer. She was like that for a long time. At one point, doing that was the entirety of her life. I wanted to catch up with all the Starstream broadcasts I missed, though. Uriel chewed her lip while looking at the waves of a Demon King's army rushing in. Being born to spread the good didn't mean you could live your entire life doing only just that. Truth was, the physical dangers didn't eat away at a constellation, but the erosion of one's mind did. The emotional labor that lasted for an innumerable length of time had instilled a deep-seated disillusionment of the world, as well as unfathomable madness, inside her. Soul of Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is trembling unstably. Whether it was a strong constellation or a weak one, there was not one being who could take it easy inside scenarios. Because scenarios were a system like that to begin with. Guo. To forget that they were being consumed by the scenario, and to live for yet another day, constellations had to consume other fables. They would spectate on the scenario, get angry at someone's situation, pour out their criticism, show respect, or be moved by what they saw. It was the same story even for an archangel like Uriel. Get out of my way. I missed the initial broadcast because of you lot. Hell flame ignition. Spewing out from Uriel's blade struck the Demon King's dependents and turned them into ashes. She couldn't properly control her own power unleashed out of urgency also. Hastily summoning only half of her true body to participate in the war played a large role in that too. Demon Kings participating in the regional conflict are shocked by the Archangel's power. Of course, this half of a true body was none other than Uriel's. So, any OL Demon King couldn't even serve as her opponent. Demon King, Monarch of Stars and Logic, releases his status. Demon King, Grand Duke of Dragons and Foul Odor, unleashes a great fable. Demon King, Speed of Sound Demon King, lets out a crimson hell. Demon King, Duke of Everywhere, is being taken over by excitement and madness. The problem was, the Demon Kings participating this time were not some run-off-the-mill types. Either. Uriel's expression hardened after she spotted the Demon Kings brushing past her. Hell flame ignition. To come closer. The crazed Archangel is right before us. Do not fear. I, the Demon King Boer, will be with you. Originally, the Demon Kings scheduled to enter this particular regional conflict were not supposed to be them. However, they shifted around the location of combat personnel, and that meant Uriel now found herself having to deal with all these Demon Kings at once. You bunch of... Get lost. Arrows imbued with demonic aura blanketed the entire battlefield. Uriel spread. Hell flame ignition. Like a barrier to block them. As she tried to look after the lower-ranked angels retreating in haste, several arrows managed to lodge themselves in various parts of her body. How amusing. Oh! Great angels, are you running away? You bring dishonor to the reputation of demon-like judge of fire. Shut up. You'd all be dead meat if only my full body had descended. Even under the barrage of attacks raining down, Uriel didn't moan once, breathing angrily like a bull. Instead, stop ganging up on me like a bunch of cowards and face me one-on-one, you. Phew. If it's one-on-one, I can kick all your butts even if you're Agars, Gamagen, or Marba. Yells from the agitated Uriel only elicited mocking leers from the Demon Kings. They all knew how powerful she was, they knew, and that was why 4 of them showed up to hunt down a single Archangel. And right up until the last moments, they remained meticulous. This is war, oh dear angel. Hell flame ignition of the Uriel covered in blood clashed with the Demon Kings. She was seriously strong with only the strength of half a true body. She still managed to cut the arm off of Monarch of Star and Logic, and crushed the favored pet dragon of Grand Duke of Dragon and Foul Odor. Not only that, the Speed of Sound Demon King even lost both of his legs. Unfortunately, that was as far as she could go. She looked behind the moment she felt a chilling sensation and the dagger belonging to the invisible Duke of Everywhere flew in squarely aimed at her heart. I shall be devouring an Archangel's fable today. She belatedly swung her sword in desperation, but her incarnation body had been slowed down by injuries and it was far too difficult to respond. And in the next moment, stab. A blade glowing brightly stabbed past the chest of the Duke of Everywhere from behind. Black blood splashed down to the ground. The blade repeatedly pierced through the Duke's back, right up until the broken incarnation Bodhi's breath finally stopped, fragments of fables bursting out in a grotesque fashion. And a single stream of the white blade sliced off the head of the Duke next. Someone has killed the Demon King, Duke of Everywhere. Uriel saw the 2 people standing behind the fallen Duke. The ones Shed recognized no matter how far they were standing so close to her at this minute. There's no way I'll sit back and watch my constellation get beaten up like this. Indeed, it was none other than her one and only incarnation. And then, Demon King of Salvation, is victorious in the Demon King promotion. Demon World ranking is being adjusted. Demon King of Salvation has become 50th Demon King. The protagonist of the story Shed been watching for a long time addressed her. It's been a while, Uriel. Demon King of Salvation has chosen the camp to side with. Episode 73. The Hottest Place in Hell 3. Finn. Chapter 385. The Hottest Place in Hell 4. There were times when a person's emotion of sheer happiness could be felt so vividly. Those moments when one would go, oh, so you can make that sort of facial expression too. Kim Dokja. The current appearance of Uriel was just like that to me. She extended her arms and vigorously embraced both me and Zhang Huiwen, proceeding to rub her cheeks all over us for a long time. In the end, Zhang Huiwen had to scold her a little. Uriel, I can't breathe. Sorry. She got flustered and backed away, but her eyes continued to sparkle. Sometimes, I found it hard to fathom how such a pure but dumb archangel like her ended up with a modifier of demon-like. How did you know this place? When did you get here? Ing? Did you finish the Keixenix archipelago scenario already? I barely managed to catch a couple of scenes, because I didn't have a lot of spare time. I'm really sorry. You aren't angry because I didn't properly sponsor you, right? It wasn't deliberate, It wasn't just her expression. Even her voice conveyed her happiness. 2. Zhang Hui-wan and I looked at each other while listening to Uriel. She must felt something similar to what I did, probably. The angel spoke without a hint of elegance nor carefully considered pretense. Fortunately, some words conveyed a greater level of emotion when the speaker was so earnestly over the moon like this. Uriel, we understand. However, we should discuss the details at a later date. Ing? You're right. Now isn't the time, is it? Uriel's gaze on me quickly shifted and landed on the army of demon kings glaring at us from the other side. I saw her expression cooling off in an instant, and realized that my thoughts were perhaps premature. This angel was, without a doubt, demon-like archangel of flames. Demon King, monarch of star and logic, cannot understand your actions. And then, there were demon kings willing to face off against such an archangel. Rank 10th in the Demon King ranking, monarch of star and logic Boer. 18th in the ranking, speed of sound Demon King Bathan. Finally, 29th in the ranking, Grand Duke of Dragons and Foul Odor, Astaroth. Even after excluding the Duke of Everywhere who died at my hands, there were still 3 Demon Kings alive. Each and every one of them was not an easy opponent to fight against. Especially so, the Monarch of Star and Logic and the Speed of Sound Demon King. If both of Boer's arms were still intact, or for that matter, Bathan's legs, then I'd probably have to risk my life here. Demon King of Salvation. What is the meaning of this? Why are you fighting against other Demon Kings? I shrugged my shoulders and glibly muttered my excuse. I simply continued on with the promotion battle, that was all. Do you honestly believe that such an excuse will? Is there a rule that said the Demon King promotion battles shouldn't be fought just because the Great War of Saints and Demons is underway? Such a thing happened pretty often back in the First Great War, too. What are you? Bathan became incensed by what I said and formed an expression of a creature wanting to cut my head off. But too bad. There was nothing he could do when both of his legs were gone. You have reenacted a portion of the First Great War of Saints and Demons. Demon King Asmodeus is getting interested in your unexpected actions. Actually, what I've done was exactly the same as what Asmodeus did back in the First Great War. The Monarch of Star and Logic Boer's expression hardened as he threw out a question. You think you'll be fine after doing something like this? Of course not. I remained utterly unfazed by the Demon King's auras while awakening my status. However, I do think that you shouldn't be worried about me here. You have unleashed the Demon King's status. Exclusive skill, bookmark, is activating. 5th bookmark has been initiated. Exclusive skill, lightning transformation LV.23, plus 13, has been initiated. Your current physical constitution is different from that of the applicable character. Your status has overcome the physical constitution penalty. My shoulders itched as the wings broke past my skin and emerged out into the open. And the buzzing sensation of the lightning transformation overlapped on top of that. In an instant, my body was enveloped in lightning. The 3 Demon Kings now carried flustered, panicky expressions after witnessing my rapidly rising status. Monarch of Star and Logic had lost one of his arms, Grand Duke of Dragons and Foul Odor had lost his pet dragon and was wounded all over, and finally, Speed of Sound Demon King had lost both of his legs, so basically, they were no longer relevant to the overall combat situation. Zhang Hui-wan next to me unsheathed the Sword of Judgment and activated Demon Slaying. I wasn't satisfied by the fight I had with a Demon King the last time because it got stopped, so Uriel saw the Demon Kings taking retreating steps and became triumphant in no time at all. She opened her lips to speak. You bunch of... Weren't you so noisy back then? Why don't you say something now? Dokjaya Hui-wona, let's go. Let's utterly smash those Demon Kings apart. I reached out and grasped Uriel's shoulder as she tried to advance forward with her broken incarnation body, currently fueled by her incendiary wrath. Her shoulder felt so feeble and weak right now. She formed a pair of small rabbit-like eyes after being held back so helplessly by my hand and looked back at me. Uriel, please step back. Ing? Ah, are you worried about me? I'm fine. I'm Uriel after all. She held my hand with a deeply moved expression on her face. I felt a bit sad watching her be like that, and could only form a quiet smile. I didn't mean it that way. But what then? Demon King of Salvation, has selected his affiliated camp. My participation message was floating up in the air. Most likely, she hadn't read that properly yet. Soon, though, the body of the puzzled Uriel gradually stiffened, her eyes grew wider and wider, 2. I stared into those eyes and spoke. Please, be still. Uriel, this is going to end very soon. Maybe, she had seen the message I was looking at by now. Camp the Demon King of Salvation, has chosen is evil. Kim Dokja pulled another Kim Dokja stunt. Didn't he? Muttered Han Suyong, as she watched the battlefield in the distance. The battle had entered a bit of a lull earlier, but after Kim Dokja made his unexpected entrance, it was heading towards a chaotic conclusion now. He was the Demon King who murdered another Demon King, yet didn't hide the fact that he was evil. She now could see the lower-ranked angels moving to surround him, and the same time, Zhang Huiwen and her troubled expression. 2. Yi Song asked, sounding worried. Will it really be alright like that? Even if it's not, what can we do? Tell him to side with Eden now? Kim Dokja is originally a Demon King, grumbled Han Suyong, before shifting her gaze over to Yu Young Hyuk. You ain't gonna sit back and just watch, right? Of course not. You don't need to ask me, I'm evil. Han Suyong's sponsor was Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. From the get-go, she didn't have much of a choice. What about you, Yu Young Hyuk? What did your sponsor say? Or was there no answer? Rather than answering her, he stared at the incarnation bodies strewn about the battlefield. Instead, corpses of angels and demon kings could be seen among them, but in reality, most of them belonged to humans, meaning reincarnators. You see someone you know? Without saying anything, Yu Young Hyuk observed the collapsed reincarnators. A few still surviving and writhing about extended their hands towards him. Their wounds were too serious and it was too late to save them. He lowered himself and stabbed his short sword in each of their necks. When he did, they all passed on with a peaceful expression on their faces. Yuri D. Aristel, watching that scene, suddenly raised her voice. Suyangda, don't worry, Yuri. I won't let that happen to you. She could see the souls of the dead reincarnators scatter away. The ones fettered to the mandala would be revived even if they were killed on this island. However, being an immortal certainly didn't mean that it was okay for them to die. Great fable that lost its name has ceased to exist. Every time they were mobilized for a different scenario, they would gradually lose their own worlds. They'd forget their original lives and eventually even forget about their own deaths too. Most ancient good advises the reincarnators to be virtuous. Most ancient evil demands the reincarnators to choose. The majority of the dead would be those who had never thought about the concept of the greater good or evil. Han Suyong closed the eyelids of a dead reincarnator. The dead's face, his eyes now closed, was quite obviously neither good nor evil. You need to select your camp in order to enter the applicable battlefield. I shall choose my camp. The moment Yu Young Hyuk opened his lips to speak, Han Suyong narrowed her eyes and asked him, You ain't thinking of something else, are you? Before you guys got to Kaiksenix Archipelago, you two fought like crazy, right? He didn't answer and simply stared at her. She could pretty much guess what that frustratingly stiff expression of his was implying, and just as she got ready to yell at him, he finally made his reply. This war must not be the great war of saints and demons, but a fight between us. Meaning, this place must not become a battlefield of others. Not the Great War, but the Battle of Kim Dokja Company. Han Suyong immediately realized the meaning behind those words. Only then, neither good nor evil will win this war. And that development should be what Kim Dokja wants. I get what you're saying, but that's going to be really tough. You know? Han Suyong immediately came in with a tackle. We do that and we'll be turning our backs on both the demon world and Eden at the same time. You said that this isn't the 1863rd turn. Han Suyong pouted a bit, looking as if she got sucker punched. Kim Dokja. He's a hardcore bastard, alright? He might be the only idiot who'd come up with something this crazy as a solution in situations like this one. He's originally like that. It's the same story for you too. You two are so damn similar. At her rebuke, Yu Young Hyuk retorted with a curt tone of voice. You aren't that different from us either. What? I'm different from you two idiots. Anyway, let's stop yapping and get cracking already. They now could see Kim Dokja getting beaten up by the angels surrounding him in the distance. But then again, he suddenly declared himself to be evil in their midst, so it was only natural that the angels of Eden would be quaking in rage born from the sense of betrayal. Yu Young Hyuk declared first. I won't do it in half measures. So what? I'm planning to kill you if things go sideways, you know? Good. Only then is there some fun in fighting you. Fine. That match we didn't get to finish back in Kaiksenix? Let's finish it right here. The figures of these two vanished towards the battlefield. Yi Song, now left by himself and all alone, could only cry out in sorrow. Hang on. Suyongsi. Young Hyuksi. What about me? Do whatever you want. Incarnation, Han Suyong, has chosen her affiliated camp. Incarnation, Yu Young Hyuk, has chosen his affiliated camp. Camp the incarnation Han Suyong has chosen is evil. Camp the incarnation Yu Young Hyuk has chosen is good. Finally, their own great war of saints and demons had begun. On a wide open plain of the main island, where heaven's entire fighting force had gathered, the leader of the heavenly forces, Metatron, was in the middle of listening to the updates on the current situation from other angels inside the barracks designed to mimic his office back home. Olympus has revealed their desire to participate. Vedas has sent a dispatch, saying that they will participate. Asgard has also declared their intention to participate. However, due to their own great fable, it seems that not many constellations will participate from this side. There hasn't been any contact, but we have spied some movements from Emperor as well. They are famous for their stick-and-carrot strategy, so Hell Scribe is diligently moving inside the neutral zone. Thanks to him, the participation rate has shot up irrelevant of whether they are constellations or the reincarnators. Metatron studiously took notes of every single report and after attaching a suitable response, sent them back. The great war of saints and demons this time was, as the name implied, a war with the fate of good and evil on the line. That was why Metatron was far more cautious and careful with this scenario. Absolute good points in the applicable camp is currently 56. And so far, the war was chugging along without any issues with the sole exception of the special limitation that was attached to this particular great war. That was, Chaos points is currently 51. The so-called Chaos points, when he asked the great Dakibi about it, this was the answer he got. It's a very rare occurrence to present a stage of this magnitude for a conflict between ancient great fables. So, there needs to be a suitable risk of danger in accordance with the probability. What does that mean? It'll be no fun when detailed explanations are provided, so I won't offer you anything substantial. However, do remember this. No matter what happens, do not let the chaos points reach 100. Do you understand? If not, something truly horrifying will occur. Great Dakibis couldn't care any less about the fate of a nebula. No, they were only hellbent on creating more stimulating scenarios. So, these chaos points must have been the fruit of their malicious scheme. This is boring, scribe. Michael, polishing his sword in the corner of the barracks, spoke. I shall bring the head of Agars. Send me out. Michael had tasted humiliation twice at the hands of Kim Dokja and Yu Young Hyok on the Middle Island scenario. His incarnation body had fully recovered through the authority of revival, and now he found himself inside the main island scenario, waiting. Metatron formed a thin smile at Michael and his hotly burning desire. If we do that, the war will end too soon. Isn't it better to end a boring war as soon as possible? No, not necessarily. This war must be longer and more wretched than any other scenario in existence. Metatron looked at the screens being broadcast from all parts of the battlefields. Beings who had chosen the side of good or evil through their own decision were pointing their weapons at each other. Metatron knew that, although they were participating in this war as nothing more than simple mercenaries, their moral leanings would gradually change the longer the time went on. Most ancient good is wishing for a magnificent holy war. Constellations participating in this war would eventually grow to hate each other in the name of good and evil, and that hatred would burn brightly to create the next generation of fables. Michael, watching the battle, spoke in a sulky tone of voice. In that case, allow me to kill the bastards of Kim Dokja Company, at least. I have a score to settle with them. Metatron shook his head. Kim Dokja Company was an important variable in this scenario. That faction had to be used as much as possible. If it was before, sure, but it's not possible now. I have a different plan for them. If you step forward, Michael, then, It was right there that a scenario message announced itself. 113th Regional Conflict of Great War of Saints and Demons has been forcibly concluded. Metatron confirmed the attached information on the message. The 113th Regional Conflict was the battlefront that Uriel participated in. Forcibly concluded? There had never been a message like that before. It didn't end there, though. Chaos points have increased by 5. Chaos points is currently 56. Warning. Chaos points have exceeded 55. Something is writhing around in the hottest place in hell. The calamity of revelation that decides the end of everything has begun its quickening. Episode 73. The Hottest Place in Hell, 4, Finn. Chapter 386 Great War of Saints and Demons, 1. Bluish arcs of electricity danced in the air, and the last android rushing towards them collapsed on the ground. Pushushuk. Ijihai yanked her sword out from the bisected cables and wiped her forehead. Level up. Gilyong, watching her from the sidelines, picked his nose and spoke to her. Nuna, you've gotten really good at this, haven't you? She oh so badly wanted to smack the boy in the head after listening to his sky-high ego-filled words, but had to stop. You can't attack the target. Regardless of what else, these two kids were invincible in this worldview. Nothing good would come from rubbing them the wrong way. She alternated her gaze between Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung before throwing them a question. What are your levels now? 84. I'm 87. Uni. What? But you were 83 a few days ago. I lied, you dummy. E.G. Hai watched the two kids bicker and replied with a lengthy sigh. I'm still 79, though. Still, she was able to level up quickly thanks to these two kids. Just as the slang implied, her leveling up was lightning fast, as if she was riding on a bus. And that placed them on the list of the most wanted individuals of next city. Android E.G. Hai 1888G. More correctly, it was her alone. From the get-go, the kids couldn't be attacked anyway, so they didn't even show up on the wanted list. I guess it's about time we escape from this worldview. I think it'll be over if we bring that down. Uni. There was a huge tower occupying the center of next city where Shin Yusung was pointing at. There was a battleship parked on top of that tower, and every time she looked at it, E.G. Hai would receive a message from her sponsor. Constellation, Maritime War God, strongly recommends that you acquire that star relic. Now that is surprising, especially from our miserly general, no less. Constellation, Maritime War God, dry coughs. It wasn't as if she couldn't understand her sponsor's heart, though. Anyone who clapped their eyes on that battleship's appearance would indeed understand where he was coming from. I just can't figure out why that thing's parked over there. If they managed to commandeer that ship, then the skies of all the worlds would become the Maritime War God's ocean. E.G. Hai tightly grasped the hilt of her sword and spoke. Yeah, it might be fun to shock the socks off a Juicy and my master. Hey guys, why don't we clear this place now? Sure. It was getting boring using the bug all the time too. Yes, let's. The three arrived at a mutual agreement and began walking towards the tower, only for a completely unexpected message to enter their ears. Emergency patch has been updated. From tonight's midnight onwards, the applicable scenario will institute shutdown system. From midnight to 6 o'clock, children under the age of 18 cannot utilize the applicable scenario. Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung, merrily running forward side by side, suddenly began faltering precariously. The boy muttered in a flustered voice. Nuna, I'm sleepy. Uni, run. The two kids plopped down after saying that and fell into slumber. E.G. Hai placed her hand near their noses and confirmed that they weren't dead. Applicable player is in shutdown state. For E.G. Hai, this was one flabbergast-inducing situation. What the hell? I thought this worldview was 18 plus from the get-go. Why is this shutdown thing even introduced? Too bad. There was no time to relaxedly stand around and complain. The tower's gates opened up wide and hundreds of drones began sorting simultaneously in order to kill her. That was why. Oh shit. It seemed that this night was going to be a very long one for her. 113th Regional Conflict has been concluded. Outcome of the applicable regional conflict cannot be decided. This particular skirmish had no victors or losers. Heavily wounded demon kings supported each other and retreated, while panic-stricken Uriel vanished from here along with the lower-ranked angels. The only people remaining in the empty battlefield were reincarnators strewn about like the remnants of a defeated army, plus 5 men and women among them collapsed on the ground. I had no idea this would happen, muttered Han Suyong in a dumbfounded voice. What Kim Dokja Company did after entering the regional conflict was pretty simple: participate in the war between good and evil, and suppress every other participant beside themselves. And then, the remaining folks would go for it and slug it out for the war with no winners. Applicable battle's outcome can't be decided. Lack of will to fight by the participants of the applicable battle has been confirmed. The Battle of Kim Dokja Company was not a life-or-death fight but a game. A sparring session. Something with no determined winners or losers. And that was why it was not a war between good and evil, and naturally was not the Great War of Saints and Demons either. Applicable regional conflict has been excluded from the category of Great War of Saints and Demons. New 113th regional conflict is waiting to take place. The strength to forcibly break up a battlefield, that was the power Kim Dokja Company possessed right now. My sponsor should be really sad and disappointed by now. Couldn't be helped this time, Huiwansi. If it's at all possible, I don't want to fight against Uriel. It's the same story for me. With a slightly regretful face, Zhang Huiwan and Yi Hyansong looked at the reincarnators of the battlefield. Although many had died and returned to the cycle of rebirth, there were a few who still managed to survive. They split the Elaine Forest essence in their possession and distributed it to the survivors. Kim Dokja too supported the surrounding reincarnators one by one and stemmed their bleeding by pressing their pressure points. Han Suyong spoke while looking at him. You started this whole thing with a definite plan, right? I always have a plan before starting anything. Then you should know that we can't keep this up forever. The timing for this particular conflict proved to be fortunate for them, but there was no guarantee that their luck would be as good the next time. Besides, there were definitely beings among the constellations on the side of good or demon kings that the strength of Kim Dokja Company couldn't handle, and if they rushed into a battle with a too great disparity in combat strength, they might find themselves in mortal danger as well. However, Kim Dokja maintained a composed expression. We don't need to hold out for long, so it'll be fine. Han Suyong heard his relaxed midday tryst voice and hushed her own in reply. Okay, what then? We just have to hold on until the chaos points go past 90. Chaos points currently is 56. As if it was waiting for this moment, the message floated up in the air and Han Suyong shot a glare at it. What's this point thing about? It sounds different from the good/evil points, though. You're right. Kim Dokja briefly explained what this chaos points thing was, that it would rise up when neither the good nor evil claimed victory and the world's order collapsed as a result. What happens if that gets to full? The calamity of revelation will start. The calamity of revelation? Hold up, are you talking about the apocalypse dragon? The dragon of destruction from the book of Revelation, also known as the final dragon of the revelation, of being referred to as the so-called apocalypse dragon. A humongous calamity that descended on the 95th scenario during the 1863rd turn. It was capable of sweeping away the constellations of the star stream with just a single flick of its tail. Kim Dokja grinned and nodded his head. Right? You knew about it? You want to increase these chaos points even after knowing that? Are you insane? What will you do if the apocalypse dragon is revived? Have you forgotten what happened during the 1863rd turn? If the apocalypse dragon did wake up during the scenario, then it'd bring forth a scale of destruction incomparable to that of the Great War of Saints and Demons. However, Kim Dokja carried a determined expression. It won't revive. And how do you know that? Kim Dokja shrugged his shoulders and turned around as his reply to her question. She was about to fly off her handle and yell out at him, but someone suddenly butted in. You're supposed to be a writer, yet you lack imagination. What was that, you bastard? Yu Jung-hyuk easily caught Han Suyong's small fist flying in. She growled menacingly. Why are you butting in on someone else's conversation? I couldn't endure any more of your pathetic mutterings. That's why. What bullshit are you talking about now? He's not the only one who knows about what happened in the 1863rd turn regression. Han Suyong immediately understood what he was saying. Indeed, Kim Dokja didn't hop over to the 1863rd turn alone. He departed along with 2 archangels in tow, and came back with one of them. And what that implied was, Eden also knows about the stuff in that place then, and he's using that fact to his advantage. Kim Dokja's plan was pretty clear-cut. Once the chaos gauge reaches 100, the apocalypse dragon would be unleashed. And Eden was well aware of what would happen if that creature is released, since it had the information from the 1863rd turn. If they wished to avoid the fate of being destroyed, then they should immediately stop the Great War of Saints and Demons. That was the crux of the message Kim Dokja wished to convey. Han Suyong felt ever so slightly flabbergasted while looking at him, consoling the reincarnators with an utterly calm expression on his face. Just who in this world was capable of threatening a large nebula? That evil dude, he's basically telling them to choose between surviving together or perishing together. If things work out well, that's what should happen. However, a future where only we are killed could happen instead. Yu Jung-hyuk's expression was hard as he polished the dark, heavenly demon sword. It was the most dignified, serious expression he had in a while. She could see his resolution from that expression. Most likely, his head was filled with thoughts of the worst potential situations. Kim Dokja's plan ends up as a failure. Then the members of Kim Dokja Company are annihilated in this place. And finally, he'd have no choice but to regress once more. Han Suyong complained loudly. Is imagining horrible futures a unique habit of regressors? Only by thinking of the worst will you be able to prepare for the aftermath. Someone might think you've regressed 10,000 times if they hear you. In some other universe, that might have happened already. Didn't know you could say stuff like that? Smirked Han Suyong, and she shifted her eyes back to Kim Dokja in the distance. Him still wobbling about like that reminded her of looking at an inflatable tube sky puppet shaking around against the wind. Just as she couldn't read the inner workings of an empty sky puppet, she also couldn't read Kim Dokja's inner thoughts. She sometimes felt as if she could, but that was nothing more than some air leaking out from the puppet. Instead, why was she even trusting that guy, anyway? Maybe the one she couldn't really understand was herself. Why was she fighting together with Kim Dokja? She might find an answer if she used predictive plagiarism, but Han Suyong purposely didn't. She thought that she should not do that. She looked to her side to discover Yu Jung-hyuk staring at the same spectacle as her. Hey, I want to ask you something. It's mystifying that you still mistakenly believe I'll answer you earnestly. Right, you were one hell of a stubborn dude. I mean, you didn't even moan in pain once after you got tortured that badly during Kaiksenix Archipelago. His expression stiffened. I thought as much. You were behind that, weren't you? I didn't order it, but my kind Yuri understood my heart. That was all. Fable, Kaiksenix King, slowly nods its head. Yu Jung-hyuk never once revealed his identity or information related to him, even when subjected to Yuri's horrifying torture. Han Suyong dusted her butt off and stood up. In any case, you really okay with this? You were trying to kill Kim Dokja earlier, right? It doesn't concern you. A guy like you doesn't easily change his mind, so that means you didn't have a change of heart, but never planned to kill him in the first place. Well then, who was egging you on? Metatron? Yu Jung-hyuk's thick eyebrow twitched slightly when Metatron's name was brought up. So it was related. It seems that you've done your homework. I don't have spare time to do crap like that. Nah, I just brought it up because you suddenly mentioned Eden, But after seeing your reaction, I guess Metatron wasn't the main instigator then. Han Suyong's power of deduction caused both of his brows to quiver this time. Who could it be? Who could have upset our precious regressor like this? He's not a being that someone like you would know. Yup, I knew it. It's the secretive plotter, right? Yu Jung-hyuk looked up at the standing Han Suyong. Her lips twitched a little as if to say, why are you so surprised like that? Hey, I'm not a moron, I'll have you know. I can easily guess the stuff your head manages to come up with. Incarnation, Han Suyong, is using predictive plagiarism. More correctly, it's the multiple MES, though. A fable where hundreds, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of Han Suyongs gathered together to predict the upcoming events. It was Yu Jung-hyuk's turn to ask this time. Do you know something about the secretive plotter? A really powerful outer god, right? He formed a disappointed face for a bit before speaking in a convinced tone of voice. I see that even if thousands of morons gather, they can't become a single genius. Wanna die? Fine, you know who that is, then. There is one being that I can think of. Who? Who is it? Rather than answering her right away, Yu Jung-hyuk recalled his memories. Instead, that bastard knew all of my histories. From the 0th regression to the far-flung futures, the ones I haven't even experienced yet. If my guess is correct, then there can only be one such existence in this entire world line. Han Suyong nodded her head in agreement. That sounds about right. There's only one with high enough probability. The two of them stared at each other for a little while, before muttering out the answers they thought of. However, who did you say it was? What kind of bullshit was that? Their answers were different from each other's. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons, 1 Fin. Chapter 387 Great War of Saints and Demons, 2. The first person to raise her voice was Han Suyong. What the hell? How can you even think that? Does one's intelligence get worse the more you regress? Taken words right out of my mouth. To think that a so-called writer would cook up something so unpleasant. She and Yu Jung-hyuk growled and glared at each other. And the first one to back off was also Han Suyong. Fool. Right, regressing 3 times could mess with your mind and cause you to dream up weird things. So, you're saying that secretive plotter is Kim Dokja from the future? That's what I think. Fine, well, it's not completely impossible, I'll give you that. All sorts of crazy things happen in the star stream and… Han Suyong was about to say a novel can also become reality in our world but quickly swallowed those words back. Even if that was true, she thought that such a thing shouldn't be mentioned in front of Yu Jung-hyuk. So, she said something else. Wouldn't it be quickest to ask the secretive plotter? Did you try to confirm it? He nodded his head. I had a deal with him. If I do something for him, then he'd answer a single question of mine. What did you ask him? I asked if his identity was truly Kim Dokja from the future. And then, what? He said that he wasn't. In that case, why are you… Let me be more clear. He said, once upon a time I might have been someone, but now I am no one. Might have been someone, but now they are no one? Han Suyong quickly realized what was wrong with that statement. The secretive plotter didn't implicitly deny being Kim Dokja from the future in that reply. No, what he said was much closer to I might be Kim Dokja, or I might not be than anything else. In that case, Yu Jung-hyuk not backing away from his guess made sense. Han Suyong asked one more time. Was that all you asked him? He knew of all the regression turns I've lived through. He was something once upon a time, but now, just a simple secretive plotter, a being that knew every regression turn Yu Jung-hyuk had lived in. Anything else? No. You kidding me? You fought like crazy just to ask him only that? Han Suyong yelled at him while panting like an angry bull. That guy didn't exist in your previous regressions, right? If you couldn't find out his real identity, you should have at least tried to learn other info, you know? I did hear what his goal was. What was it? He said that there was something he wanted to change. And someone he wished to kill as well. It felt as if the more she heard, the deeper she was being sucked into the quagmire. By flipping the term someone he wished to kill around, you'd get someone he can't kill yet. Was there a being on the level that even a godly existence like secretive plotter couldn't do anything about? That's all I've heard from him. That was all the questions I was permitted to ask. You couldn't dig out more info, though? That means you'll have to make another deal with him. If I do, then he'll have to bear a heavier cost than the last time, said Yu Jung-hyuk, and he shifted his gaze to the sky. She also looked up as well and activated midday tryst. Is he looking at us? I can't sense his gaze. That was a slightly disappointing result. They were chatting away openly like this so that the subject in question would hear them, but it seemed that he wasn't even watching them right now. Should she say it wasn't like secretive plotter? Han Suyong spoke. Well, this is problematic. If a godly being on that level decides to butt into the middle of something important, then no matter how good our plan is, it'll be useless. Especially so when on a stage as important as the current great war of saints and demons. If a small variable could flip the table on its head, then there was no way she'd not be concerned by it. However, Yu Jung-hyok's thoughts were different from hers. He probably won't step forward personally. What makes you think that? The evidence is with him using Kim Dokja or me to carry out his schemes. If he was able to make a move, then he'd have done so already. An existence of his level would need to exhaust a great deal of probability if he intends to make a move. That makes sense. Who knew that the moment I'd think the shitty probability would actually come? I have something to ask you now. I still haven't heard the basis for your unpleasant hypothesis. Why did you say the secretive plotter is that person? Yu Jung-hyok's question elicited a smirk from Han Suyong. What's this? I thought you weren't interested, but I guess it does bug you. You never fail to add unnecessary comments, don't you? Just before he could grasp the cold hilt of his sword, a rather sly voice came towards them from nearby. You two seem to be enjoying each other's company. Two people's cold, murderous glares squarely landed on Kim Dokja. He formed a bitter smile and was about to wave his hands around while backing away. But then, a new scenario message rose up in the empty air. New coordinates for the 113th regional conflict have been set. The gazes of the group were now fixed on Kim Dokja. Finally, time to make another move had arrived. Well, let's go and cause another scene then. As if they were all waiting for it, fables of Kim Dokja Company began clamoring loudly. New fable is sprouting in the Demon King of Salvation. List of candidates for Demon King of Salvation's second modifier have been generated. The Demon World's second-in-command was called by a variety of modifiers: Ruler of East Hell, Demon World's Proxy, Destroyer of Sanctity. Even though he carried many varied names, there could ever be only one true name for him: the Master of the Second Demon World, Agars. Ever since the Master of the First Demon World suddenly disappeared, Agars had been protecting the Demon World for the past thousands of years or so. He cut off the heads of archangels salivating over his territory, and protected those fables that allowed evil to exist as evil. While he tested the qualification of evil, restricted, and even ruled over it, he focused all of his being on only one question. What did evil exist for? Every time he ripped apart yet another living being, he immersed himself in that question. It was not important whether this question had an answer or not. No, that question simply enabled him to carry on. 113th Regional Conflict has been forcibly concluded. 114th Regional Conflict has been forcibly concluded. However, this was his first time seeing such a spectacle in the thousands of years he'd lived so far. Everyone, be strong for a little bit longer. We've almost suppressed them all. There were people rescuing the reincarnators from the chaotic battlefield. The expendables being sacrificed regardless of the outcome of the great battle between good and evil were being saved by someone. Now, normally, such actions would correspond to the side of good. However, the problem here was that a Demon King was responsible for performing that very action. Chaos points have increased by 4. Chaos points are currently 60. Warning. Chaos points have exceeded 60. Chaos. Neither good nor evil, it was something that existed outside of the world's probability and its natural order. You want to increase the chaos points and stop the great war of saints and demons, is that it? Reddish horns sprouted up below the fedora, pushed down deeply on Agaris' head, which was his unique quirk whenever he was intrigued by something. Stop smaller-scale destruction with the threat of even bigger destruction. It truly is an idea only the Demon King of Salvation can cook up. The one to offer his opinion was the devil of lust and wrath, Asmodeus. Agar spoke, his fingers gripping the throne, wagging to and fro. Why does he not side with evil? Surely, he'd not lose out by joining this side. Once this great war of saints and demons concludes, his climax will be completed. It also means that the he pursues is not on the path of evil. Even then, he doesn't seem to be pursuing the of good either. This was a far more awkward situation than if he had chosen to side with either the good or evil. Agars asked again. What are your thoughts? Metatron will make a move first before we do. There is simply no way that the aged angel who had been thirsting after this war more than anyone else would let his careful plans get thrown into disarray. Almost at the same time as those words came to an end, a single line message arrived through the Demon King's line of transmission. Agars, I've contacted you with a matter I need to discuss. The torn corners of Agaris' lips curled up in a smile. Metatron, I'm sure we don't enjoy a relationship where we can relaxedly chat away our spare time like this. The highest authorities in the demon world and Eden currently were speaking face to face through a screen. Just from the exchange of their gazes, A powerful burst of probabilities sparks exploded out. I don't mind shooting the breeze with you, but for now, it seems that I need to borrow your power for a little while. Have you ever heard of a story where good and evil joins hands? Well, the stories of evil trying to achieve its goal by any means necessary are quite common, aren't they? Even after hearing Agarth's sarcastic tone of voice, Metatron remained composed. There is a certain immature Nebula young juniors that believe they are the center of the universe. It was pretty clear who those juniors were in this little story. Agarth chuckled and replied, "To think you'd use the hotline just so that you can trample on a small nebula. How amusing. If things go wrong, then even the great war of saints and demons could collapse because of that small nebula. Do you wish to instill discipline in them as a senior of the star stream, then? Your Kandi disposition still remains, I see. Let's just say that I merely wish to teach them the true ways of the world. I decline. I don't need to join hands with someone like you, because crushing a nebula like that is nothing to me. I'm not proposing that we join hands. Then what?" Rather than a verbal reply, Metatron floated a small crucifix above his hand. It rose up in the air and continued to spin around. Kim Dokja Company was able to ruin the battlefields due to the fact that they have been exploiting how the forces are balanced, each side's power being equal. So what? But what if it's a battle where that balance has been broken from the beginning? Metatron blew at the crucifix when he did. Its axis of rotation was slightly disturbed and it began spinning unstably. Agarth asked as if he was displeased by something. "Are you suggesting that we create a battlefield where one side is at a disadvantage from the beginning?" "That's correct. Unless the combat forces of either side were evenly matched, Kim Dokja Company would have to try to shift the balance if it had tilted to one side already. If it had tilted towards evil, then lean towards good, and if it was tilting towards good, then push back to evil. If that situation was exploited inversely, then it'd not be an impossibility to engineer a regional conflict where Kim Dokja Company would be met with annihilation. 2. And you want to start a battle with who in disadvantage now? We should play fair in this matter, at least. If we create a regional conflict with the evil side in a disadvantage, then I shall create another one with good at a disadvantage. Interesting. I guess that you dearly wish to kill them even at the expense of sacrificing angels. We can't sit back and watch the chaos points rack up like this. Also, by creating several regional conflicts, we will be able to disperse Kim Dokja Company. What if they don't react to this provocation? Wouldn't that still be enough, then? Metatron's eyes, as seen on the screen, were glowing in white light. If they don't respond, then the ultimate victor of this war would end up being good and evil, after all. Gate leading to 115th regional conflict has opened. Gate leading to 116th regional conflict has opened. Gate leading to 117th regional conflict. I chuckled hollowly while watching the gate's blanket space in real time. I knew it. There was just no way that Metatron or Agarth would let this matter slide like that. Zhang Huiwen watched the portals that appeared and disappeared in real time and asked a question. "Dokja, see what's going on? They've started several regional conflicts at once. But can that even happen? Originally, no. Even if it's nominally a regional conflict, it can't start and end that quickly, you see. 115th regional conflict has concluded. 116th regional conflict has concluded." Along with the battlefields that were concluding abruptly, the scenario message floated up in the air as well. Plus, current state of Great War's progress. Absolute good points, 57. Absolute evil points, 57. Chaos points, 60. Plus, the good/evil points were rapidly climbing up as if to compete against the chaos points we had racked up. The one who eventually shot up from his seat first was Yi Hyun-song. We can't just sit back and do nothing. He clenched his fist tightly and continued on. There must be reincarnators being sacrificed in those battlefields. Of course there are. But if we enter one of those, we'll all die, replied Han Suyong as she chewed on her nails. Excuse me? Don't you get it? Those are all traps. They made up their minds to totally destroy us, that's what. Yi Hyun-song dazedly stared at me, and I nodded my head at him. Han Suyong is correct. Most likely we will be attacked the moment we enter there. It'll be the same end even if we don't enter. The complexions of the group became gloomier after hearing Yu Jung-hyok's words. Currently, the members of Kim Dokja Company were split up among good and evil. If the victor of the Great War of Saints and Demons was declared in this fashion, then the losing side would be met with a terrible fate. Obviously, the incarnation bodies would cease to exist, and even if one's luck was good and they became a soul, one would be tortured by the intense heat of hell and his or her ego would be destroyed in the end. We had no choice but to participate in the battles. It can't be helped, I guess. Sometimes one had to step right in knowing that it was a trap. I quickly divided the members. Zhang Huiwansi and Yi Hyun-seongsai, please participate in the 117th regional conflict. Han Suyong and Yu Jung-hyok, you two enter the 119th gate. Hey, hold up, what about you? You'll enter the 121st gate alone. Yu Jung Hyuk glared at me and wordlessly grasped the hilt of his sword, so I quickly made myself clear. No, I'm not saying that I'll really enter alone, you know. Then who are you going with? Folks who will become our allies. This time, Han Suyong tackled me. Who? Who'd want to become our allies in the current situation? Indeed, no one would want to side with us normally. However, if my thoughts were correct, then at least there was one. No, make that two. Nebula, Underworld, is waiting for you. I smirked and replied. My parents. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons 2 Fin. Chapter 388 Great War of Saints and Demons 3. After sharing brief goodbyes with my companions, I immediately sent a message to the underworld. A reply came back in no time at all. Constellation, Father of the Rich Night, has permitted your entry. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, has permitted your entry. Nebula, Underworld, has opened a portal that will summon you. Such a chuchachit. Now originally, it was not easy to leave beyond the scenario's boundaries when a massive scenario was already underway. However, the underworld had willingly spent an enormous amount of probability for my sake. I was really grateful for that. I might be called their successor, but I haven't even paid them a proper visit to say hello after getting their help the last time. Now that I thought about it, I was kind of apprehensive. Too, what if the reason for them permitting my entry without any issues was to beat me up for not visiting the underworld until now? Kim Dokja. A message suddenly came flying in and startled me. I quickly looked up. It wasn't via Midday Tryst, which meant there could be only one who had sent me this message. What's this? I thought you'd be busy after becoming the branch manager. But you still have enough leeway to mind what's happening this side, too? No, I don't. I made time, though. Bai Hyung, floating in the air, grumbled a bit while sucking on leaf tobacco. This guy. It looked as if he was fatigued from overworking after becoming a manager recently. He stared at me with complicated eyes and let a long sigh escape from his lips. I sensed the surrounding channel's transmissions get blocked off temporarily. You're trying to do something really dangerous. When did I ever not do that? This is different from the past. This time, the entirety of the star stream is paying attention to the things you're doing. I think I've heard that hundreds of times by now. You keep this up, and all the probabilities karma you've accumulated so far will blow up in your face. You know what that means, don't you? I nodded my head. I clearly saw all the horrifying things that happened after the twisted probability exploded forth back in the Demon King selection. And honestly, I'd been often feeling as if I was standing on a Jenga tower missing quite a few blocks lately. You be careful now. You can't stay lucky forever. Even if you are under protection by great Dakibis or outer gods. Under the protection of who? Forget it. I shouldn't have said anything. Bai Hyung shook his head and lightly spread some smoke in the air. When he did, the frozen channels began opening up once more with the tobacco smoke as the center. Come back alive. Don't die. Is that something you should say to a guy heading to the netherworld? He didn't have to say anything, but I knew that, most likely, Bai Hyung had been stopping all the interference attempts coming from the Bureau. He was just a measly little low-ranked Dakibi the first time we met, but now he became big enough to help me out in this manner. Indeed, one had to live long enough first to see something like this. Transmission through space-time has begun. All sensory perception seemed to split apart before me, and when I opened my eyes again, the blackened and withered grounds of the netherworld greeted my presence. It was the underworld. Originally, I needed to utilize the services of the boatman Sharon and cross the river first, but that step had been omitted this time. I walked on the graveled banks of the dried-up river and headed off towards Hattis Palace for a while. The moment I stepped inside the outer castle, though, tens of thousands of gazes landed on me as if they had been waiting for my arrival. From the 3 judges of the underworld to the innumerable number of souls judging from how ferocious the overall atmosphere was, I had to conclude that their gazes were not friendly at all. Judges of the underworld have discovered your presence. As expected, there was another purpose in summoning me here, wasn't there? Shushashut. Emitting statuses that might turn every living thing into withered, mummified husks. The 3 judges of the underworld approached me as if they were gliding in the air. Each judge was a fable-grade constellation. I quickly grasped the unbreakable faith attached to my hips. Even if I had grown stronger, it was not going to be easy trying to fend off against these 3 when we were in the underworld. It was right then that the leading judge's eye level began lowering towards the ground. That was the start. The second and third judges also lowered their eye level. All 3 of them were now kneeling before me. And the army of the underworld following after them all began settling down like a violent but low tidal wave. I took a closer look, and that volatile atmosphere I felt earlier was a bit different in nature to what I was assuming earlier. In fact, the judges of the underworld were looking at me while wiping away at their eyes as if they were deeply moved about something. Kugugugugu. The underworld itself seemed to have knelt before me to open up a path. It was the path that led into the inner sanctum of the palace. Only 2 constellations were allowed to walk on this path up until now. We welcome you to the kingdom of the night, O heir to the underworld. Along with the judge's declaration, a system message floated up in my view. You are currently the prince of the underworld. While moving through the palace's interior, I couldn't help but feel a bit strange inside. I figured that something like this might happen after becoming the successor to the underworld, but still, experiencing a near-vertical rise of my station made the inside of my brain go all soft and mushy. I had never been treated this warmly before in my life. On top of that, what was up with this rather gloomy and decorative costume? Character, Ricardo von Keixenix, asks you if you were also a prince. The 4th prince of the Keixenix archipelago, sharing the same vision as me, decided to say something. As I deliberated on what my reply should be, the judge attentively studying me also decided to address me. Excuse me, Your Highness. Yes? I'd like to apologize for the matters of the last time. Now that I thought about this Ajusi, he was the same judge who greeted me when I entered the underworld in order to recover Shin Yusung's soul. He was the one who drank lots of Yamada no Oroka snake wine and helped me in secret. What was his modifier again? No, it's fine. Things worked out well in the end, so it's alright. I was actually grateful back then. The king of the underworld is waiting for you. I tensed up and stepped across the doorway along with the judges. The confidence-inspiring statuses from them guarding my side made me feel a bit weird inside. Though, if I become the master of the underworld, I'd get to order around constellations like them. Fufu. I see. So that's what happened. Persephone's voice coming from the darkness interrupted my chain of thoughts. She sat on her throne and was busy chatting away with someone sitting on the top of her hand. A bot. It was the same story back then, too. Bot. It was a little machi bouncing around. I knew who that voice belonged to. And even before I could say something, Bu discovered me first and cried out in happiness. Abahat. Our young successor has finally arrived, it seems. I didn't know why Bu was here, but still, this wasn't a bad development. Persephone seemed to be thoroughly entertained by her adorable antics. After all, Hades' stony gaze and Persephone's warm, gentle one landed on me simultaneously. It felt as if my whole body was freezing up as this itchy sensation traveled all over me. As expected, just the glance of a myth-grade constellation contained enough power to overwhelm all existences. I recalled Hades' incredible battle against Poseidon and performed a simple standing greeting with a bow of my head. It's been a while, O father of the rich night, and queen of the darkest spring. Indeed, it's been too long, my child. Have you been well? Yes, I have. How about you, my queen? Fufu, we've been doing well. Although, we were a little saddened that our only son paid us a visit so belatedly like this. The conversation we shared had this festive holiday vibe to it. Since I didn't have any experience in things like this, I couldn't figure out at all on how to carry on with the conversation. Hades, sitting on a commodious throne, was looking down at me with an expression I still couldn't read, while Persephone carried a brightly smiling face as she continued to talk to me. The loneliness from your absence has been filled by our littlest granddaughter here. To think, I'd get to see a Dakibi granddaughter in our old age. Indeed, one needs to live long enough first to see such a thing. She must really liked Bu still going bot. Persephone gently patted the small Dakibi sitting on the back of her hand. Although we have a grandchild, you still regretfully lack a partner. When are you planning to introduce us to your mate? That I still need to think, ABO. The top question nobody wanted to hear during the holidays flew in at me right away. It was right then the silent judges decided to step forward. According to our investigations, there are several potential candidates, Your Majesty. Oh, is that so? Yes. This data has been compiled after investigating through the Olympus Fate matching system Cupid's Arrow Shot and Help Us Duo Venus. TL. Duo is apparently a matchmaking company in South Korea, specializing in finding marriage partners. Not sure if I got the reference right, though. Judges, you seem to have done something productive for once. No, hang on a minute here. Why were these geezers called judges investigating my private life? Unfortunately, a hologram floated up in the air without giving me a chance to stop them. Firstly, this is the candidate number 1. What popped up on it was a certain footage. Dokja has a Dokja's life to live, after all. A Dokja's life. Dokja, see, that's a wonderful assertion. What the? Out of all the footages available, why did they have to go and bring out such dark history? The judge spoke in a composed tone of voice. Candidate number 1 is a deeply considerate woman. Not only can she accept our prince's peculiar sensibilities with tolerance as vast as rivers and oceans, but she also possesses a gentle, warm personality and natural decisiveness, as well as a wonderful outer appearance. Honestly speaking, she may even perhaps be out of our esteemed prince's league. It felt as if the more I heard him speak, the more dazed I got. Next up is candidate number 2. Following her, a certain woman sucking on a lemon candy and blessed with prim eyes as well as a distinctive beauty spot just below one of them appeared on the screen. Dummy. Why are you crying on a nice day like today? I mean, it's even snowing, too. I promised to think up a nice modifier later on. Okay? The judge formed a contented smile while looking at the footage and continued on with his story. Although candidate number 2 possesses an abrasive personality and often resorts to biting, sarcastic remarks, she also happens to share a special relationship with our prince. She is the sole existence who fully understands our prince's dark hobby. And not only that, they can even converse freely regarding that hobby. Truly, a special being with no one else like her in the… Yup, the matchmaking system of Olympus had definitely lost a lot of its marbles, hadn't it? Before the face of the third candidate could appear, I summoned up all my courage and shouted out, "No, hang on a minute. I don't have any thoughts of marriage yet." The judge lowered his head as if he wanted to apologize and backed off. If the esteemed prince isn't ready yet, then the introduction of the next candidate can be delayed until the next time. I wonder who'll be able to tame this stubborn prince of ours. Persephone complained in a tone of voice eerily similar to my real mother. Well, if all else fails, it'll be fine to bring the Dakibi that gave birth to this child as your partner. Both Hades and I are not bound by humanity's trifling and old-fashioned idea of one's preference. Marry Baihyung? I'd rather kill myself. Hades and I will not interfere even if you possess the sexual preference of man, who knows his ignorance and sage of idea. Judges of the underworld are waiting for your choice with keen anticipation. A small number of constellations are getting interested in your preference. Constellation who enjoys changing genders is paying close attention. I lightly sucked in a breath and quickly opened my lips to speak. Mother. Persephone's eyes trembled after she heard my words. What did you… I believe you already know why I came here. I've come to ask you for a favor. Even if the time flow was slower in the underworld, I couldn't dither about for too long. From the get-go, I had only one reason to pay a visit to this place, anyway. Please, lend me the army of the underworld. My words finally prompted Hades to break his silence. Do you understand what that implies? A voice that seemed to blanket the world in pure darkness began pressing down on the entire palace. An existence of the underworld permitted to lead the army. There was only one such being, and that was the master of this realm, the king of the underworld. I am aware. Does that mean you shall officially accept the position of the successor? I nodded my head. If you agree to become the king of the underworld, then once all these scenarios are over, you must remain here to rule this realm. Do you truly understand what that means? It means that I cannot go to the world of the living without special circumstances. Are you saying that you shall willingly succeed the throne of the underworld and be locked up here for the rest of your life? Yes, I unhesitantly replied. Hades slowly stood up from his throne and stared at me with a certain air of aloofness. Even though I've grown much stronger, fighting against Hades was still out of the question. My heart felt as if it exploded from the nervousness, but since I was doing it, I had to see it till the end. The power of the underworld was essential if I wanted to win the great war of saints and demons. I shall become the official successor of the throne of the underworld. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons 3 Fin. Chapter 389 Great War of Saints and Demons 4. I'd become Underworld's official successor. Even though I was the one who said it, it didn't feel all that real to me. However, it seemed that I wasn't the only one who suspected the sincerity of my declaration. The king of Tartarus and the ruler of the night, Hades, was glaring at me. You have spoken a lie in Underworld. Accompanied by the icy sensation, cold enough to freeze my toes, death was now staring straight at me. Right after becoming our child, I see you're already learning to deceive us. Hades rebuked me in a cold voice and stood up from his throne to walk closer to my position. I wanted to stand up from my spot right then, but my body didn't want to move. The status of a myth-grade constellation had currently suppressed my entire body. That was why. Thankfully, nothing untoward happened. Hades did get to where I was, but then unhurriedly brushed past me and walked straight out of the royal palace. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned my head around to find Persephone rubbing her chin with a meaningful smile on her face. Is this the conflict between father and son that I've only ever heard about? For a tone of voice coming from a troubled-looking face, she sure sounded rather entertained. An eternal battle between a father and a son, with the mother in between. That sounded like a narrative deeply stained by the ways of Olympus. As if to say I shouldn't worry, Persephone lightly patted me on the shoulder. Only then did I sense the muscles of my body frozen by Hades status loosen up. Do not be too concerned, for your father's personality has always been like that. However, your guilt in this matter is just as grave after daring to spout a lie first. You've never harbored thoughts of staying in Underworld from the beginning. Have you? She perfectly hit the mark and I had nothing to say. I never wanted to take over for Hades and become this realm's king. What I wanted was Underworld's powers, not to inherit its throne. Hades probably had catoned onto my motives a while ago. It will take some time before that fellow's anger has sufficiently cooled down. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It's true that both Hades and I already knew you never planned to remain in this realm anyway. Persephone's eyes arched to a pair of gentle crescents. If it's all right with you, accompany your mother to a meal. Persephone's dining table I hadn't seen in a while remained pretty much the same slabs of well-cooked and delicious-looking steaks, as well as salad, laid out in several layers on top of a large plate. On the outside, they resembled foods commonly found everywhere, but I already knew very well that those were no ordinary meal. Bravery of an empress of swords who conquered the world. Wisdom of a third-circle magician who spent his entire life in a library. Will of a swordmaster who couldn't use either sword strengthening or sword manifestation. I wondered if I saw something wrong here and read the menu one more time. Hurry and have your fill. Do you not find the menu to your liking? No, it's not that. But now that you've become a constellation, you must consume proper fables to survive. You won't be able to absorb enough nutrients through the foods of regular humans. I hope that, as you're an adult now, you've managed to fix your picky eating habit. She sounded like my real mother by saying that. Your mother worries a lot about you whether you're eating properly and on time or not, if you're getting enough sleep. My hand moving towards the fork came to a stop at her words. Have you spoken to my mother? Fufu. We've talked to each other a few times. If it was Persephone, then she was fully capable of doing that. The foie gras placed before me had this name, even heart of a mother sending her child away. This couldn't have been my mother's actual heart. Now was it? I put the fork down and spoke. I see that the type of foods has changed since the last time. There were swordmasters and archmages here in the past, if I recall correctly. The Isle of Reincarnators have opened now, so we should enjoy special dishes for a change. Wouldn't you agree? I may look this way, but am still a member of the Gourmet Association, so I shouldn't be eating the same food every day. Her fork and knife moved accompanied by rich gravy. Aromatic paragraphs leaked out from thinly sliced fables. Persephone's graceful hand movements brought that food into her mouth. What she ate just now was will of a swordmaster who couldn't use either sword strengthening or sword manifestation. And some fables will disappear if you don't make an effort to consume them. Dying fables were disintegrating at the end of the fork. Fables that no one searched for were pouring out entrancing sentences on the tip of Persephone's tongue right up until she consumed them. I felt complicated while watching that sight. Persephone looked back and smiled. I'm aware that you are dissatisfied by the eating habits of the constellations. You probably don't like the way we easily consume the joys, angers, sorrows, and pleasures of incarnations. However, every incident taking place in the universe is destined to be left behind as a fable. You, me, other incarnations and constellations will be consumed by something else eventually. The lives of all living beings would become the stories of the star stream. If we're bound by such a fate, then the best any constellations could do is to act towards preserving the most varied spectrum of fables. That is my belief. Leaving behind varied fables and preserve varied types of stories. Maybe what Persephone said might not be wrong. In her own way, she was pursuing what she believed to be right in the star stream. This was probably the reason why she was a member of the Gourmet Association, too. But I was sure that she didn't invite me here to speak of her philosophy towards fables. May I ask, what is it that you really wish to tell me about? In truth, Hades does not want you to remain in this place. Does that mean he doesn't want me to be his successor? It's different from that. If I were to put it into words. Persephone spoke, as she began cutting the delicacy placed on the plate in the middle of the table. Hades and I, we do not wish for you to stop as just the king of the underworld. That means Olympus has fallen. The underworld, too, has lost its former glory. Being satisfied with the position of the king of the underworld, now that is no different than placing your name on the coattail of a disappearing fable. Underworld is a good fable. And it's a declining fable, too. Indeed, the power enveloping Underworld currently was not like this in the past. An ancient and withered fable, a story that got progressively spoken of less and less in the star stream, would lose its power little by little. Persephone's unreadable eyes staring at the delicacies contained deep-seated melancholy. Maybe she had been constantly thinking about this, even as she dined on and enjoyed many different fables. The fear that eventually, his and her underworld would be buried under the forgotten alleys of passing time and become another stuffed piece in the Isle of Reincarnators. That is the undeniable way of time itself as long as we exist within the star stream. The moment I heard her words, I was overcome by this unfathomably deep, intense sorrow. It was the kind of sadness that I'd never experienced before. Both Persephone and Hades would disappear. From the memories of people, from my own memories, and the story they had compiled would disappear forever. I didn't like constellations. I disliked their actions, and I disliked the way they peeped on the world itself, too. But why? Did I not want to see Persephone and Hades disappear? Maybe I didn't want to acknowledge this truth, because I unknowingly spoke in a curt voice. Why are you being so nice to me? I bit down on my lips before opening them again. I merely came here to use you. If I failed to acquire the power of Underworld, then Kim Dokja Company would end up in grave danger on the Isle of Reincarnators. Even then, I came out and said those words. Perhaps I wanted to confirm something as a human called Kim Dokja, and not as Kim Dokja Company. The fourth wall is faintly shaking. Fruit of good and evil is worsening your guilty conscience. Even if that confirmation turned out to be a useless waste of time. Persephone quietly studied me for a little while, lightly wiped her lips with a napkin, and extended her hand in my direction. Her eyes were gentle and friendly, with not a hint of animosity in them. Flustered, I tried to get up, but her status had already reached my shoulder. A very long time ago, we have received a certain revelation from the three sisters of fate. A revelation? It said, a successor to the darkest night who will end the most ancient myth will appear. Abruptly, I recalled the story Dionysus told me before. Several constellations, including myself, believe that you will be the one to reach the several constellations back then must have been Persephone and Hades. Meanwhile, she continued on. I was initially furious after hearing that oracle. Furious? Because I possess the fable that can't have children. I had no idea that Persephone had such a backstory. Could it be that the reason why she had no children until now was because of that? Persephone lightly brushed my hair back. At first I waited, wondering if it was possible. Maybe I'd be blessed with a miracle. Maybe we'd be blessed with a beautiful child who'd remember our stories. Even if only the darkness, hellish landscape, and prisons existed here, we were confident of raising our child better than any of the 12 gods of Olympus as long as given a chance. To teach our child the ways of understanding the darkness of other beings, to tell him the kind of hell that others could never sympathize with, and to show him the merciless prison punishing the evil that tramples on the righteousness of the universe. For many hundreds of years, I lived on in that delusion. The ends of her fingers were trembling ever so slightly. I couldn't dare to understand the meaning behind that tremor. I simply couldn't even begin to unpack the pain and the hatred towards Olympus contained in each word she spoke. Persephone managed to sigh softly and continued on. Hades and I forced our way past many things for a very long time. We knew that we couldn't have children, but we were never unhappy. Even if the underworld would come to an end in our generation and no one would remember the fables we had lived through, we are different from the 12 gods, that were different from those parents who forcibly passed on their fables to their children, that we are complete as just us. But then, one day, you made your appearance. Persephone's eyes were now looking at me. Actually, he was the first one to discover you. She continued on in the voice of someone in a dream. He said that he started watching your history from when you managed to survive in the subway. At first, I could hardly believe that there was a child like you, because I believed that such fables were over in this world. I can still remember his excited voice when he talked about you. We watched a small fable that grew up all alone fighting against the world itself. We watched as you challenged the mighty constellations, faced off against the outer god, and while resisting against Dakibi's scenarios, managing to amass 5 fables to be reborn as a small constellation among the stars. I recalled the moments of Kim Dokja Company being born a long time ago. Back then, Persephone was one of the 5 constellations who supported me. That was when we first began thinking about this, that we wanted to become your parents. I barely managed to swallow back a certain something trying to well up. I felt that I could just about understand the truth of the affection Persephone had shown me all this time. Just a tiny little bit. Both Hades and I do not wish for you to end up as the king of the underworld. We also do not wish for you to be bound to us, and do not wish for the lives we've lived, our history, to become the rules that you must abide by. No, all you need to do is to advance forward towards the end of all scenarios, like you've been doing all along. But I am the underworld's. You're our son. That is all that matters. I didn't possess a single thing to repay that kindness. All I could give them was just the promise of a future that hadn't been written yet, the one without any guarantees. When I reach the of all scenarios, I'll definitely be with your stories as well. Persephone formed a faint smile. Head to the terrace. Your father is waiting for you. I didn't have any good memories of my father. My father, drunken out of his mind and beating me up, dissatisfaction towards the world spat out like curses, and the inexplicable animosity aimed at me. I only had memories of a life where I simply had to endure and live on. Pardon me? Hades, possessing the shadow of the noble knight, stood waiting at the far end of the terrace. He was staring at the sight of the underworld stretching to the other side of the palace. I didn't know what to say and could only stare at the wide expanse endlessly. I saw the tributaries where the river of hell flowed within, and beyond them, wandering souls looking in this direction. Do you see it? The deaths of countless people where their sadness was there too, and so were the joys and pains of life. All those cherished desires that failed to come to fruition floated down the river's surface. This is the underworld. While constellations were fulfilling their desires in the scenarios, souls sacrificed to those desires were swept into this place. The world of those who were discarded, wounded, and broken by the scenarios that was the underworld. I shifted my gaze over to Hades. He understood this darkness and became the king of the underworld, while never turning away from the tides of sadness rushing in from the world of the living, while saving each and every one of those souls. While listening to other people's stories for thousands of years, nay, even tens of thousands of years, at that moment I thought for some reason I could say the words I held back for the longest time. Father. Hades didn't reply. Maybe that word was just as foreign to him as it was for me. Still, he did reply. Command the army. I looked at him again, utterly stunned now. And in the next moment, I heard the sound akin to the darkness roaring out. Souls in the near vicinity of the fortress walls were rushing towards the palace. Some of them carried determined expressions, while others carried heroically grim ones. And in front of them all stood the three judges. It was an enormous army, crashing in like a tidal wave. I had a hard time trying to hide my heart palpitating from the powerful aura of the great army that had not been seen before. For the glory of Underworld, the first judge shouted out. For the glory of the Underworld's prince. The second judge prostrated and looked at me. And as the third judge powerfully raised his spear towards the heavens, every soul here began roaring out in a single voice. For the eternity of all scenarios and their epilogue. As the roar continued on, the king of the underworld addressed me. And now go. Hades didn't even look at me when he said that. Even though he didn't, he was still looking at me. He had always been looking at me. Underworld is your ally from this moment on. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons 4 Fin. Chapter 390 Great War of Saints and Demons 5. Duoang. 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 The beating war drums resounded out from the other side of the gate. Han Suyang stood before the gate leading to the 119th regional conflict and looked behind her. Hey, you ready? This battle would be fought alongside Yu Yunghyak. Their personalities were a bad match, but there was no other ally that instilled as much confidence as he did. Unfortunately, that Yu Yunghyak was displaying a slightly strange behavior right now. Yu Yunghyak? Rather than getting ready to enter the 119th gate, he was staring at the newly generated the 123rd gate instead. Now beset with a certain ominous foreboding, she was about to call out his name, but then, his figure suddenly vanished. And then, a strong repulsive force pushed her back forward. You're entering the 119th gate. Dada? The last thing she saw was Yu Yunghyak's hard, emotionless expression. You go there alone. I've another battlefield to get to. Hey you can't make that Desi. Even before Han Suyang could shout something in reply to that sudden declaration, the surrounding space tore and swirled, about to reveal a brand new battlefield. God damn it. Incarnation Han Suyang has entered the 119th regional conflict. Incarnation Han Suyang's affiliated camp is evil. She had already crossed the gate and couldn't go back now. She simply had to end this battle first if she wanted to return. Many constellations have taken notice of you. The only person on the wide-open camp of evil was just Han Suyang alone. On the other hand, frightful gazes from constellations belonging to the opposing camp were raining down on her one after the other. Constellation, Master of the Ark, is looking at you. Constellation, Guardian of Youth and Travel, is looking at you. Constellation, Morning Star Goddess, is looking at you. Constellation, the one who faces God, is looking at you. Constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, is looking at you. Han Suyang could only moan in horror as she confirmed the owners of those gazes. Even if she discounted the Master of the Ark Noah, there were the Guardian of Youth and Travel, Archangel Raphael, and Goddess Vacarine of Guardian Tree, the one who faces God, Archangel Camel, and the demon-like Judge of Fire, Archangel Uriel, too. And then, the absolute riot of Valkyries standing behind with nary a gap between right behind them. Just looking at them alone made her nearly soil herself. She knew this was a trap, but still, to think that they created a battlefield with such a difference in the combat strengths. No, did this even qualify to be called a battlefield in the first place? I wonder if Kim Dokja will take care of my funeral properly. Oh, small evil. The moment Han Suyang heard the true voice of the Morning Star Goddess, She realized that this situation was not something to be made fun of. Many in the good camp wished to judge you. Han Suyong bit her lower lip, and just as she unfurled the bandages on her left hand, someone suddenly stepped up to her side. Someone has joined the evil camp. Someone entered such a disadvantageous battlefield? But who? I was originally going to sit back and spectate, but you see, I have someone I must settle a score with. It was such a uniquely annoying voice that Han Suyong immediately recognized who it belonged to. Asmodeus? It's been a while, incarnation of the Black Flame Dragon. It was right then. She recalled something Kim Dokja told her some time ago. Raphael and Asmodeus have a history together. If these two ever run into each other in the battlefield, try to use that to your advantage. Asmodeus' claws extended out, and even without Han Suyong doing anything, the Demon King was already brimming full of desire to fight. Raphael. Finally, it's time to pay you back for the previous battle. Leaving black afterimages behind, Asmodeus dashed forward at the same time. Two immense magical energies collided in midair. The Demon King might be an untrustworthy being in any other situation, but at least, it was better than not having any as an ally right now. Kua. Han Suyong avoided the explosion and rose up higher in the air. The view of the battlefield as seen from above stretched on forever. Even if Asmodeus was fighting against Raphael, there were still a lot of other constellations left. Screw it, Kim Dokja. And screw you too, Yu Young-hik. In order to fight against that huge army, she had no choice but to unleash the hidden card she'd been saving up. Until now. I, the master of the Black Flame, Han Suyong, shall awake the dragon of the ancient seal. Oh, the constellation darker than darkness itself. Oh, the abyss deeper than the flowing night. Her left arm reacted to her incantation and wiggled around. A dragon's roar could be heard coming from a distance somewhere. Here in this place, reveal yourself. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is getting ready for the advent of Half-God. On the other hand, Yu Young-hyuk had entered the 123rd gate all alone and began searching for someone in this battlefield covered in bushes fluttering in the wind. No mistaking it. It's her aura. The reason why he went against Kim Dokja's request and entered this particular gate was standing right before his eyes now. Yu Young-hyuk, please become my ally. He had never forgotten the moment of the distant past when he heard those words for the first time. Her elegantly shaped nose and neatly arranged blonde hair, her eye with an ominous red glint circling within, as if to ridicule everything in this world. Anna Croft. She was just as he had remembered. You came, Yu Young-hyuk. Incarnation Yu Young-hyuk has entered the 123rd regional conflict. Incarnation Yu Young-hyuk's affiliated camp is good. The reason why he entered this battlefield was that he knew Anna Croft would be here. And the constellation who told him that was Constellation, secretive plotter, forms a bizarre smile. Yu Young-hyuk gritted his teeth and spoke. It's time to settle the score from the second regression turn. He quietly unsheathed heavenly dark demon sword, and its blade let out a sharp blackened cry. The moment of vengeance he had been waiting for a long time was here. He pointed his weapon at her as she remained composed in her spot. Take out your weapon. I have no desire to fight you. Then just die. He strode forward threateningly, yet she simply shook her head in reply. Are you really here to get even for the second turn? Your revenge is meaningless. You should know that I'm not the Anna Croft from the second turn. Is the you of yesterday not you anymore? What do you mean? You have inherited the memories and the desires of the second turn Anna Croft. You possess the exact same ideal and goal as her. Without a doubt, you are that Anna Croft. What determines one's existence is the fables in one's possession. I see that your views are the same whether it's the second turn or now. Even though she was staring at Yu Young-hyuk's approaching sword, she still remained utterly defenseless. Seeing the signs of near resignation in her eyes, his expression hardened. Where are the Zarathustras? They are not here. Don't make me laugh. It's not possible that you'd come alone. If it was the Anna Croft you knew, then yes, she'd never do that. He took another large step forward and her hair fluttered from his status. Her face, now revealed in full, displayed hints of wounds here and there. What caught his eyes the most was the scar surrounding the eye of the great demon. It was as if someone tried to deliberately cut it out. What happened to you? Many things happened. She shoved his hand away and shot back at him. It means that the lofty Anna Croft you knew has fallen a long time ago already. Just as her words came to an end, some things came rushing in from the other side of the battlefield. Constellations that had chosen evil were dashing across the field while fully unleashing their statuses. As if he knew something like this would happen, Yu Young-hyuk moved to take Anna Croft as a hostage. However, something felt off. A portion of constellations from the nebula Asgard have entered the applicable regional conflict. A portion of constellations from the nebula Vedas have entered the applicable regional conflict. A portion of constellations from the nebula Papyrus, have entered the applicable regional conflict. Anna Croft was actually smiling as she stared at the sword pointing at her neck. Please stop with your foolish actions, Yu Jung Hyuk. We're on the same side after all. Incarnation Anna Croft's affiliated camp is good. I thought Asgard was your Nebula sponsor? I understand your grudge, but can you please postpone it until the next time? They might have been talking about two different things, but they still fully understood each other's situations. Such a thing was obvious, however one was a regressor who understood the past better than anyone, while the other was a prophet who used to face off constantly against such a regressor. Yu Jung Hyuk withdrew his sword and spoke. A fitting end for you, prophet. And it seems that I'll have to share this end with you. Kuga gu gu gu. The great army of Asgard marching forward while kicking up dust clouds finally came to a halt. Constellation, god of fairness and friendliness, finds this situation regrettable. Constellation, flames of Muspelheim, wishes to burn everything within this battlefield. Constellation, who likes to change genders, is looking at Incarnation Yu Jung Hyuk. As if to show their final bit of consideration, Selena Kim and Iris stood at the front of the marching army that had stopped advancing. Yu Jung Hyuk could read many emotions written on their faces. Their final consideration, then. Unfortunately, them stopping didn't mean that other constellations would do the same. Dodge it. At the end of Anna Croft's words, both of their figures vanished from the spot. And then, a massive explosion noise enveloped the entire battlefield. A stupendously large crater could be found caved in on the ground where they used to stand. Quarururung. Currents of lightning could be seen encroaching the skies above. Sounds similar to laughter coming from shady, dark constellations could be heard. Constellation, Black Wolf god of death, has chosen evil camp. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolt, has chosen evil camp. Anna Croft's complexion paled as she confirmed the modifiers of the constellations. The Black Wolf god of death was a powerful constellation from Papyrus, Anubis. As for the God King of Thunderbolt, oh my god, it's Indra. If Olympus had its 12 gods, then Nebula Vedas had its 8 Locapolas as well. And one constellation lorded over those 8 Locapolas as their king. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, has summoned the rain of thunderbolts. And that was precisely the God King of Thunderbolts, Indra. Many constellations are pleading for the case of unfairness at the God King of Thunderbolts' involvement. It was not difficult to see why some criticized this situation. Indra was not your average constellation who should be appearing in a measly little regional conflict, after all. It'd not be an exaggeration to call Indra the strongest existence in Vedas, if one excluded its 3 main gods. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, is currently in advent of half-god state. On top of this, he was not in an incarnation body but half-god state as well. Anna Croft squeezed her mouth shut as she dodged the falling raindrops of lightning. Even if she was an excellent fighter, and no matter how powerful Yu Jung Hyuk was, it was impossible to fight against that constellation right now. Meanwhile, Yu Jung Hyuk asked her a question. Why did you betray me? Is this the right time for such a conversation? Said Anna Croft. But then, she saw his wordless gaze still locked onto her, and replied with a sigh. That was the best available way forward at the time. I believe that I'd reached the end I thought of by doing that. So, did you reach that end then? Anna Croft didn't reply this time. The ways of survival or the records from the 1863rd turn didn't explain which scenario Anna Croft of the second turn had managed to reach. So only she knew what her own result was. However, she spat out her words in an angry voice. Instead, why do you ask when you know the answer already? The Black Wolf god of death made its move, then. Anubis, the fable-grade constellation wearing a jet-black jackal mast and wielding a black spear, its weapon accurately stabbed past the falling rain of thunderbolts and took aim at Anna Croft's heart. But then, Kaduda-duck. He'll be the one to kill her, said Yu Jung Hyuk in a low, heavy voice as he grabbed the spear with his bare hand. Constellation, Black Wolf god of death, is stunned. An incredible status began emitting from Yu Jung Hyuk's body, the status of a transcender. Now bathed in golden rays of light, magical energy boiled within his body. Anubis' spear began rocking powerfully, as if it was having a seizure. Anubis loudly declared as if it wanted to oppose this power. Oh, the one who resists against death. I am the god of death, Anubis. I shall reap your life in this place. God of death? Replied Yu Jung Hyuk. You are no god of death. At the same time, blue light exploded from his right arm. Just as Anubis screamed and backed away, the heavenly dark demon's sword in his hand roared out once more. I've already seen the real god of death. This was one of the techniques Yu Jung Hyuk had been hiding until now. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons, 5 Fin. Chapter 391, Great War of Saints and Demons, 6. A battle fought on a beach not too long ago flitted in and out of Yu Jung Hyuk's irises. On that day, The spear that separates the boundaries of the oceans clashed against the abundant night. It was the battle of Gigantomachia he witnessed back then. In that place, he saw the boundless ocean and infinite night go head-to-head. Poseidon and Hades. A battle of statuses between two myth-grade constellations, the brilliant showdown of the enormous statuses possessed by the constellations occupying the top rungs of the expansive star stream. Yu Jung Hyok bore witness to that battle and was shocked by it, felt moved by it, and had to despair because of it. And he stood back up again. He did what he needed to do in order to surpass those distant enemies. This sword strike was a technique he created by copying those enemies he couldn't surpass yet. Breaking the sky swordsmanship. Inner mysteries. Al-Yi. Split the dark ocean. Yu Jung Hyok's sword moved along with the illusion of the jet-black ocean splitting apart. It was a sword strike imitating Hades' scythe colliding against the spear of the oceans. The ether blade burning up in the blue hue was immediately dyed in the black light, and the explosive magical energy from the transcender substituted for the darkness of underworld. And in the next instant, Yu Jung Hyok's breaking the sky energy cut apart Anubis' torso. Wah! The powerful sword strike tore through Anubis' body. It screamed and collapsed to the ground. Even if they were in the 80th scenario, this power to defeat a fable-grade constellation was... Many constellations are shocked by incarnation Yu Jung Hyok's godship. The power of a human that had finally exceeded that of constellations caused them to seethe in agitation. Attack him together. Fire. Kill him. Someone's cry became the signal for the bombardment to commence. Arrows imbued with powerful magical energy rained down. Yu Jung Hyok confronted them all from the front. Push-ut. Push-ut. Even as the arrows pierced his side, shoulders, and thighs, he stood before Anna Croft to deflect all of the attacks. She had to ask him, "Why? You'll die. Then why don't you let me? Not in this place. That isn't a part of Kim Dokja's plan." She bit her lips hard. Kim Dokja. Of course, she knew who he was. However, what was he? Anyway, just what was his importance, that this proud and unyielding man decided to bend his own belief for that guy? Yu Jung Hyok muttered loudly as if to answer her silent inquiry. "I once glimpsed the memories from the regression turn of a far-flung future." A far-flung future, he said. Before she could say something, though, he continued on. It seemed that many things had happened. "Well, looks like you've glimpsed something really fun. Then, did you also happen to see the end of the third turn, too?" "I did not. However, I did see what your future was like." Anna Croft's shoulders flinched a little from surprise. She possessed precognition, but all she could spy on was snippets of the future. She definitely couldn't see the distant future beyond this world line. Yu Jung Hyok asked her, "Do you wish to know?" "Not at all." He ignored her and opened his lips. "Like how you've inherited the memories of yourself from the second turn, the you of the next turn will inherit the memories of you from the third turn. Just like that, you'll continue to use retrocognition to glimpse into the portions of memories from the previous regression turns and inch forward into the future. Just like how you've doing until now. You're speaking of obvious things. Someone who can't see the future can also say stuff like that. What are you trying to tell me here?" replied Anna Croft with a dismissive smirk. But Yu Jung Hyok's expression remained unreadable. Past the 700th turn, many things changed. Me. Under the curse of remembering our past turns, we grew weaker and weaker. We? No, hang on. And past the 900th turn and then the 1000th. One day you told me this. Yu Jung Hyok slowly blinked his eyes and recalled a certain passage he read from the records of the 1863rd turn. Yu Jung Hyok, I won't be transferring the memories of everything that happened so far to the next turn. I can't do this anymore. I'm not like you. I can't keep fighting on while carrying all this burden. From here on, you'll be alone. Are you confident of carrying the burdens of everything? Anna Croft's complexion paled as she yelled out. That can't be me. I won't break down. I am. You'll change. His words digging in like a sharp oracle made her entire body shudder. Her empty eyes began quaking next. Before she could say something, though, he opened his mouth first. However, I'd like you not to change. Her eyes opened wider and wider. I wish to keep hating you. I plan to remember every single thing you've done and never forgive you for them. For that purpose. He left the trembling Anna Croft behind and stepped forward while unleashing his status. You must not go to the next turn. As they broke past the endless rain of arrows, they saw a lone constellation standing on the field, waiting. He was the strongest being on this battlefield. All of you, step aside. I shall fight that human. It was the god king of thunderbolts, Indra. Countless other constellations could only tremble when confronted by his enormous power that symbolized the status of Vedas. Kugugugugu. Constellation, Thursday's thunder, is keeping a wary eye on god king of thunderbolts. The constellation who also symbolized thunder and lightning, Thursday's thunder, seemed to be burning with fighting spirit more than usual. Yu Jung Hyuk, stop. Even if it's you. Yu Jung Hyuk ignored Anna Croft's words and dashed towards the God King of Thunderbolts. He already knew the status of Indra well enough. This being's power exceeded even that of Surya he fought some time ago. However, he wasn't planning to cower before this being. Not at all. Still not enough. Indra was not his ultimate target. Compared to the myth-grade constellations or outer gods he needed to fight in the future, a being like Indra was simply another crossing on the road he had to walk on. Also, the being he wanted to surpass more than anyone else was Constellation, secretive plotter, is impressed by your will to fight. 5,000 coins have been sponsored. Yu Jung Hyuk's figure soared high into the sky before shooting straight towards Indra. How arrogant! The thunderbolts fired by the God King split the land apart. Ash-colored arcs of electricity danced violently as the field cracked open like a crashing tsunami wave. The electrical currents pounced up and tore into Yu Jung Hyuk's arm, they tore into his legs and penetrated into his stomach. With every step he took in the air, he looked back to the time he had lived so far and thought about the lives he might have to repeat. The 41st regression turn. The 362nd regression turn. Times Kim Dokja had shown him. And then, the 1863rd turn. The future he got to spy through the secretive plotter flitted in and out of Yu Jung Hyuk's brain. For him, this was a battle against himself. The realm he couldn't reach no matter how hard he tried there he was, the third turn of himself struggling crazy hard, and then struggling some more so that he could surpass those moments. Quaqua quaqua. Yu Jung Hyuk plowed forward as if he was borrowing all of the possibilities of the life he'd have to live, and the lives he might have lived. The breaking the sky swordsmanship. Breaking the sky sword Saint once told him this, that he should not permit the heavens existing above him. That he should destroy everything, annihilate, and to disdain everything. However, what was he supposed to do when, after destroying the sky above, he finds there was something else up there? The secret technique. Inner mystery transmission. Constellation. God King of Thunderbolts is ridiculing you. The constellations looking down on incarnations from beyond the heavens above this sword strike was created solely to cut them down. As he sensed the magical energy flowing within dark, heavenly demon sword, Yu Jung Hyuk recalled Chiok Junjayong's sword. With just one sword he cut apart mountains. With that sword, he let the world know that even the oceans could be cut. So what did one need in order to cut a star down with just a single sword? Kabam. One of Yu Jung Hyuk's legs exploded in midair. It wasn't because of Indra's thunderbolts, however. His muscles, tightly bunched together to a nonsensical degree, exploded with a loud noise. This noise was caused by the fables permeating into every corner of the muscle fibers, exploding to create a forward thrust. Stop that. You bastard. He saw the eyes of Indra freaking out. Yu Jung Hyuk felt the time slowing down. No, it didn't actually slow down, but rather, he had sped up instead. In order to destroy a star, you must become a star yourself. This was the answer for someone like him, born as a mere human, to reach the constellations. The speed that a life form couldn't withstand began tearing apart Yu Jung Hyuk's entire body. That was the price to pay to become a star when he wasn't one. His body shot forward like a black supernova and broke past the walls of the arcing electricity, shattered all the constellations daring to block him, and finally, reached Indra's heart. The shooting star slash. He felt a definite sensation from the tip of the dark, heavenly demon sword. And then, there was the voice coming from a star splitting apart, accompanied by the sound of something exploding in the distant cosmos. Yu Jung Hyuk sensed his body falling from the air. His eyesight blurred, and he couldn't confirm the sight of the star he managed to cut. The muscles of his body refused to heed his orders, not an ounce of energy remained in him. He still felt someone catching him through his fading five senses, though. The one he hated the most was busy running away with him in her embrace. Yu Jung Hyuk, you're truly insane. But I already knew that. While vomiting out more blood, Yu Jung Hyuk spoke to her. Indra? He's probably dead. His half-god body exploded, after all. Even if he survived that, he shouldn't be called a living being anymore. Anna Croft's voice was infused with a certain, unexplainable heat. Just her emotions conveyed in the tone of her voice was enough for him to understand what he had achieved here today. He had managed to destroy a star. A measly little human had indeed destroyed one of the 8 brightest stars of Vedas, the Lokapala. All constellations belonging to the Nebula Vedas are furious at incarnation Yu Jung Hyuk. Sadly, though, there were still countless stars left in the sky. If I hadn't rescued you just now, you'd have died there. He knew that she was speaking the truth. Through her precognition, Anna Croft must have seen his death. Even though I did rescue you, it's nothing more than just delaying the inevitable, though. Blood continued to flood out of the wide-open wound on his waist. One of his legs was gone, and he didn't have any strength left to hold his blade upright. And eventually, her fleeing steps came to a halt, too. He couldn't see the front, but he understood what her action meant. They no longer had any place left to escape on this battlefield. Anna Croft spoke. Yu Jung Hyuk, I don't have any desire to live up to the 700th turn alongside you. I'm the same. But then, god damn it, looks like we'll have to live together in the 4th turn. That's not going to happen. Because I won't die in this place. Yu Jung Hyuk didn't possess precognition ability like her. He didn't know what would happen next. Even then, he continued to speak in a hushed voice. Because his voice was fading away, yet it was definitely not the voice of a man preparing himself for death. Almost at the same time, roars of crackling thunders could be heard coming from the far side of the heavens. They did not belong to Indra's thunderbolts. The space-time was distorting, and the noises were generated by something crossing over a gigantic gate. Yu Jung Hyuk couldn't see that spectacle, but Anna Croft witnessed it in his stead. It was an army enveloped in pitch-black darkness. A single realm buried deep inside an ancient myth was currently crossing over to this world. Yu Jung Hyuk, you stupid bastard. Yu Jung Hyuk heard the loud yelling from the one standing at the forefront of that army and spoke up. Because I have allies in this turn who won't betray me. Nebula Underworld has joined the Great War of Saints and Demons. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons 6 Fin. Chapter 392 Great War of Saints and Demons 7. The strength of Underworld was incredible. The army of the Underworld that entered the 121st regional conflict completely swept away the combatants from both the good and evil camps and reverted all good/evil within the battlefield to neutral. Advance. Constellations participating in the 121st regional conflict saw the army of hell encroaching their battlefield, and either they ran away or ended up being incapacitated. 121st regional conflict has been forcibly concluded. Applicable battle's outcome can't be decided. Lack of will to fight by the participants of the applicable battle has been confirmed. Applicable regional conflict has been excluded from the category of Great War of Saints and Demons. I glanced at the now concluded battlefield and, without taking a break, shifted my gaze over to the next gate. 117th gate is currently in activation. 119th gate is currently in activation. 123rd gate is currently in activation. According to the plan, my companions should be in the middle of a dogfight inside the 117th and 119th gates right now, having split up earlier. Zhang Hui-1 and Yi Hyan-song were in the 117th gate, while the 119th was manned by Han Suyong and Yu Jung Hyuk, which means I should help with the situation in the 117th rather than 119th. Constellation Mass Production Type Maker says that you must enter the 123rd gate. Point 123 RD? But there shouldn't be anyone there? I focused on the blurry images of the battlefield that could be seen from the gate. And then, what the F? I immediately issued a new order to advance. All personnel, we march through the 123rd gate. My order prompted 30,000 plus combatants from the underworld to march through the gate. The great army of the netherworld riding on the pitch-black clouds crossed the portal and began arriving on the skies of the 123rd regional conflict zone. Yu Jung Hyuk, you stupid bastard. There he was, bleeding profusely and dying. And then, Anna Croft carrying him on her back. I kind of understood why that fool decided to not stick to the plan and participated in this particular battle. Demon King of Salvation. I heard her urgent calling, and at the same time, I spotted the enemies hurriedly chasing after her and her human cargo. They were constellations from the very angry Vedas and Papyrus. Most of them were historical grade, but there were a few fable grade among them as well. Your affiliated camp is evil. Meanwhile, Yu Jung Hyuk and Anna Croft were on the camp of good. In other words, the enemies pursuing them were evil. If this was the Great War of Saints and Demons of the original storyline, then they would have been my comrades instead. Kill them all. Unfortunately, my allies in this battlefield were neither good nor evil. For the glory of Underworld. The 3 judges riding on the Hellsteeds burning in hell's flames roared out in unison and dashed towards the enemy ranks. Iacus of mercy and righteousness. Minos of wisdom and law. Rhadamanthes of impartiality and incorruptibility. When alive, they walked the path of the king, and now they tread on the paths of the netherworld's judges. They unleashed the auras befitting the fable-grade constellations that they were and began cutting down the approaching enemies' numbers. How come the underworld has... Kawonk. I landed next to Yu Jung Hyuk and Anna Croft while watching the enemies bleed out fables and die. His entire body was covered in grievous wounds. Even his coat, featuring strong resistance against heat, couldn't withstand the high temperature and had melted halfway down. I couldn't really hear his breathing either. I observed his left leg, now gone. There were traces of it disappearing due to the internal expansion force. This idiot, he must have used shooting star slash. He might be able to fool the others, but there was no fooling my eyes. This was a truly stunning rate of growth. Originally, the shooting star slash was Yu Jung Hyok's hidden trump card that he barely managed to learn after going past the 1000th regression turn. But here he was managing to reach that realm on only his 3rd turn. He's still breathing. How did he end up like this? He was trying to save me. Yu Jung Hyok was saving you? She quietly stared back at me, but her gaze eventually dropped lower. Her ensuing voice sounded bitter. He said that my death isn't a part of your plan. For a moment there, I felt at a complete loss. Why would Yu Jung Hyok? I took over his care from Anna Croft. I pressed his pressure points to stem the bleeding, and after laying him down, I took a better look at his current condition. The shooting star slash was a technique the current him couldn't handle yet. The left leg that somehow managed to withstand the explosive forward thrust was beyond saving. Limb dismemberments couldn't be healed even with Elaine Forest essence. I sighed for a brief moment there, before pulling out a certain item from my inner pocket. And it was something that reminded one of a tentacle belonging to a dark, sooty-colored squid. Fragments of Squid Kim Dokja's 7th tentacle. Anna Croft glared. What is that? I got it as a gift not too long ago. A gift? That? I was at a loss again as to how I should explain this. Actually, this item was a not-for-sale bonus article available only during the Kim Dokja Company collaboration event held by mass production type maker just before the Great War of Saints and Demons went underway. I remembered that those who purchased a brand new Ferragini received this on a first-come first-served basis. I can still vividly recall the conversation I had with the mass production type maker back then. Thank you. All thanks to you, this season has been a huge success. The tentacles of Squid Kim Dokja were all gone in less than 1 minute, No matter how hard I thought about it, this just didn't make any sense. There were constellations who bought Ferragini just to get their hands on my legs? The mass production type maker grinned slyly and asked me, "What's wrong? Do you wish to know who they were?" "No, not really. Besides all that, how did you acquire the fragments of my tentacles?" Of course, they are not your real tentacles. No, those were simply Kraken legs. Here, why don't you take one yourself as a souvenir? I was too lazy to explain all this to Anna Croft, so I simply handed the item over to her and ignored her question altogether. Once she got a hold of it, though, more suspicion clouded up her expression. "Why is your name attached to this Kraken leg?" "You don't need to know. Just activate the Elixir Maker attribute instead. Mix your blood with this item and have him eat them." A Kraken leg possessed the effect of healing grievous wounds such as dismemberment, as well as to maximize the user's base self-healing ability, as well. And then, Anna Croft's blood carried the effects of elixirs, so when the two were mixed together, it'd be possible to heal any serious injuries pretty quickly. For some reason, though, she seemed to be hesitating, however. "But if I feed him my blood, he won't become your subordinate." It had been said before Anna Croft's blood possessed a power to make anyone who drinks it come under her influence. Because the current Yu Jung Hyok has higher status than you. She flinched slightly when she heard my words. Meanwhile, I observed the unconscious Yu Jung Hyok sleeping quietly on the ground. He wouldn't become her subordinate or some such. I didn't see any trace of him activating recovery, though. It seemed that he was planning to keep that power to the last possible second. He made a wise decision if he wasted recovery in this place, then I'd not be able to borrow his powers when it was really needed later. Gotta hand it to this sunfish bastard. I grumbled a little and turned around to see the sight of the underworld soldiers sweeping the enemies away like an incoming tidal wave. But then, upon taking a closer look, I could see that wave falter unstably, as if the ends of the wave were being blocked by a massive dam and were crumbling away. And in the middle of the waves, a stupendous amount of sparks were dancing and exploding. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, is roaring out in pure rage. The God King of Thunderbolts? Anna Croft spoke with a stiff expression. But that can't be. I witnessed his half-god body getting destroyed. So how? With that, I could figure out more or less on what had transpired here. It seemed that the star Yu Jung Hyok had cut down was that dude over there. Indra possesses many incarnation bodies. He must called one over here after paying for the probability. Out of all the constellations of Vedas, Indra had so many incarnation bodies that one couldn't count them using one's fingers. It was a pretty famous anecdote of the three main gods of Vedas asking Indra, "Which number Indra are you?" All the time. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, has summoned star relic Vajra. Along with the loud boom akin to the sky's splintering, the front of the underworld army began splitting apart. The Vajra, Indra's main weapon capable of shooting thunderbolts containing an incredible amount of magical energy. But I simply snatched up the incoming thunderbolt with my bare hand. Such a chuch-it. And then I threw it back where it came from. I could see Indra making a stunned face. But it's still too early for that. "So, you're the Demon King of Salvation. And you're Indra. Why is the underworld helping you? Do I have a reason to explain that to you?" Indra stared at me with a look of a person discovering a mysterious life form. You are evil. Behave according to the scenario's rules. I shall overlook your disrespectful manners this time in consideration towards other demon kings. So, it was you who caused my comrade to end up looking like that, right? So, what about it? That is the price to pay for an arrogant human when he opposed a constellation. Do you wish to avenge him? Then, avenge, was it? That guy hates it when someone else pays the debt for him. Right, he's the kind of a guy who must settle the score himself even if it kills him. So, the reason why I'm going to kill you now isn't because of you, Jung Hyuk. A demon king with a uselessly chatty mouth, aren't you? Quabamum. Beams of blinding thunderbolts blanketed the sky and rained down on my position. I managed to deflect a few and defended against others. Some did land on me, but the pain was rather tolerable. Indra did possess many incarnations, but accordingly, the dispersion of his powers was just as great. On top of this, he suffered irreversible damage from Jung Hyuk's attack during his half-god body state. So he'd be unable to even summon up half of his usual power right now. However, Indra was still smiling away. Oh, you foolish demon king. You shall regret this. Nebula, Vedas, has blessed God King of Thunderbolts with its grace. The nebula had spent probability for him. The power enveloping the God King was growing even greater. Rapid changes took place on Indra's incarnation body, and soon, golden rays of light began shooting out from his entire figure. He grew humongous, and the 1,000 eyes he possessed began opening up one by one. We can't let him continue. Anna Croft must have seen something through precognition, because she began crying out next. Hell, it looked like to me that Indra and Vedas had made up their minds for good this time. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, has activated the stigma. Eyes that observe everything. When all those eyes fully open up, Indra would be able to display the power of his true self through an incarnation body. Currently, about half of those eyes had opened. Kugugugugu. At this rate, every incarnation participating in the 123rd conflict would be swept away by the overflowing electrical shock. However, I was getting progressively happier watching that electrical energy filled to the brim with Veda's probability. Instead, actually, I have a score to settle with your nebula. Make that a very big score. I remembered everything the nebula Vedas did to me. Well, anyone who had suffered that badly would be the same as me. I unsheathed unbreakable faith and continued on. Because of you lot, I had to become a demon king. During the Dark Castle's last scenario, I became the 73rd demon king. I had to order my comrades to kill me, and in the process, ended up inflicting them with terrible memories back then. You have activated Demon King transformation. The status I earned after becoming the Demon King flooded out with my heart as the center. Black wings tore out from the back of my shoulders, and horns broke out from my head. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, has begun its storytelling. Back when I lost my life to the swords of my allies and was cast out to the scenario's horizon, I looked up at the heavens and swore to myself over and over again. Wait for a little while longer, because I will bring all of you down from the damn sky. The stars in the distant sky, seemingly out of reach no matter what fables I managed to acquire. The distance so far away that it induced despair. Now, I could clearly see the locations of the stars that previously seemed so high up. I spoke in my true voice. Back then, all of you seemed so high up. I grinned and stared at Indra. But it seems that you lot were actually located lower than I thought. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons, 7 Fin. Chapter 393 Great War of Saints and Demons, 8. As soon as words left my lips, golden streams of aura flooded out from Indra's entire figure. It was the same story back then with Surya. Those from Vedas must have had a thing for the golden color. Kawa. Waves of powerful status formed a complicated network with Indra as their center. Ripples of electrical energy crashed into me, and I could hear Indra's laughter at the same time. Indeed, this was a mighty power that no constellation would dare to go up against. A violent suppressive force that ripped through one's body, pulverized it, and crushed it. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. However, Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. I was withstanding it. Sparks danced in the air like fireflies. I brushed past the currents of the electrical energy and took a step forward, then another one after that. Many constellations are startled by your status. Constellations on the other side of the battlefield were looking at me with wide-open eyes. Exclusive skill, bookmark, is activating. 5th bookmark has been initiated. Exclusive skill, lightning transformation LV.23, plus 13, has been initiated. Your current physical constitution is different from that of the applicable character. Your status has overcome the physical constitution penalty. I arrived before Indra's eyes as the blinding flashes of light continued to go off. Kuk! My powerful kick to his stomach resulted in the opened eyes there to go pop one after the other. Other eyes looked at me in pure shock as if they couldn't accept this situation. Not that surprising, really. It was impossible for a newbie fable grade belonging to a small nebula to exercise this much status, after all. Indeed, it was impossible to exert this much power with only the 2 great fables that I managed to acquire. Great Fable, Keixenix Archipelago, is aiding you. Great Fable, Underworld, is providing you with probability. A single story you have compiled has almost reached its climax. However, the story was different now. With my 2 fables and Keixenix Archipelago's fable, as well as Underworld's Great Fable all working together, I could exhibit power on a similar level to a constellation who had completed their climax, at least within the confines of this great war of saints and demons. How can you, with that much probability? You bastard! The current me wouldn't lose against an upper-rank fable-grade constellation. I am Sakra Devanam Indra, the leader of the 8 Lokapalas, and the king of Vedas, even if that constellation just so happened to be the king of those gods. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, is activating thunderstorm of heaven and earth. Eyes found all over Indra began emitting bright light, and the entire world became awash in pure whiteness. The sky was seemingly writhing within the lightning itself. I dashed towards that spectacle of a thunderstorm. Probability you've used far exceeds the limit by a great degree. Blessing from Nebula, Underworld, is protecting your incarnation body. Vajra and unbreakable faith collided. Indra's lightning and the status of lightning transformation opposed each other as gray sparks danced in the air. My sword was pushed back by Veda's status and flew up into the sky. A smile of satisfaction crept up on Indra's face. However, the sword was just a diversion from the get-go. I didn't miss that moment the sword was sent flying and powerfully stomped on his leg. Kuurk. Just as Indra's massive figure crumbled, I grabbed the bastard's collars and slammed him down to the ground. He crashed headfirst and gasped out in pain, unable to withstand the impact force. I easily climbed on top of him now that he had lost his balance, and began pounding on his face with my bare fists. Accompanied by the sounds of flesh being squashed, lumps of fables poured out from Indra's mouth. The measly underworld dares to, Olympus measly little low-ranked nebula dares to, Measly underworld? You want to belittle my family? Is that it? The number of constellations actually affiliated with Underworld was less than 10. Even then, there was a reason why other constellations feared this nebula. Nebula Underworld has handed down the divine punishment of wrath. You see, my parents? They can get really terrifying when they are angry. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, nods her head. Blessing from the constellation, Father of Rich Night, is protecting you. Perhaps as a display of his final struggle, a baptism of electricity exploded forth from Indra's body. My skin began burning up like charcoal, and my heart being electrocuted pounded away irregularly. My vision flickered like a broken lamp, too. I gritted my teeth. This level of lightning? Compared to what I had to go through at Kirgia's hands, this was nothing. I extended my hand out, and unbreakable faith, that got flung away during our initial clash, returned to my grasp. I powerfully stabbed Indra's heart with the blade enveloped in the pure white magical energy. Along with the sound of Pushushuk, Indra's incarnation body writhed. How much time passed by like that? The trembling body eventually stopped moving and sagged powerlessly. I leaned closer and whispered to his ear, "Try reviving again and again. They'll just keep killing you." And then, a series of messages cascaded down. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, has suffered horrible damage to his true body. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, isn't summoning any other incarnation bodies. Constellation, God King of Thunderbolts, has given up on the applicable scenario. Another defeat has been recorded on the Constellation God King of Thunderbolts fable. You have become one of God King of Thunderbolts' mortal enemies. A portion of constellations of the star stream are in awe of your achievement. Nebula Vedas has been inflicted with terrible damage. Nebula Vedas is being swallowed up in the storm of probabilities aftermath. Every constellation on this battlefield witnessed a nebula-tasting defeat right in front of their eyes and closed their mouths shut. You have achieved an unbelievable accomplishment. A new fable related to Nebula is germinating in you. I raised my body up from Indra's corpse, leading to the judges commanding the battle formations as well as the underworld soldiers to kneel before me. Your incarnation body has suffered serious damage. I also felt like collapsing on the ground right about now. Just from thinking about that made me realize how incredible Yu Yunghyak was. He managed to defeat Indra in the half-god body state with one attack without the blessing of Underworld. Obviously, I must not lose to him. Is there anyone else who wishes to tour the depths of the underworld? I couldn't display any weakness in this place. Plenty of enemies remained, and I was the underworld's prince, after all. Constellations of the battlefield are fearful of you. I saw the constellations previously fighting against underworld hesitantly retreat now. Constellations that had been looking down on me from high up in the sky were now scared of me. Of course, not everyone was like that. Unlike the constellations from Vedas and Papyrus, the party from Asgard was still intact. Constellation, god of fairness and friendliness, is looking at you. Constellation, flames of Muspelheim, is looking at you. Constellation who likes to change genders is looking at you. Every single one of them were prominent constellations. The god of fairness and friendliness must be the god of light Balder, while the flames of Muspelheim should definitely be the flame giant Searcher. As for the constellation who likes to change genders, Demon King of Salvation, the incarnation stepping forward to represent Asgard's forces was someone that I knew pretty well. Selena Kim, we don't have any intentions to fight you. Is that the intentions of the incarnations or the constellations? Selena Kim looked troubled by my question. Unfortunately, this was an important distinction. Constellation, god of fairness and friendliness, finds it unacceptable that it must be affiliated with the evil camp. Constellation, flames of Muspelheim, wishes for a fight that burns brightly. Honestly, I'd be really grateful if that side decided to back away first. Because it wouldn't be good for my side if we ended up fighting Asgard here, too. Whatever their reason was, several powerful constellations from their side had chosen to participate in this conflict, and Underworld would definitely suffer some losses by fighting against them. On top of this, I had to participate in other regional conflicts as well. Sadly, though, the situation didn't unfold as smoothly as I hoped for. A portion of Nebula Asgard's constellations are displeased with the Demon King of Salvation. A portion of Nebula Asgard's constellations argue that they need to make an example out of the Demon King of Salvation. As expected, it couldn't be helped when it comes to a great nebula, could it? Whether it was constellations or humans, if a large number congregated. Constellation who likes to change genders is persuading Asgard's constellations. Dotting? Using masterful conversational techniques, the constellation who likes to change genders is arguing that this fight will not be good for either side. I couldn't figure out what's going on with this situation. The constellation who likes to change genders was doing what? Constellations of Asgard are paying attention to the words of the constellation who likes to change genders. It seemed that both Selena Kim and Iris were surprised as well. For a while there, the air was filled with indirect messages thanks to all the back and forth. Constellation, flames of Muspelheim, says they can't trust the words of a fool who likes to change genders. Constellation, god of fairness and friendliness, says that one's preference and credibility should be separate from each other. Constellation, Thursday's Thunder, argues that, although that fool is naturally a trickster, he can sometimes speak of sensible things. A portion of Asgard's constellations argue that they should not forget the distress Asgard found itself in after trusting that constellation's words before. Constellation who likes to change genders argues that Asgard will suffer losses in this battlefield, unrelated to the worth of his own name. Well, this was a mess, alright? In any case, I became pretty sure of who that constellation who likes to change genders was by looking at the unfolding situation. Constellation, goddess of love and cats, argues that by leaving this battlefield, they will suffer losses related to the great fable of the great war of saints and demons. Constellation who likes to change genders argues that that might not be the case. And so, just how long did they argue back and forth for? Constellations of Asgard have come to a decision. A short while later, I spotted Selena Kim's complexion brighten on the other side. She quickly opened her lips. Constellationims are agreeing with us. Asgard does not have any intentions to fight against you and Underworld. Nebula Asgard makes it clear that there is no reason to fight you. I had no idea how that constellation managed to convince his uptight, stubborn fellows of Asgard, but there was no denying that this friendly offer would be good for us. I nodded my head, and constellations affiliated to Underworld and Asgard all withdrew their status at once. I as well cancelled the Demon King transformation. Constellation who likes to change genders is looking at you. Constellation who likes to change genders is praising his own accomplishment. For sure, without that constellation's help, an unnecessary fight might have broken out. I briefly lowered my head as a sign of my appreciation. Constellation who likes to change genders wants a reward. Do you want coins from me? Constellation who likes to change genders says he has a very small favor to ask. A favor, you say? Constellation who likes to change genders adds that this favor is nothing serious. A small, nothing serious favor, was it? I was getting more worried instead. I pondered it for a bit before making my reply. If it's not a favor that will harm Kim Dokja Company, then I can do it. I carefully studied the modifier attached to the indirect messages before adding something else. And yes, it must not be about changing genders. Constellation, who likes to change genders, says that it definitely isn't a favor like that. If it wasn't, then well. I nodded my head, and a sound similar to a child laughing could be heard coming from the sky next. All beings in the 123rd regional conflict no longer hold any intention to fight. Constellations from Vedas have lost their will to fight, while only a small number of constellations from Papyrus had participated from the beginning, and they were unable to carry on due to Yu Yong-hyuk. On top of this, both Asgard and Underworld currently were not intending on fighting each other either. 123rd regional conflict has been forcibly concluded. Applicable regional conflict's outcome can't be decided. Lack of will to fight by the participants of the applicable battle has been confirmed. Applicable regional conflict has been excluded from the category of Great War of Saints and Demons. With this, the 123rd regional conflict had drawn to a close. Chaos points have risen by 5. Warning. Chaos points have surpassed 70. The chaos points had already gone past 70. There was no way that Metatron and Agars wouldn't feel the heat with things like this. Especially so with the former, who had seen the destruction of Eden during the 1863rd regression turn. Thinking of participating in the next regional conflict with my other companions in it, I looked up at the gates in the sky. 117th gate is currently in activation. 119th gate is currently in activation. One was where Zhang Huiwen and Yi Hyunsong were, while the other gate was Han Suyong's. I quietly stared at the two gates, before choosing which one to enter, and walked into it. But then, you can't enter the applicable gate. I can't? Why not? Applicable gate's regional conflict has been concluded. The battle had ended already? I looked behind me and found Anna Croft staring dazedly at the gate. Kim Dokja. The moment I heard her, my heart grew cold. Regional conflicts of the Great War of Saints and Demons with no victor among good and evil were treated as invalid and would enter the forced conclusion sequence. However, this regional conflict had simply been concluded. Meaning, victor has been decided in the applicable regional conflict. Meaning, Kim Dokja company that entered the gate in question had failed in their mission. Death penalty will be applied to the defeated participants of the regional conflict. Episode 74. Great War of Saints and Demons 8 Fin. Chapter 394 A Certain Heart 1.0. The noble and majestic master of the dark clouds, Black Flame Dragon. What the hell, why is this incantation so lengthy? Hey, is this for real? Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, nods its head. Han Suyong spat out a series of expletives and dodged the incoming spears of light. There was a pushut and a streak of blood escaped from her shoulder. Constellation, master of the arc, is grinning. The black flame Han Suyong wielded utterly disintegrated several Valkyries in her near vicinity. Stunned by that evil power, other Valkyries shouted out in unison. Kill her. Absolute evil must not be allowed to live. We must stop her from finishing her spell. Han Suyong continued to smack away the Valkyries flooding her position and muttered to herself. Isn't it a common courtesy to wait for someone to finish transforming? She bit her lower lip while watching the great army of Valkyries still rushing in. Now normally, it'd not be any trouble for her to deal with lower-class historical figure-grade incarnations. The issue was with the skill these Valkyries possessed. Nebula, Eden, has currently activated Hour of Divine Punishment. The Hour of Divine Punishment, this skill was really similar to the Hour of Judgment Zhang Huiwen used. Although the former didn't boast the same level of buff as the latter, it still greatly enhanced one's combat abilities against evil. Valkyries blessed with that skill were numbering not in the dozens, but in the hundreds. Raphael, your skills have become rusty. On one corner of the battlefield, Asmodeus was cackling away in madness while swinging its claws around in the air. And in the air, demonic energy and divinity collided to produce loud explosions. Just above that, there was a piece of floating cloud. Raphael was riding on that. Stop being snarky, or get your pie hole stuffed again. Ahaha. Your propensity to quip is still the same, I see. The tone of the voice was playful, but the waves of status contained within were certainly not. Han Suyong could only scowl deeply in silence. No matter how she looked, that insane demon king didn't seem to have any leeway to help her out. Constellation, Morning Star Goddess, is deliberating on her participation. Constellation, the one who faces God, is frowning at the demonic aura coming from Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Constellation, demon-like Judge of Fire, is looking at another place in restlessness. Not only that, there were still 3 great constellations on the side of good remaining. 2. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, says not to worry and complete the spell. The darkest dark, the most legendary tale, greatest dragon among them all. The blessing of the Black Flame Dragon shall accompany this bod. Screw this shit. You're doing this deliberately, aren't you? I'm not doing this anymore. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, cackles and says that's enough. In the following moment, incredible demonic aura exploded out from Han Suyong's body. She closed her eyes after sensing the vast status rising up from the deepest part of her. As her consciousness slowly submerged under the surface, several things in her mind began snapping loose. Thoughts of invalidating this battlefield, or Kim Dokja Company striding on the ambiguous ethical line between good and evil, all broke in half and became paralyzed. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is starting advent of half-god. When she reopened her eyes, she had become a different person. Incarnation Han Suyong's mind has been tainted by demonic aura. Kook, kook, kookuk. Her irises were now dyed in the purple-colored demonic aura. She covered half of her face with her hand and wiped the blood on her cheek. She licked the traces of fresh blood on the back of her hand and asked, "How amusing. Is this all you can do?" The shoulders of all the Valkyries shuddered after they sensed that unknown aura, and they quickly distanced themselves. Han Suyong shouted out loudly as bright light began emitting from her. "Kneel before me. This is the difference of status between you and... Hey, stop spouting bullshit with my mouth." Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, says that it can't be helped if his true power is to be unleashed. No, hang on. If you want to say something, then say stuff that makes... taste my dark shadow fiend. No, not something like that. Although her incantation effort was a bit of a mess, it still must have been effective, as a huge shadow suddenly drew below Han Suyong's feet. The land seemed to quake as the shadow grew even larger, and eventually, it took on the shape similar to that of a dragon. She had seen similar phenomenons as this one several times in the past. Back in the Peaceland and in Dark Castle, she saw constellations using this power before the constellation's shadow. Their darkness, existing on the reverse side of their starlight. Before long, she was riding on the back of a black dragon, dozens of meters tall. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is roaring out. This was it, the power that couldn't be unleashed until now due to the restriction of probability. The shadow of the black flame dragon carried her and soared high into the air. As the pitch-black shadow was cast onto the skies above, the dragon began pouring out its breath onto the ground below. Kwa! The battlefield was swept clean by the shockwaves. Even the fleeing Valkyries were turned to fine dust in an instant. This absolute power rendered hour of divine punishment and blessings from a nebula completely meaningless. Yua. Perhaps he was reminded of a deeply unpleasant nightmare. The master of the Ark hugged himself and began shivering away. That made sense, though any constellation from Eden would possess a certain amount of fear towards the Apocalypse Dragon, that's why. And Abyssal Black Flame Dragon was one of the strongest candidates among the final dragons from the Book of Revelation. This was the true power of the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Even as she suffered from the suppression of the probability building up, Han Suyong still trembled from sheer joy. She did good. She really did good by choosing Abyssal Black Flame Dragon as her sponsor. Ha ha ha. Die. God damn it. Stop it. As if she was suffering from schizophrenia, two different things jumped out of her mouth at the same time. Your mind is being tainted by the demonic aura. This power of the Black Flame Dragon was indeed incredible, but it couldn't be abused the longer it was used. The ego of the incarnation would gradually be assimilated to that of the dragon itself. At this rate, I might end up exactly like Kim Nam-woon in a few years. Completely disregarding her inner worries, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon's shadow proceeded to sweep away over half of the battlefield in no time at all. As if she couldn't sit back and watch any longer, someone finally made a move. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, reveals her status. For the first time ever, the Black Flame Dragon's breath was blocked as the deafening roar rocked the land. The essence of the white flames was cutting down the darkness of the world. The flames of retribution. It was Uriel's star relic, crafted out of the purest fire that burned in the depths of hell. The Black Flame Dragon blotting out the sky broke into a grin. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, says that he always wanted to have a showdown. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is hardening her expression. The two Constellation went head-to-head and the surrounding space was immediately flooded with the dancing blue sparks. Valkyries couldn't withstand the clash of the statuses and collapsed while vomiting blood. Most ancient good is enjoying this regional conflict. Most ancient evil is enjoying this regional conflict. The great good and evil had selected these two constellations as their representatives. And in the midst of it all, there was Han Suyong, currently being cooked into charcoal by the arcs of blue sparks. Kook, die. You dumb Arkhang. Hey, you stop. This is no good. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, asks why that's the case. You idiot. If we start fighting Uriel here, everything will be over. Han Suyong, her face caked with soot, began throwing a wild temper tantrum. She almost ended up fighting for real after getting swept up in the atmosphere earlier, but she knew that nothing good would come out of doing exactly that. And you, Archangel, you wake up too. Are you really going to fight me? Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is looking at you. Uriel was forming a helpless expression. Anxiety was all too clear to see in her eyes. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, forms a troubled expression. You don't want to fight either, right? I know. So why don't we stop here? And please, why don't you persuade your friends while you're at it, too? Han Suyong's words only managed to make Uriel's anxiety run even deeper. However, the hellfire activated separately from what her expressions had indicated and persistently flew in Han Suyong's direction. The latter didn't give up, though. She believed that there had to be a reason why the Archangel was participating in this regional conflict. Fable, predictive plagiarism, has begun its storytelling. Uriel must have known that this was a trap designed to kill Kim Dokja Company. That is why she had to come here personally. What an unfortunate thing it was that the duo showing up in this battlefield happened to be Abyssal Black Flame Dragon and Han Suyong. Still, she was a member of Kim Dokja Company. So, she decided to bring out the cheat key she held back for the rainy day. What will Kim Dokja think of you if I end up dying here? Uriel's shoulders trembled faintly. Han Suyong quickly went for another shot. I'm asking you, are you confident of looking at Kim Dokja, free of a guilty conscience, after killing me? Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, says that you and your sponsor are evil. God damn it. Who cares about good this and evil that? How is that important? You people decided that on your own. Flames of retribution brushed past the black flame dragon's wing. Even as her balance rocked unstably, Han Suyong looked at Uriel with pleading eyes. The latter's sword swings had become much more half-hearted than before. Just a little bit more, one more push, and it'd be over. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is watching the battlefield. Goosebumps broke out all over Han Suyong after she heard the ensuing indirect messages. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is looking at demon-like judge of fire. Kim Dokja, you scary bastard. You have enough leeway to look at this side, too? Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is looking at demon-like judge of fire. Kim Dokja didn't say anything. Not a word of request for help, no asking for favors, nothing, just him looking on. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, has stopped moving. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is falling into confusion. Han Suyong inwardly cried out in elation. Uriel's heart would be a confusing mixture of emotions right about now. On one hand, wanting to save Kim Dokja Company, and on the other, the desire to win in the great war of saints and demons. Faint sparks were dancing all around her. Fables that made her who she was began colliding against each other. The fable that she loved the most, and the fable she had been living with, were clashing with each other. Was it Kim Dokja Company she liked so much, or the one she belonged to, Eden? Uriel, why are you standing around stupidly like that? Her indecision prompted other constellations to step forward. They were unable to sit back and endure this situation any further. Constellation, Morning Star Goddess, has revealed her status. Constellation, the one who faces God, has revealed its status. Han Suyong spat out a deep, painful breath rushing up to her throat and frowned deeply. Your incarnation body has been damaged extensively. In all honesty, she tried to persuade Uriel not just because she didn't want to fight the Archangel. The adverse side effect of Advent of Half-God was already affecting her, that was why. Every joint in her body was being paralyzed, while she felt like vomiting a huge amount of blood right now. The only reason why she suppressed them all was to not display any weakness to these constellations, that was all. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is looking somewhere else. Substituting for the dazed Uriel, Camel stepped forward. Instead, he spoke up. My colleague seems to be in distress, so I believe that it'll be better for us to wrap this up soon. I expected much more because it was the Black Flame Dragon, but compared to its modifier, it's nothing much, isn't it? Vakarine's crystal staff containing starlight suddenly emitted bright light, causing countless beams of starlight to rain down from the heavens above. The Black Flame Dragon's shadow was gradually shaving away as the beams of light touched it. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is roaring out in pure rage. The breath fired out by the enraged dragon's shadow poured down from above Vakarine's head. She screamed in panic at the dark ether rushing in, and quickly retreated. It was Camel who stepped forward to block that, however. This much is not going to be enough. Camel unsheathed a great sword and cut the breath apart to advance forward. However, the darkest dark, the legend among legends, fires of red flames. Han Suyong began spouting nonsense, and the Black Flame Dragon's suddenly amplified breath began forcing back both Vakarine and Camel. Vakarine's complexion paled as her coat burned up in an instant. How humiliating. suffering from such a ridiculous technique. Uriel, what are you doing? You must regain yourself. Camel's true voice must have gotten through to her because Uriel seemed to suddenly regain her wits just then. Han Suyong wiped away the streams of blood and focused her blurring eyesight. If Uriel decided to jump in wholeheartedly, then everything would be over. Before that happened, she must, right, you're correct. This war must end quickly. And then, Uriel made her move. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is revealing her true self. The blinding status of an archangel dyed the entirety of the battlefield. All of Uriel's wings unfurled in full, and a crown with a crimson-red ruby shimmered brilliantly above her flowing platinum blonde hair. Her emerald-colored eyes proudly observed the world. Uriel stepped forward while withstanding the incredible storm of probabilities aftermath that came about after unleashing her true body. When facing off against that boundless status, Han Suyong felt her consciousness waver, despite the black flame dragon's grace protecting her. This was the true appearance of the demon-like judge of fire, the archangel of conflagration that cut down tens of thousands of demons, murdered demon kings, and eradicated all evil. The moment she saw those eyes, Han Suyong realized that she was as good as dead already. In front of that demon-like existence, all evil would have to willingly offer up their heads. Sorry, Kim Dokja. The flames of retribution rose up high to split the sky, and in the meantime, Han Suyong sensed the approaching end for once. Fable, predictive plagiarism, can't come up with what will happen next. And then her vision was dyed in pure white, like a completely blank page with nothing on it. However, no matter how long she waited, the expected pain never materialized. Did she die even before she could experience pain? She sneakily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a completely unexpected spectacle. The flames of retribution, that was definitely moving in her direction, had changed its shape to a ring and was emitting bright light on the ground. You, move an inch and you'll die. More specifically, after it had tightly wound around the bodies of Vacarine and Camel. My flames can get a bit hot, you see? I'm not kidding, so if you move a muscle, you'll really die. Vacarine could only ask in a dumbfounded tone of voice at this sudden development. Uriel, but why? If you do something like this, the scribe will, Camel's words only made Uriel bitterly complain. CK, they'll just enjoy some disciplinary actions or something later. You think that's important right now? This isn't simply going to end with some disciplinary action. What you did was, shut up. So what if those chaos points rise up or something? Only after hearing Uriel's true voice did Camel realize that his comrade was being serious here. But why? It was at this point Han Suyong figured out why Uriel had to unleash the power of her true self. If she were to subjugate another archangel on the same level as her, as well as a high-class constellation without killing them, she had no choice but to release her real power. Uriel was suffering from tremendous pain of the probabilities aftermath, and there was the faintest trace of demonic aura permeating into her dark laces, too. Corruption. The harshest punishment that would be bestowed upon her after she refused to heed the divine order. Just before Han Suyong could say something to her, Uriel took the initiative away first. I don't have time to explain this and that. Let's quickly invalidate this regional conflict and end it. Her expression was really urgent for some reason. It was at that moment that a thought entered Han Suyong's head. Even if Uriel did make up her mind, there was no need for her to be this urgent if an archangel was willing to deal with such a huge loss just to start something. Then there must be a very good reason for that. So what could possibly make her behave so urgently like this? It wasn't that difficult to figure out the answer. My Hui One is in danger. Episode 75. A Certain Heart, 1. Fin. Chapter 395. A Certain Heart, 2. We can do this. We won't know it until we actually start fighting, said Zhang Hui-Wan exactly 3 hours ago. Doesn't matter whether they are demon kings or not. Tell them to come. We aren't that weak anymore, right? The ones listening to her were the reincarnators, the ones that chose good during the past regional conflicts, as well as the lucky few that survived the battlefields invalidated by Kim Dokja's company. These were people who had lost their worldview. 117th regional conflict is commencing. Your affiliated camp is good. If I knew this might happen, I wouldn't have come. Can't we return to our old world? A few people began muttering in fear, and the turmoil spread among the crowd in an instant. How can we fight against something like that? A ship of evil was surging in from the distance. It was massive. Without a doubt, it was a fable weapon equipped with incredible functionalities. Gihik. The waves supporting the massive ship and flooding in were actually a great army consisting of 7th-grade demonkind, dark warriors. There were so many that it was near impossible to count them all. At a casual glance, there had to be several tens of thousands. It was a spectacle that couldn't be described as a mere regional conflict. Yuwa. Zhang Huiwen saw the eyes of the reincarnators filled with fear and thought to herself. She couldn't demand everyone to be brave here. It was only obvious that they would be scared. They lived their whole lives inside the cages of their worldview, only to be used by the invaders from the outside. Demanding such people to be brave was the very act of violence itself. Zhang Huiwen wanted to tell them that they didn't have to fight, that she'd do something to resolve this by herself, somehow. Everyone hide behind me. There was one man who spoke up for her heart, though. I shall block them. He was one of her oldest comrades, as well as a man who bravely met the adversity Kim Dokja Company ran into from the forefront. Can you stop that all by yourself? Of course, that'll be impossible. Seeing Yi Hyun-song's generous smile, her frustrated heart seemed to loosen up just a little. He used to have a seizure just from a simple touch of a fingertip, but at this moment, she sensed that they had grown really close. Let's decide on our roles. You'll be in charge of taking on all the attacks. Huiwansi, you should. Just to attack, yes? Just like back in Keixenix. Back in the Keixenix archipelago, there were times when they fought alongside each other like this. They shared memories of fighting against the marauding invaders. The toughest shield and the sharpest sword of Kim Dokja Company. Although simple, this tactic best optimized their individual strengths and weaknesses. Shall we get going? Fable, Sword and Shield has begun its storytelling. The first one to dash forward was Yi Hyun-song. Ha-up. As befitting of a man believing in the superstition of the louder the roar, the stronger one gets, he yelled out loudly enough to shake the world and clashed against the dark waves. Incarnation Yi Hyun-song is activating Stigma Steel Transformation LV.10. The steel carapace that had reached their maturity now covered his entire body. The dark warriors colliding with the steel outer layer gleaming in the bright white glare fell down like bowling pins and got crushed to death. Incarnation Yi Hyun-song is activating Stigma Great Mountain Smash LV.10. His fist of steel rising up into the air powerfully slammed down on the ground. The waves created by dark warriors wobbled about precariously, causing the ship's movement to become dull, as well. Not missing that opportunity, Yi Hyun-song activated his final Stigma. Incarnation Yi Hyun-song is activating Stigma Great Mountain Push LV.10. It was a Stigma that could only pry open the stuck door of a subway in the beginning. But now, that very Stigma was allowing him to push back against a vessel the size of a battleship. Such a chut-chit. Both of his hands, currently covered in steel transformation, were dyeing in a pitch-black color, and a portion of the carapace covering his body was stripped away. However, Yi Hyun-song spat out another loud yell and endured the pain. Ha-up. He didn't back off even when subjected to the deluge of sparks. His back leg dug deep into the ground below, and from afar, he resembled a small nail stuck to the ground. But that small nail was successfully stopping the forward movement of that battleship. It stopped. Yi Hyun-song has stopped the warship. The reincarnators cheered on at this unbelievable miracle. Unfortunately, the real battle would only begin from now on. The shield had done its job, so it's now time for the sword to do hers. Zhang Huiwen soared high into the air after stepping on Yi Hyun-song's shoulders and landed on the ship's deck, before swinging the Sword of Judgment around. Kawak! She unleashed the combination of demon slaying and hellfire. She didn't hold back at all, and a historical figure-grade constellation caught off guard was killed off instantly, its incarnation body blowing up completely. Zhang Huiwen scattering the bluish ghostly flames and emitting pure white light looked utterly noble, virtuous. A portion of constellations like the Sword and Shield story. Kagagagak. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for her sword to be stopped. The culprit was a hand seemingly draped in a dreary black hue. A being cackling ominously had grabbed onto her sword, before throwing her away in the air. She stepped on the air and spun around to land back on the deck safely. Before her stood constellations that already had created a battle formation. Kugugugugu. No, they weren't constellations. Looking at the accursed Stigma, you must be the incarnation of that archangel. You must have known that this was a trap, yet, how foolish. To think that you'd willingly step forward towards your own demise. They were completely enveloped in the pitch-black demonic aura, the beings that occupied the darkness within the skies of the star stream. Zhang Huiwen studied the 5 demon kings standing before her. This is a list of beings that you should be able to fight, as well as those you should never, Huiwansi. Please, you must memorize their appearances no matter what. She desperately recalled the contents of Kim Dokja's explanation. The first demon king her eyes shifted over to was the creature holding a flaming spear and a head of a person. This guy is someone you can fight. If it's the current you, Huiwansi, activating Hour of Judgment should suffice. The master of the 58th demon world, president of flames, Amy. TL. Pronounced as Aim. As for this guy, Atll be fine. However, if he suddenly raises up his horn and pounces on you, things will get dangerous, so attack him first without hesitation. The master of the 48th demon world, Golden Horned Ox, Hagenti. It'll get dangerous from this guy onwards. When you're at your peak condition and when you can fight one-on-one, only then try to fight it. The master of the 36th demon world, Silver-clawed Owl, Stolas. Judging from the leaking status, she could feel it up until this guy, she could somehow fight them. The problem was with the other two staring at her from behind the front three. First of all, the handsome demon king looking at her, wearing red armor and a limp in one leg. Honestly speaking, your chances of winning are slim when we enter the top 20s. If Uriel was to perform Advent of Half-God, then things might be different, but the master of the 16th demon world, demon king of seduction and infertility, Zepar. And from here onwards, you must unconditionally avoid these guys. She didn't need a reminder to understand it, the very last being at the back of the formation of the 5 demon kings, silently observing the unfolding situation. That was a being that the current her could never win against. The master of the 8th demon world, merciless hunter against the will of heavens, Barbados. The demon king with a cowboy-style hat and carrying a rifle was smiling at her through its cascading blonde hair. The tastiest despair is the impossible hope. Indeed. Zhang Huiwen burned her fighting spirit and tightened her grip on the sword. She had already fought against demon kings. Back then, she was not in a condition to exhibit all of her abilities, but what would it be like now? Exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment, is getting ready to activate. Her attribute was Judge of Evil. It was the power of the Archangel that led the Valkyries in the past great war of saints and demons. No matter how powerful her opponents were, she'd still not lose as long as they were evil. Unfortunately, majority of the absolute good type constellations are opposing the activation of the skill. Skill activation has been cancelled. Barbados began laughing as if it already knew what was happening to her. How naive, oh incarnation of Uriel. Do you still not understand what your current situation is? Kim Dokja said that this regional conflict was a trap. He said that, even if they knew, they still had to participate in it. Angels enjoy the concept of the sacrificial lamb. And it seems that you'll be it this time. The goal of Eden was to win the great war of saints and demons. And to achieve that goal, Kim Dokja Company must not exist. Whether Zhang Huiwen was good or evil, she was simply someone to dispose of from their perspective. She already knew all of that. That didn't mean it felt real to her even now, though. I don't know about other angels, but even Uriel betrayed me? I shall send you away peacefully. She heard Barbatos' rifle being cocked. Just as she sensed the back of her neck suddenly grow cold, Zhang Huiwen threw herself outside the ship. Gwa. The bullet fired in the air tore through the fabric of time and space to puncture a black hole in the sky. Her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. She was about to throw herself into a fight against such a monster just now. Regardless of what, you must never try to fight a demon king rank 10th or higher unknown. You must run away without hesitation. And wait for the rest of your companions to arrive. You must remember this. In any other normal circumstances, Shed have gone against his words. However, it was a different story right now. Hein Xiangsai, Hyeonsong, busy smacking away the dark warriors to death at the front of the pack, looked up at her falling body. That quick exchange of their gazes was enough for him to figure out the current situation of the battle. The ridiculing voices of the demon kings resounded out. Ha 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 ha. You made a wise decision. Indeed, this battlefield is vast. However, how long will you be able to run away? A violent tempest of demonic aura raged on in the sky. The sword and the shield ran. It was impossible to fight against the enemies they couldn't even stand against. And they also couldn't afford to die here. Dokjasi and Yu Yunghyoxi will arrive soon. Let's hold out until then. Zhang Huiwen nodded her head. No matter how powerful their enemies were, as long as the company had gathered in one place, they should be able to overcome them. They had broken past battles even worse than this one before. Kim Dokja Company would not crumble in this place. The two of them took care of the injured reincarnators and continued to crush the advancing dark warriors while withdrawing their battle lines. Influence of your sponsor is weakening. To make matters worse, even Uriel's blessing had weakened. Her mind cooked up only the worst-case scenarios, but Zhang Huiwen shook her head to get rid of them. Most likely, Uriel must have been fighting in a different regional conflict. There was simply no way that her sponsor would betray her. A frenzied true voice of a demon king swept across the battlefield next. Get out of the way, trash. Reincarnators that lost their chance to run away were slaughtered in droves everywhere. The brave ones trying to fight back were the first to lose their heads, while those backing away in terror had their hearts pierced through. However, there were still some who could endure against the power of a demon king to put up a fight. Ho-ho, a swordmaster, is it? You're a pretty good fighter. Someone was defending against Hagentis Golden Horn. The ether blade coated this man's sword. The old man holding this weapon was someone Zhang Huiwen knew very well. Kyle? Kyle Bert. He was the top-ranked guardian knight that accompanied her during Keixenix Archipelago. Captain, it's been my honor to serve you. Actually, I'm too old to step into the outside world, but I sincerely wish that my measly strength can become at least some kind of aid to you in that place. Cal fought well. He managed to deflect Hagenti's horn several times, and he even inflicted a small nick on the arm of the bovine demon king. But that was as far as he could go. The swordmaster's blade broke, and he went down on his knees. From the beginning, his opponent was not someone an aged swordmaster could fight against. His throat was captured and he was lifted up like a toy. Character, Eric Stryker, is getting agitated. Eric's emotions rose up within Zhang Hui-1. At this rate, Kyle would die. Her thoughts moved lethargically. The names of Kim Dokja company members brushed past her mind. The first one she thought of was Yu Young-hyuk. Reincarnators will revive even if they die. Had not have tried to save Kyle. The Isle of Reincarnators didn't permit death, after all. One might lose their memories and become a different existence, but nevertheless, the soul would carry on. So, Head let Kyle die for the sake of the bigger picture. The next one to pop up in her head was Kim Dokja. We should save him. But if you do that, you'll die instead, Hui Wansi. Kim Dokja might say the right things, but because he was worried about her life, Head turned a blind eye to Kyle's plight. Why are you in a dilemma? Use that guy to smack the demon king to death. Simple. Han Suyong would say something similar to that. Well, she never was all that interested in saving people's lives from the beginning, anyway. In order to end the absolute worst situation in the best possible circumstances, Shed directly aimed for the demon king's neck by now. And then, the dying Kyle's lips were mouthing the following words. Please, run away. However, his eyes were saying something else. Please, save me. Hui Wansi. She heard Yi Hyun-song's voice next. She and he were the most similar out of everyone in Kim Dokja company. Sure, their personalities and adaptabilities might be different, but at least when it came to a certain type of situation, they would always come to the exact same decision. Exclusive skill, Hellfire LV.10 is activating. There was no need to even hesitate here, because they too were saved in the same manner in the past. Episode 75. A Certain Heart. 2. Finn. Chapter 396. A Certain Heart. 3. In that brief moment, the gazes of these two met each other. Everyone knows how to deal with demon kings, right? They carried the same pain, and they lived with the same hurt. They had lost people they cared about right before their eyes. Let's begin the final scenario. They had failed to save their comrades many times over. And that was why they could never turn their backs on the people dying right in front of them. The lives they had lived so far made sure of that. Let's go. Zhang Hui-1 lightly jumped up and landed on Yi Hyun-song's hand, and he powerfully threw her forward. She flew like a streak of light and crossed the battlefield. The flames of Hellfire drew a stylish arc in the air and shot forward, causing the demon king Hagenti to gasp out in pain. The creature quickly put out the fire that managed to slice apart a portion of its flesh and roared out viciously in reply. So that's where you've been hiding. Hagenti didn't dally any longer and dashed forward while raising a thick cloud of dust. Kawaf. As Yi Hyun-song grabbed Hagenti's horn to start wrestle with the creature, Zhang Hui-1 began shaking the unconscious Kyle. Kyle, get a hold of yourself. Kyle. It was as if she had reverted back to being Eric Stryker. She desperately called out Kyle's name. She placed her hand near his nose and, much to her relief, found out that he hadn't died yet. Let's try one more time with the scenario. These people came this far after they heard her voice and the words of Kim Dokja company. They followed after her in order to find their own stories. That was why she simply couldn't let them die here. Allow me to take him away. With good timing, Guardian Knights approached her and one of them placed Kyle on his back. You'll leave him to your care. Please leave him to us. The knight nodded his head solemnly and quickly ran towards the back of the battlefield. She then grasped her sword tighter, planning to help Yi Hyun-song. But then, right at that moment, a chilling premonition tickled her entire figure. She had never felt such a thing before in her entire life. Not even when she was about to lose Kim Dokja in the Dark Castle. Not when she lost him one more time back in the 73rd Demon World, and then, Hui Wansi, get down. At the same time, Yi Hyun-song bear hugged her and rolled down on the ground. A thin ray of light brushed past her forearm. It was at that moment that she finally realized such a terrifying scream could come out of her own mouth. It was a bullet fired by Barbados. Yi Hyun-song's complexion had changed to pale blue even before she could ask him if he was all right. He spoke to her first. You should evacuate first. They'll try to buy you some time. He stopped the advancing Hagenti with both of his hands, and he caught the burning spear thrown by Amy in the distance with his teeth. Even when subjected to the intense heat that melted his tongue and cooked his eyeballs, Yi Hyun-song endured it with nothing more than his unyielding, indomitable spirit. Hurry. He sent a voice projection, the skill that connected her to Yi Hyun-song when they were still stuck inside Kaiksenix archipelago. With that very skill, he was talking to her. I can still withstand this. But I won't be able to while trying to protect you as well. Back then, or now Yi Hyunsong always insisted that he could do things he couldn't possibly do. That was why Zhang Hui-won couldn't escape. She deflected the incoming silver-colored claws of Demon King Stolas and gritted her teeth. The flames of hellfire were progressively getting weaker, and cracks on Yi Hyunsong's carapace grew larger and more numerous. The Demon King of Seduction and Infertility Zipar laughed. What a sad fate this is. But I do enjoy a tragedy like this. Shut up. A few constellations are tearing up at the story of the incarnations. Zhang Hui-won desperately wielded her sword so that she could leave behind definite proof of their lives not being some stories of entertainment for the others. Reincarnators running away watched their struggle. To save them, Zhang Hui-won and Yi Hyunsong fought. Influence of the Nebula, Kim Dokja Company is growing larger. Foundation of Great War of Saints and Demons is being rocked. For the first time ever, the Demon Kings basking in a relaxed air changed their expressions. It's regretful that we can't enjoy this anymore. And for one more time, another blackish beam of light exploded forth. The bullet tore through space and flew forward. It was Barbatos' speciality. Star Destruction Bullet. Couldn't be dodged this time. Zhang Hui-won crouched into a huddle, trying to minimize the potential area of damage, only for someone to cover her. Along with the sensation of a dull, heavy impact, she heard something exploding away. Blam. The bullet didn't end with just one. Blam. The first one, then the second, and another bullets fired one after the other blew up, broke, and destroyed something. Fable, purest comradeship, is getting agitated. Zhang Hui-won struggled desperately and hugged the person protecting her to roll around on the ground. It was a person's body, torn to bits by the bullets. A bloodied face was smiling towards her. He was saying something, but slowly, so slowly, he closed his eyes. Fable, Sword and Shield, has stopped its storytelling. Hein Xiangsai, Constellation, Master of Steel, has received great damage. Hein Xiangsai, please wake up. As if they had reached the intermission, the gunfires came to a halt just then. Something inside her head snapped in that moment. Zhang Hui-won shook Yi Hyunsong one more time. Hein Xiangsai. He didn't open his eyes. His lips didn't say anything, and his nose didn't breathe anything out. His ears couldn't hear anything either. Get up. But she hadn't given him her answer yet. Get up. Get up already. And then, the Demon Kings began moving again. Zhang Hui-won quickly hoisted Yi Hyunsong's large body up and ran. Hard. She ran at the fastest speed she had ever produced before. She ran fast and hard enough that muscles in her legs tore up and her heart began straining itself. The gunfire soon resumed, and scars accumulated on her body. However, she still continued to run. She continued to escape from everything in this place. If it was Kim Dokja, if it was him, he should be able to save Yi Hyunsong. He saved Shin Yusung, and he also managed to save Yu Sang-ah too. So, he'd be able to save Yi Hyunsong for sure. Death was nothing in this place. Death could not separate them. Zhang Hui-won ran as tears streamed down her face. Although it was nothing more than buying time, that time was critical in changing everything. So she ran. And she ran some more. How long did she run like that? Her vision grew blurrier and eventually, she collapsed into a puddle of mud. The putrid stench of dead reincarnators filled up the landscape. There wasn't a drop of energy left in her body. As for Yi Hyunsong's heartbeat, she couldn't hear it anymore. Incarnation of Uriel? Where are you hiding? She sensed the presence of Demon Kings approaching closer and held her breath. Whether it was due to luck or not, her current status had been broken to an unrecognizable degree right now, and it was difficult to differentiate her from the other reincarnators. If you don't want to come out, then well, just kill the rest. Demon King Amy laughed and began swinging its flame spear. There were still many surviving reincarnators around her. They were people Zhang Hui-won should be saving. They were people she should have saved. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm sorry. Her sense of righteousness could only extend this far. She heard the flames of explosions roaring on, and began picturing the scenes she'd see after opening her eyes again. The sights of the reincarnators being burnt to death, demolished, and blown up, the faces of the dying, filled with resentment towards her, their expressions as they pointed fingers at her while trying to run away. Zhang Hui-won she prayed that at least one more would manage to run away. Even if it was only by a little further away, to endure until Kim Dokja arrived. Here she is. And then someone shouted out, I am Uriel's incarnation, Zhang Hui-won. She opened her eyes in a fluster. The person who said that was someone she knew very well. It was none other than Knight Kyle, the one she saved not too long ago. And next to him was the knight that carried the injured Kyle away. No, I'm Zhang Hui-won. No, it is I. I am she. Come and kill me instead. You bastards, have you all gone mad as a group? Reincarnators weren't running away. Those that came along with her from the Kaiksanix archipelago, those she managed to save during other regional conflicts, they were all standing by her side to shout at the top of their lungs. Im Jong Hui Won. Im I Hyunsong. Reincarnators stood up and spoke her name, and I Hyunsong's, as if it was theirs, even though they knew what would happen if they did. Im Yu Young Hyuk. Everyone here was staring at their own death. Im Kim Dokja. Im Han Suyong. They called out the names of their saviors, the names of Kim Dokja Company. Im Jong Hui Won. As if this was the righteousness they all decided to adhere to, or as if to become the gods that would save them in turn instead. Yuwa. After crying out her name, Kyle began dashing towards the nearest demon king. Reincarnators running away in the opposite direction were now coming back. Some were in tears, some were in a rage, while some were in despair. Influence of Kim Dokja Company in the applicable scenario is strengthening even further. The demon kings became flustered and began unleashing their statuses. How dare these insane fools! Reincarnators were being ripped to shreds right before her eyes. They couldn't even endure a light nudge from a demon king. Even then, they didn't stop shouting out. Some cried out Jong Huiwan's name, while some I Hyunsong's. Some called out Kim Dokja's name while flinging themselves into the embrace of death. Trapped within this battlefield of complete pandemonium, Jong Huiwan began shuddering. Why were they being killed off like this? She looked at the collapsed I Hyunsong below, before casting her glare up at the darkened skies of the star stream. Countless stars were looking down at her. Even though there were so many sparkling stars up there, not one came down to help her. Jong Huiwan rose up from her spot. And then, she ran towards the demon kings. I am Jong Huiwan. So that's where you were. Claws flew in and scratched her back before going away. You have requested the activation of the exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment. Even if it's just this once, doesn't matter who it is as long as they can lend me their strength. Majority of the absolute good type constellations are opposing the activation of the skill. Skill activation has been cancelled. Why couldn't those she desperately wanted to be judged? What was good and what was evil then? What rubbish is this absolute crap? Why are you arbitrarily deciding on that? And why am I supposed to abide by it? Barbatos' bullet flew in. Her worn-down emotions became the kindling that began burning fiercely. All of your fables are reacting to your misfortune. Every single one of her emotions was now pointing towards just one. All of your fables are reacting to your will. And that was revenge. Starstream is now looking at your fable. I wish to judge them all. New fable is germinating within you. In the next moment, powerful rays of light exploded out from her entire body. The enormous explosion of light forced the trajectory of Star Destruction bullet off course. And at the same time, the demon kings in the near vicinity were pushed back as well. Jong Huiwan then heard the messages entering her ear. Evolution of incarnation. Jong Huiwan's attribute is approaching. Opportunity to evolve your attribute has come. The one who shrunk away once upon a time became judge of evil in order to pass judgment on all the evils she encountered. In that case, what would happen to the judge who was betrayed by good? You have acquired a legendary attribute. An aura of brilliant white light exploded out from her sword. The boiling, overflowing energy of the fable was released from her entire figure. And then, the ring of chaos materialized within Jong Huiwan's eyes as she took in the sight of the demon kings. You have become Judge of Apocalypse. Episode 75. A Certain Heart. 3. Fin. Chapter 397. A Certain Heart. 4. Skills are evolving due to attributes evolution. Exclusive skill, Demon Slaying, is evolving to God Slaying. Exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment's activation criteria is being modified. Jong Huiwan looked down at both of her hands, currently covered in the blinding aura. One hand was dyed in the pure white light, while the other pitch black. Isle of Reincarnators is looking at you. The ones cheering her on were no longer the constellations. Inhabitants of Isle of Reincarnators are looking at you. No, it was people she had protected until now. Demon kings began glaring at Jong Huiwan in utter disbelief. Her attribute has evolved. Not bad. I see that the scenario has bestowed its grace unto you. However, they didn't seem to be panicking no matter what. Jong Huiwan was still an incarnation. Someone who couldn't borrow Uriel's powers or the blessings of Eden. But regardless of all that, she still took a step towards the demon kings. Exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment, is activating. Hagenti caught onto what she was trying to do and began laughing in derision. You still haven't wisened up yet. Doesn't matter what your attribute evolves into, the archangels will never lend their powers to you. Skill Hour of Judgment needed to borrow probability from the absolute good, so without the permission of the applicable constellations, it could not be used. However, a string of strange messages suddenly popped out of nowhere. Hour of Judgment no longer requires the consent of the constellations on the side of absolute good. Hour of Judgment no longer needs to borrow probability from the nebulas on the side of absolute good. Constellations on the side of absolute good are greatly flustered by Incarnation Zhang Huiwan's change. I don't need to get their stupid consent anymore, said Zhang Huiwan, now neither good nor evil. We decide who will be judged from now on. Sparks danced wildly around her figure as she gripped the sword of judgment. Demon King Hajenti took several steps back, almost reflexively, after sensing her suspicious aura. What is this? Exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment, is receiving the blessing of Kim Dokja Company. Voting rights have been distributed to the members of Kim Dokja Company. A portion of the members are unable to participate in the voting. Only the members that can will participate in the voting. And then the voting began. Incarnation, E.G. Hai, agrees with the judgment. Incarnation, Shin Yusung, agrees with the judgment. Incarnation, E. Gilyong, agrees with the judgment. Incarnation, Zhang Huiwan, agrees with the judgment. All members able to participate have agreed with your judgment. Zhang Huiwan looked at the collapsed Yi Hyunsong, at his cold, unmoving body. This judgment would be for him. Such a chuchit. Hour of Judgment has activated. Activation time will be curtailed due to an insufficient number of members participating in the vote. Your physical abilities will transcend the scenario's probability for the next 4 minutes. All of your fables will transcend the scenario's probability for the next 4 minutes. And her blade moved, with a speed that not even demon kings could catch, in order to judge the ones she desperately wanted to judge. At that moment, she thought that everything besides her had come to a standstill. They referred to themselves as stars with such low speed. Hajenti was blinking its eyes in sheer disbelief. An enormous amount of probability was spent and sparks exploded forth in the air, perhaps to provide proof of Zhang Huiwan having judged something at this very moment. Kiak. Hajenti's heart, cut out from its body, was now palpitating on top of the blade of the Sword of Judgment. Zhang Huiwan was bathed in the spray of the dying Demon King's blood. She slowly opened her lips. None of you will return alive. She was given 4 minutes. But that was plenty enough time for her. Hajenti's head flew off along with the rising fountain of blood. Demon King, Golden Horned Ox, has died. Demon King, Golden Horned Ox, has been defeated in the regional conflict. The President of Flames, Amy, muttered in sheer astonishment. Hajenti? She exhibited the power capable of killing the 48th ranked Demon King in one hit. No Demon King alive had seen such a feat achieved by a measly little incarnation until now. But such insane probability can't be allowed. Demon Kings now found themselves in the pit of sheer shock and couldn't shut their slack jaws. A tragedy for one side would become a farce for the other. Reincarnators had been forced back by the overwhelming might of the Demon Kings until then, but now, they began throwing themselves at the miracle taking place right before their eyes. Let's go. We can win this. Let's join forces. Protect Zhang Huiwanim. Demon Kings watched the reincarnators rushing towards them and roared out in anger. Zhang Huiwan had vanished from her spot. By then she reappeared like it was some sort of magic, and the afterimage of her blade shattered Amy's spear. Crayak. The Demon King witnessed its spear of flames that couldn't be broken by any known object shatter into pieces, and its eyes shot wide open. And along with its wide open eyes, Amy's world came to a crashing end with another single attack. Demon King, President of Flames, has died. Demon King, President of Flames, has been defeated in the regional conflict. It was an obvious result. Even the 48th ranked Hajeni had died in a single hit, so there was no way that the lower-ranked Amy could withstand Zhang Huiwan at this stage. The vigor of the reincarnators soared even higher, and the fighting spirit seething within the battlefield climbed higher, as well. Wuang! Wuang! Zhang Huiwan ran forward while fighting against the pain severe enough to seemingly burn her eyes. She cut down the pouncing dark warriors, and then cut some more for the sole aim of taking yet another Demon King's head. Oh, Incarnation! You're truly naive. You're simply borrowing the strength of a single nebula, are you not? The master of the 36th demon world, the owl with silver-colored claws, Stolas, might have lacked noticeable combat prowess, but it was still one of the Demon Kings possessing a great pool of knowledge. It had caught the presence of the Ring of Chaos within Zhang Huiwan's eyes and cried out loudly. That is the power of chaos. A power that is neither good nor evil, birthed from the beginning of everything, and originates from outside the scenarios. If you use that power, shut up. Zhang Huiwan jumped up and ripped Stolas' wings off. The Owl Demon King screeched in pain, and its silver-colored claws pierced into her thighs and shoulders. Torn flesh flung into the air as the attack that disregarded her own safety continued on. Broken fables sprayed onto the ground like real blood. However, She paid no heed and wielded her sword. She swung it again and again, regardless of whether her innards spilt out or her cheeks were gouged out. Her thoughts were dominated by the singular mission of shattering the head of the demon king before her and to end its life for good. And so, after the blink of an eye where she swung her sword around 50 or so times, the head of a dead owl could be found in her grip. Demon King, owl with silver-colored claws, has died. Demon King, owl with silver-colored claws, has been defeated in the regional conflict. Pant, pant. She had displayed the combat power capable of slaying 3 demon kings all by herself. Many constellations are astonished by Incarnation Zhang Huiwan's strength. Constellations on the side of absolute good find Incarnation Zhang Huiwan to be ominous and unsettling. Constellations on the side of absolute evil are scared of Incarnation Zhang Huiwan. Stars of good and evil had divided the sky, and beyond the divide, there were other gazes looking at her. They belonged to those beings that didn't hold any prior interest in her. Outer gods are paying attention to Incarnation Zhang Huiwan. As she was bathed by the numerous gazes of the stars above, Zhang Huiwan continued to move forward. There were currently 2 demon kings remaining. My apologies, but I don't enjoy such a situation, so, farewell. Those words belonged to a certain demon king, who had been reciting a lengthy incantation the moment Zhang Huiwan had gone through her awakening. Demon king of seduction and infertility, is leaving the regional conflict after paying an enormous amount of probability. She belatedly threw her blade at the creature, but the demon king of seduction and infertility Zepar had already vanished from the spot by then. She gnashed her teeth and shifted her gaze into the sky. Now only one demon king remained. The supposed master of the 16th demon world, running away with his tails between his legs because of a mere incarnation. How shameful. It was the demon king who murdered Yi Hyunsong, the master of the 8th demon world, the merciless hunter against the will of heavens, Barbados. Even when it had witnessed Zhang Huiwan's abnormal feats, Barbados didn't try to escape. Demon King, merciless hunter against the will of heavens, is unleashing its status. Barbados was actually able to match Zhang Huiwan's speed with Hour of Judgment still active. It chose its actions just as quickly as her, and could attack at the same time as her, too. It fought in an unbelievably skillful and destructive manner. Zhang Huiwan was getting pushed back little by little. As if it was enjoying this, Barbados laughed out. Your fable is destructively beautiful. As the fight wore on, Zhang Huiwan gradually realized how truly strong Barbados was. The Demon King hadn't been going all out until now. This was the difference between one spent lifetime, something she couldn't hope to catch up to no matter what. Blood poured out from her punctured side. She used the flames of hellfire to singe the wound. Barbados didn't miss this opening and kicked her in the stomach. She vomited out a mouthful of blood and managed to barely force herself back up. 1 minute of Hour of Judgment activation time remaining. Zhang Huiwan fixed her grip on the sword, her hand now showing the bones underneath the skin. Is it impossible with the amount of time I've lived so far? Blessing from Kim Dokja Company has strengthened. Something began granting additional power to her in that state. Great Fable, Kaiksenix Archipelago, is looking at you. It was the history she lived in. Constellation, Master of Steel, is looking at you. They were the ones who loved the same thing as her. Klong. Zhang Huiwan held the sword with both of her hands and defended against Barbatos' bayonet attacks. Bayonet fighting a man she knew was also proficient in it. You usually yell out louder and louder the harder it gets in the military. After I yell out every morning, I get that feeling that I will be able to endure the rest of the day somehow. Hyef. Zhang Huiwan yelled out exactly like Yi Hyunsong. Barbatos' bayonet pierced into her waist, but she gripped the weapon tighter so that it wouldn't get pulled out. Along with the sound, pyuk, the bayonet penetrated even deeper into her waist. Even then, she took another step forward. Even I start things without a plan sometimes. It's not like I've calculated everything beforehand, you know. She summoned forth her courage like Kim Dokja, and, you shouldn't be wielding it like that. And, swung her sword exactly like Yu Jung Hyuk. Slice. Sword of Judgment, sliced into a part of Barbatos' forearm. The Demon King saw the fragments of fables dyed in crimson hue explode forth, and its brows quivered greatly. In that moment, she thought she could hear Han Suyong's laughter. You know this too, right? The last one to laugh is the winner. Zhang Huiwan spoke, exactly like how Ha Suyong would have done. If you want my bones, I shall give them to you. If you want my heart, then I will gladly hand it over. Her attitude of not caring about what kind of attacks her body had received, her method of fighting, solely focused on destroying her opponent. However, you will have to risk half of all your fables. Barbados fell into a fluster and backed away while firing a barrage of star destruction bullets. However, she easily evaded them all. The bullets simply couldn't match her speed as she grew faster and faster. The storm of probabilities aftermath was slowly rushing in to arrest her entire body. Her hair began to turn snow-white, the price to pay for exceeding her own status. Even then, she didn't back down. All she wished for was to kill this demon king. Zhang Huiwan's blade flashed like a ray of light and sliced Barbatos' left wrist off. It couldn't hold onto its rifle anymore, and the demon king spat out a pained groan. It then quickly hopped onto the deck of the battleship it brought to the battlefield earlier. I shall destroy you. I won't even leave behind any trace of you. Barbatos' battleship began advancing forward as it emitted chilling blue light. Zhang Huiwan watched all this unfold as a smile floated up onto her lips. The fact that it judged fighting her without borrowing the power of that fable weapon was impossible. Now that was exactly the same as admitting its own defeat. The Demon King must have realized it as well, because rage was filling up its expression now. Be gone. Zhang Huiwan stabbed her sword into the ground and stood tall. If it was possible, she'd like to destroy that ship too. Activation duration of Hour of Judgment has ended. Unfortunately, she no longer had any time left. The battleship's eagle statue died in the greenish hue, and its cannons began spitting out flames next, seemingly with enough might to sweep away the entirety of this regional conflict region. Zhang Huiwan pulled Yi Hyansong's sagging body closer and hugged it. Hyanxiangsai, I really did my best. I don't have a single regret left now. I was not wrong. Even if my scenario comes to an end in this place. I have lived this moment the way it's supposed to be. The once lethargic perception speed gradually reverted back to how it was. She didn't turn her gaze away from the battlefield and continued to stare at the magic shells raining down. Sadly, though, her vision continued to grow fuzzier and she couldn't see. Without a doubt, she had poured everything out. Yet why were tears coming out only now? As her vision grew blurrier, she began crying in great indignation. How could she not have any regrets? Why is everyone from our nebula like this? Someone suddenly spoke out in a loud ringing voice. Constellation, Maritime War God, is furious. Zhang Huiwan was stunned by the indirect message coming from a familiar constellation and quickly wiped her eyes away. Since she hadn't closed them, she was able to see the miracle taking place right before her. Kugugugugu. A battleship even larger than Barbatos was now dominating the entire sky above the battlefield. Someone has joined the 117th regional conflict. The ship had a turtle-like back made out of futuristic metal. And 3 people she loved so much were riding on top of its figurehead. Gua. With excellent timing, Barbatos' bullet flew in. Zhang Huiwan reached out with her hand in great urgency and called out. Avoid it. Her cries were buried under the loud cannon fires. She plopped down to the ground as the ripples from the explosion swallowed up the whole battlefield. On the spot where the thick smoke dissipated, the battleship stood proudly with nary a single scratch. Influence of Kim Dokja Company in the applicable scenario has strengthened even further. E.G. Hai and the kids revealed themselves as the smoke of the battlefield abated. With a perfectly still expression, E.G. Hai raised her sword. Load the cannons. Episode 75. A Certain Heart. 4. Finn. Chapter 398. A Certain Heart. 5. The Demon King and its stunned expression could be seen in the distance. The hull of the ship was unscathed even after getting struck by the star destruction bullet fired by Barbatos. The bullet capable of erasing even a star couldn't penetrate past that turtle-like back shell. Incarnation, E.G. Hai, has begun her command. Incarnation, E.G. Hai has activated Stigma, Ghost Fleet LV.10. A ghostly armada of 12 ships used the approaching Dark Warriors as the waves and floated up. Soon after, their cannons began firing in unison. Barbatos gnashed its teeth at the sudden barrage of cannon fire. You dare with such measly little... The Demon King's own battleship, Nighthawk, was truly sturdy. Although it wasn't assembled with futuristic cutting-edge technology, still, it was a weapon created by painstakingly gathering fables of the demon world. Ghost Fleet alone was insufficient to deal with this enemy. However, E.G. Hai didn't panic. No, she simply observed her enemy with a calm, composed expression. Kagugugu. As the Ghost Fleet continued its barrage, the reddish light was gathered in the dragon-like figurehead of the ship covering the sky. Great Fable, Next City, has begun its storytelling. Zhang Huiwan looked up at E.G. Hai's current appearance. She had no way of knowing how the latter managed to come here or what sort of a worldview she had experienced. The one thing she was certain of, though, was the knowledge that the trio of kids managed to survive something just as harsh as the tragedy she had to live through in the Kaiksenix archipelago. A ship built upon crude fables dares to. Barbatos' side finished charging up its attack first and fired it. Gua. The force behind the shot was at least double that of the previous attack. No matter how strong E.G. Hai's battleship was, it wouldn't be easy to defend against this particular star destruction bullet. 4. 5 ships at the front of the Ghost Fleet, couldn't endure against the magical energy behind the attack and were extinguished immediately. Even then, Iji calmly waited until that cannon shell moving at a slow butashard speed reached right in front of her nose. Just a little bit more. A bit more. Constellation, maritime war god, is looking at his incarnation. Fragments of fables, scattering in the air, brushed past her cheeks. And just before the fable of Ghost Fleet, being destroyed one after the other, could reach her and her two companions like a wall of white bubbles, Iji lowered her sword. Fire, everywhere, was seemingly dyed in bright light. Violent, vicious rebound rocked the hull. Strong winds wildly whipped her already undone hair about. The fable's energy shooting out from the dragon head swept absolutely everything away in the vicinity. The star destruction bullet, dyeing its surroundings in darkness, had been extinguished already. Many constellations are suspicious of the applicable fable weapon's probability. The fable weapon, Turtle Dragon. That was the name of the weapon that the maritime war god had commissioned when he came to visit the next city a long time ago, but didn't have the chance to collect it yet. Many constellations can't close their jaws due to their great shock. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the sounds of something being destroyed could be heard, along with a demon king's horrible scream. Iji issued another order. Fire. Her voice didn't waver in the slightest, as if to spit out all of her accumulated grievances. The Ghost Fleet reemerged and began their simultaneous bombardment once more, while the Turtle Dragon's main cannon also spat out another round as well. Fire. Everything on the opposing side of the battlefield was gradually disappearing. Barbatos battleship, the Dark Warriors, everything. All those hoping to convert Zhang Huiwan's and Yi Hyunsong's story to a tragedy were now the subjects of Iji wrath. Our fables aren't for your entertainment, she said. She wobbled slightly as the shelling continued on. However, she never faltered once. She was no longer that girl who feared the ocean, but a commander of this vessel. Fire. Kawa. Under the explosions of the energy created by the cannon barrage, Barbatos status was steadily being erased. And until every single one of the Demon King's fables were completely gone, Iji didn't let up with the bombardment, and ordered their firing again and again. Zhang Huiwan looked up at that spectacle. That girl was clearly straining herself. Such a chuchit. Sparks now filled up the battlefield. Two kids broke past the continuous chain of explosions and landed on the ground. They were Shin Yusung and Yi Gilyang. Huiwan Uni. Are you alright? Nuna. Aided by the kids, Zhang Huiwan carried Yi Hyunsong to the battleship and approached Iji at the deck, still commanding the bombardment. Jihaya. Constellation, maritime war god, is exhausting his remaining energy right down to his limit. Their opponent was a top-ranking demon king. Even if they acquired a fable weapon, even if they borrowed the probability of Kim Dokja Company, and even after the fable-grade constellation maritime war god had come to help, a price had to be paid in order to create a miracle like this. Jihaya, it's okay now. Zhang Huiwan knew why Iji was so furious right now. The moment she stepped into the battlefield, she had figured out what happened here. And that was why she didn't hold back at all. Ghost Fleet is returning. The scenario messages could be heard coming from the distance. Demon King, merciless hunter against the will of heavens, has died. Demon King, merciless hunter against the will of heavens, has been defeated in the regional conflict. It was a truly splendid feat achieved by only 3 incarnations. A Demon King ranked 8th in the rankings, as well as 3 others, had lost their lives in this battlefield. Indirect messages continued to stream in among the outpouring of cheers from the reincarnators. Constellations leaning towards absolute evil can't take their eyes away from this unbelievable feat. Constellations leaning towards absolute good are forming complicated expressions. Neutral-leaning constellations are cheering on at this impossible battle. Many constellations are paying the cost of the impossible scenario. A big player in the sponsorship community has sponsored a large amount of coins. 1,100,000 coins have been sponsored. Iji wiped away the blood trickling down from her nose and smiled brightly. Even though she was smiling, she was crying too. Uni. 117th Regional Conflict has concluded. Reward calculation for the 117th Regional Conflict has commenced. Victors and losers exist in the 117th Regional Conflict. Zhang Huiwan stared up at those messages with dazed eyes. Good has won in the applicable regional conflict. Plus, current state of Great War's progress. Absolute good points, 68. Absolute evil points, 67. Chaos points, 70. Plus, the 117th regional conflict didn't end in the way Kim Dokja Company had planned. Well, Iji belatedly joining the battle didn't know of the plans their nebula had for the Great War of Saints and Demons, that was why. However, it wasn't as if their plan had completely failed either. Power of Chaos intervened in the applicable battlefield. Chaos points have increased by 5. Chaos points have reached 75. Chaos points rate of increase is speeding up. Shadowy outer gods are calling out to Incarnation Zhang Huiwan. Foreign gods beyond the galaxy are paying attention to Incarnation Zhang Huiwan's status. Zhang Huiwan looked at the infinity symbol that had appeared on the backs of her hands. She acquired them after awakening the new attribute, Judge of Apocalypse. Kim Dokja hadn't told her about this marking before. Hyen Song Hyung? The eyes of Yi Gilyong checking for the sagging Yi Hyen Song's pulse grew wider. Shin Yusung was taken by surprise too, and hurriedly pressed her ear to the unmoving man's chest. Zhang Huiwan watched them and spoke in a suffering tone of voice. Hyen Xiangsai is dead. She couldn't finish her sentence, however, because she thought that it'd become reality if she ended up saying it. All regional conflicts have come to an end. Scenario's chaos points have increased too much and the main scenario has been updated. Scenario jump has occurred. Linked scenario has been generated. They weren't even given enough time to grieve. In the world of the Starstream, the scenario would never look back to the past, that was why. New main scenario has arrived. Plus, main scenario number 84 Great War of Saints and Demons. Type main. Difficulty. Indeterminable. Clear condition. Someone who's neither absolute good nor absolute evil has made the good/evil of the battlefield unclear. The most ancient good and the most ancient evil wish for a definite conclusion. They have agreed to decide the outcome on one great battlefield. If you wish to see the end of a great fable, you must immediately join the great battlefield. Time limit. Reward. Great fable related Great War of Saints and Demons? Failure, death. Plus, the great battlefield of the Great War of Saints and Demons is opening up. Victor of this great battlefield will acquire 30 good/evil points. What's this? Just as Jihai muttered out in confusion, the regional conflict zone was rocked by a dull, heavy tremor. The voice of a Dakibi could be heard within the wild explosion of sparks going such-a-chut. You must have been bored stiff by being confined to small battlefields, haven't you? The real Great War of Saints and Demons will start from now on. The time and space torn asunder by the heavens and earth violently convulsing began coalescing back into one. By the time they opened their eyes, Zhang Huiwan and the kids found themselves standing on a seemingly endless vast plain. The skies were dark and gloomy, while the reddish ground was filled by the fable fragments and broken skulls of angels and demons that had rotted away a long time ago. This very location was where the final battle of the First Great War of Saints and Demons took place. Constellations and incarnations participating in other regional conflicts began gathering here. Nebula, Papyrus, has joined the great battlefield. Nebula, Tamna, has joined the great battlefield. Nebula, Hongik, has joined the great battlefield. Nebula, Guardian Tree, has joined the great battlefield. Hey Shin Yusung, over there. ITLL be fine. We leveled up plenty, didn't we? Great fable, next city is protecting the children. The gathered status was so great that just by standing in this field made their spirits falter. Zhang Huiwan couldn't even begin to fathom just how many constellations were participating in this great battle. A great number of constellations are showing animosity towards Kim Dokja Company. Gazes that had actual form behind them could become dangerous. Zhang Huiwan stood at the front of the group even though it was hard to steady herself. She was from Kim Dokja Company, and that was why she couldn't display any weakness in front of those nebulas. Just as another wave of enormous status was rushing towards her, Zhang Huiwan, someone supported her from her back. Incarnation Han Suyong has joined the battlefield. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is threatening the constellations of this great battlefield. You really look terrible. And what's the matter with your hair? I don't think you're in any position to talk about someone else. Zhang Huiwan smiled dryly, causing Han Suyong and her soot-covered face to shoot back a glare. The former then saw the constellation following behind the latter. Uriel, constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is looking at her incarnation. Uriel, full of wounds, was looking back at Zhang Huiwan. There were faint traces of turbid aura around her wings. The latter saw that and almost immediately felt relieved for some reason. Uriel hadn't betrayed her. Only a brief exchange of glances was enough to know that. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire is... It's all right, Uriel. The archangel closed her mouth shut. Zhang Huiwan quietly observed her sponsor for a little while longer, before casting her gaze lower to the ground. They were a constellation and an incarnation. They didn't need to say something to understand what was on each other's minds. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is closing her eyes in pain. A humongous gate opened up on the other side of the battlefield. Its size was on another scale compared to the ones before. Nebula, Eden has joined the great battlefield. Archangels and Valkyries entered the battlefield as the golden-colored horns blew noisily. Constellation, guardian of youth and travel, is looking at Incarnation Zhang Huiwen. Constellation, friend of justice and harmony, is sympathizing with Incarnation Zhang Huiwen. Constellation, lily blooming on Aquarius, finds it unfortunate what happened with Incarnation Zhang Huiwen. E.d. Lily pin of Aquarius, lily blooming on Aquarius. TL says pin is a generalized Korean term to denote a flower blooming on something somewhere, but it was previously TL'd as if it was an actual pin. At that moment, Zhang Huiwen's irises, cast down to the ground, began blazing once more. Sympathy? Utterly disgusting. If only you people consented to the hour of judgment earlier. If only, Constellation, scribe of heaven, has entered the great battlefield. The leader of Eden made his entrance under the brilliant, blinding light show. Zhang Huiwen squeezed this sword of judgment tight and glared at Metatron. As if they were waiting for this moment, the others began making their entrance from the opposing gate. Demon King, ruler of East Hell, has joined the great battlefield. It was the great Demon King Agar's, second in the rankings as well as other Demon Kings. Demon King, Black Mane Lion, has joined the great battlefield. Demon King, Immeasurable Austerity, has joined the great battlefield. Demon King, Devil of Lust and Wrath, has joined the great battlefield. The top-ranked Demon Kings didn't cower one bit from the auras of the archangels. As their numbers increased, the complexions of Zhang Huiwen and the kids got poorer. Only then did they realize what kind of a battlefield this was. They also realized what kind of nebulas they were about to face off against. And finally, how small Kim Dokja Company actually was. Constellations and Demon Kings of the great battlefield are glaring at Kim Dokja Company. There were countless strong enemies present. As the threatening, intimidating auras of the constellations aimed at Kim Dokja Company bore down on them, the members heard their own breathing become heavier and quicker. Nebula Asgard has joined the great battlefield. Incarnation, Anna Croft, has joined the great battlefield. Zhang Huiwen flinched and took a look behind to find Anna Croft looking at her with both of her hands in the air. No need to be that wary. I'm not your enemy right now. Just before she could ask what those words meant. Incarnation, Yu Jung Hyok, has joined the great battlefield. A corner of the sky seemed to collapse and a man wearing a black coat made his entrance. He proudly stood tall. The viciously screeching edges of the dark, heavenly demon sword bared its fangs at the constellations. The ends of Han Suyong's lips twitched as she made her comment. Again. You're acting like the MC again. Master. It was only one person, yet the atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to change simply from his appearance. Yu Jung Hyok scanned the companions and spoke. With the exception of one fool, everyone's here. No, everyone is here now. That last voice belonged to the one they were all waiting for. Zhang Huiwen didn't know what to do with the emotions suddenly welling up inside her, but still, shifted her gaze over in his direction. She wanted to tell him. She wanted to tell him what those bastards of constellations did in this place, but I know Huiwansi. Kim Dokja, kicked out in his white coat, was silently looking at Yi Hyen Song on the ground. Demon King of Salvation, has joined the great battlefield. Episode 75. A Certain Heart. 5. Finn. Chapter 399, Book of Revelation 1. Kugugugugu. Inside the screen, constellations of good and evil were emitting scary auras towards each other. The taut tension was stretched firm like a rubber band, ready to snap at any given moment. And it was the smallest but also bright nebula that managed to maintain the balance. It's been truly a long time since I last saw everyone from good and evil gather in one place. The guardian of the mandala, Sakyamuni, was looking at the screen with an unreadable expression on his face. Ancient memories were flowing within his irises. The scenario before the scenarios, the era when good, evil, and the keepers of neutrality were working together. The tale of everyone working together to fight the dragon of apocalypse, in order to prevent the advent of the apocalypse itself. I'd also like to help my companions. Sakyamuni heard that voice and shifted his gaze towards a small cistern. A small ball of soul glowing faintly was speaking to him while hovering inside the tank. When will I able to reincarnate? That place isn't your battlefield. Oh dear child. You shall reincarnate as a being born to carry out an even greater purpose. They are my purpose. Even after becoming a soul, Yu Sanch's voice remained resolute. If I don't get to save them in that place, then my reincarnation will have no meaning. Meaning is it, Sakyamuni shifted his gaze again. This time to another cistern located on the opposite side of Yu Sanh's. There was a female incarnation body wearing a Buddhist robe inside this one. You shall be entering the body of a child that I cared about. You'll enter someone else's body? But I thought I was going to reincarnate? You'll reincarnate with that body as your incarnation body. But what about the original owner of that body? Sakyamuni didn't reply. Would Buddha feel sorrow as well? Usanga realized something in that moment. Is that person your meaning? Without saying anything, Sakyamuni continued to observe the Buddhist robe-wearing woman inside the cistern. She has returned to the providence of the cosmos, that is all. Everything is simply an empty revolution of the wheel. Is that really how you feel? You cared about her greatly, yes? You shall understand it soon enough, child. Becoming a reincarnator is precisely that, after all. I'm not a reincarnator yet. You'll soon realize that there is no meaning in being bound by such shackles, in how everything you held dear was simply an exercise in futility. Is jinxing someone else your hobby? I only speak of the truth, dear child. Sakyamuni looked at the battlefield inside the screen once more. Constellations that had lived for a very long time were in there. Constellations suffer from insomnia for all of their lives. They can't fall asleep without the scenarios, and even when they dream, they still ingurgitate the fables of others. Through this greedy devouring, they wish to erase the scenarios they find themselves in. And they feel anxious all the time, even though they don't understand why they feel that way. The most ancient constellation among all of them, Sakyamuni, continued to speak. As if they are stuck in the eternal daydream, they can't escape from the scenario. They look away from death so they don't know its true meaning. And because they don't know death, they can't wake up from the scenario's illusion. They all mistakenly believe that there is one story somewhere that might save them. Constellations either sponsoring Kim Dokja Company or being hostile towards them were sending indirect messages inside the screen. Sakyamuni slowly moved its gaze towards the middle of that busy screen. However, reincarnators are different. That was where the reincarnators from this island could be found. They had followed after Kim Dokja Company, and they were still being forced to slave under the great fable after joining the side of either good or evil. Sakyamuni looked at them and spoke. Reincarnators will live on forever like constellations, but they must die and be reborn again. They know what it means to awaken since they understand death, and because they know the meaning of awakening, they also come to realize that they are simply a cog in the scenario's machination. Reincarnation is to comprehend the scenario's true essence. Reincarnators with low status will lose their memories along with their death, but that was not the case for everyone. There were some who retained their former memories, like Nirvana, when they reincarnated. They would reincarnate into various species and various genders and continue on with the scenario. As a human, as a toad, as an orc, as an elf, as an ant. Most likely, they acquired those expressions after experiencing countless reincarnations. They all seem to have resigned themselves. That's because they understand nothing will change regardless of who wins. Scenarios can be changed. That's what we have been doing so far. However, that hasn't changed the fact that it's still a scenario. So you must give up now? Because no matter what you do, the scenario will remain as a scenario. That's just you trying to run away. That's the same as conceding defeat without even fighting first. Oh dear child, you're now insulting the lives of the reincarnators. They have continuously fought against scenarios through their countless lives. Have you ever fought with everything on the line, not giving up on a single lifetime in the process? Sakyamuni shut his mouth after hearing that question. Not giving up on a single lifetime, she said. Before he could reply, though, Usanga spoke first. There is a person who hadn't given up on his life even if it went past 1,800 times. Usanga looked at the screen. There was a man wearing a black coat within it. There's another person who had lived that life alongside him, too. And then, a man wearing a white coat standing next to him was observing his companions. His gaze stopped last at Lee Hyun-sung collapsed on the floor. This body has experienced a far too extensive period of time to count the numbers. However, there is one number that I can still count. Sakyamuni continued on as he looked at Lee Hyun-sung. One more will be added to this island's reincarnators. Not yet. I felt for the unmoving Lee Hyun-sung's pulse. It wasn't beating. He wasn't breathing either, and only whites could be seen after his eyelids were opened. Really? Jong Hui-won looked at me with a face of someone wanting to believe in miracles. I looked at her whitened hair and guessed what had happened here. For sure he's not dead. My companions all carried complicated expressions. Ijihai seemed to think that I was lying out of good intentions, while Gilyong looked as if he'd believe me even if I was really lying. Han Suyong asked me, have you decided to change the definition of death now? If Hyen Seongsai has died for real, then the Master of Steel would have been kicked out of the scenario too. I looked up into the sky. Although I couldn't hear any indirect messages to that effect, the Master of Steel hadn't been ejected out of this scenario. Jong Hui-won urgently grabbed my arm. Then why Hyen Seongsai is, just like how you've awakened, Hyen Seongsai has also awakened, Hui-won-si. I shifted my gaze down to the faint fragments of a fable flowing on Lee Hyun-sung's skin, the fable of steel. It was not visible from the outside, but his inside should be filled to the brim with the fable of steel by now. Character Lee Hyun-sung is on the verge of attribute evolution. It was not for nothing that Yi Hyansong was referred to as the greatest shield in the original story. Protecting someone by sacrificing himself would let the Emperor of Steel Sword to reach the final stage of the steel transformation. By the time he regains his consciousness, he should have become the world's sturdiest shield. Zhang Huiwen asked me in a trembling voice. In that case, he's still alive? Yes. Is that the truth? You're not lying? Tears trickled down her collapsed cheeks. She then placed her hand on Yi Hyansong's chest. His heart wasn't beating. While feeling that indifferent silence, she spoke again in some difficulty. But I can't hear anything. It'll be like that from now on. Pardon? I looked at Yi Hyansong again. His heart had hardened like steel, boasting a 100% purity rating. It never beat again. The current Zhang Huiwen wouldn't be able to understand what that meant, though. However, Hyanxiangsai is definitely alive. So please don't worry. In any case, he won't be of any use to us now, said Yu Yunghyak indifferently as he unleashed his status. Every one of you keep your wits about you. This isn't the time to wallow in sadness. Kugugugugu. 2 camps glaring at our nebula could be seen on the other side of the battlefield. One camp was good while the other evil. To us, they were simply enemies, though. The centers of those 2 camps were manned by Scribe of Heaven, Metatron, and Ruler of East Hell, Agars. Who defeated Barbados? That question caused the murmurings to spread out through the battlefield. Barbados, ranked 8th in the Demon King rankings, had died. However, rather than looking stunned, the Demon King's present carried entertained expressions instead. To think you'd interfere with the great war of saints and demons, you all have lost your minds. Their gazes, locked onto my companions, were filled with clear ridicule. Their jeers were filled with the confidence of knowing that we'd not be able to rely on luck to survive anymore, like how we'd been doing until now. Their guesses were right. The members of Kim Dokja Company were in no shape to fight properly at the moment. Yu Yunghyak's magical energy reserve had almost bottomed out from the fight against Indra, while Han Suyong was also in an extremely fatigued state after fighting against the Archangels. There was no need to mention the collapsed Yi Hyansong or the worn-out Zhang Huiwen either. The ones that would prove to be helpful were the 3 kids who went to the next city. Ajusi, don't you worry. They'll sweep them all away. E.G. Hai pounding her chest while saying that, and Shin Yusung nodding her head along, instilled much confidence in me. Like how I imagined it to be, they must have experienced incredible growth in next city. Even Yi Gilyong's eyes were sparkling brightly, as well. Young, who should we start killing first? Who will give us the highest experience points? Even though we were in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position, he spoke as if he was playing a game. Incarnation Yi Gilyong's sponsor is looking at you. I shook my head. It was too early. It wasn't the time to utilize Yi Gilyong yet. And even if I did, there was no guarantee of victory. Anna Croft next to me asked a question. Are you really going to fight? You must know that there is no hope of victory for you here, yes? It was rather obvious what she was aiming for as she asked that question. She was already a part of the good camp. It proved to be the most ideal outcome for her to stab me in the back if things go wrong and join that side. We've never enjoyed good odds of victory, anyway. And yes, I'm planning to fight them, and am also confident of winning. As long as you don't betray us, that is. Anna Croft narrowed her eyes at the mention of betrayal and raised her hand up. When she did, Selena Kim and Iris standing behind her took a step forward. Nebula, Asgard, is backing Kim Dokja Company. Constellations and Demon Kings shouted out in sheer astonishment. Asgard, have you lost your minds, too? The god of hammers must finally hit his own head. Oh, the god of mischief. Are you perhaps planning to cause chaos in this place? Even as the true voices were confusedly flying around, there were a few who still broke out in a smirk as if the situation was unfolding in an entertaining direction for them, such as the 5th-ranked Demon King Black Mane Lion Marba. What a foolish decision, oh dear Asgard. Your nebula might be powerful, but the number of constellations participating is low. It is simply far too inadequate to rock this battlefield. It's not just one nebula. Oh, then who else is there? Kim Dokja Company? You really want to call the small group with you as its sole constellation a nebula? Loud peals of laughter rang out among the Demon Kings. But then, Constellation, father of the rich knight, is icily glaring at the constellations. Nebula Underworld is backing Kim Dokja Company. The laughter came to a sudden end. The Underworld? Oh, Olympus, what is going on? Isn't that a subordinate nebula of yours? Along with those words, a corner of the battlefield opened up and Olympus made their appearance. As expected, they were participating in this scenario as well. The one standing at their forefront was a constellation we were quite familiar with. This is troublesome. We can't reenact Gigantomachia in this place, either. It was the god of wine and ecstasy, Dionysus, carrying a deeply awkward smile on his face. Dionysus, are you planning to fight us? Foe. You're making me hanker for some booze right now. He pulled a bottle out from his inner pocket and gulped down some wine. Arg, I don't care. He'll just worry about it after getting drunk first. Demon King of Salvation, why don't you have a sip, too? We've got a lot of things to talk about, right? Thank you for the offer, but now doesn't seem to be a good time for that. Dionysus smirked and raised a toast in my way. That was the same thing as Olympus giving me an answer, though. They wouldn't back us, but they wouldn't get hostile with us, either. Now that a great nebula had suddenly decided to postpone their participation, a certain flustered atmosphere permeated into the camps of good and evil. I didn't miss that opening and dug right in. Well, looks like the introductions are over and done with now. So let's start fighting already. My provocations aroused the wrath of constellations and demon kings from both camps. Anna Croft must not expected me to be this direct, because she was now looking at me with an expression that said, "Are you insane?" Han Suyong spoke up. "You're surprisingly slow in the uptake for a prophet, aren't you? Just sit back and watch." Anna Croft closed her mouth shut after being rebuked by Han Suyong. In the meantime, a demon king stepped forward while unsheathing a jet-black sword. Even though the situation was turning more volatile, both Agars and Metatron maintained their silence. Many demon kings are displaying strong animosity towards you. Along with a sharp noise of air splitting apart, the demon king's sword moved towards me. But at that moment, a message popped up. Members of the same camp clashed against each other. Increase in chaos points have accelerated. Chaos points have risen up by 1. Current chaos points, 76. The demon king blinked its eyes in sheer shock. And in the distance, I could see the hardened expressions of Metatron and Agars, too. They were now staring at the night skies of the starstream. They must have realized it by now. In order to attract the attention of the constellations, I used my true voice. The opponents you wish to fight are neither good or evil. Kim Dokja Company included members of both good and evil. And becoming hostile with our nebula meant that you were going against the very essence of the great war of saints and demons itself. If you want to kill us, I'm sure you can. However, what will happen to you if you do? On the far side of the sky, the clouds filled with the aura of chaos were swirling around ominously. When the chaos points go past 80, the countdown to the apocalypse would begin. Which meant that it'd be a game of chicken from now on. Most ancient good is glaring at you. Most ancient evil is glaring at you. It was the game where the first one to get scared and back off would become the loser. Which one will be faster? Us dying or all of you getting annihilated by the apocalypse dragon? Aren't you curious? I unsheathed unbreakable faith and smiled. I'm really curious, actually. Episode 76. Book of Revelation 1. Finn. Chapter 400 Book of Revelation 2. If you were to unpack the contents of my declaration, then they went along the lines of kill us, and you will definitely die too. At first, the constellations were agitated. Then they began whispering among themselves, and finally, silence descended in their midst. Some stared at Agars while the others at Metatron. They were the holders of the highest authorities on this battlefield, but they simply maintained their silence with unreadable expressions on their faces. However, even though no orders were issued, the clouds of war unexpectedly began churning slowly on the outskirts of the gathered masses. Kim Dokja Company. We know very well what you're trying to do. It was a constellation from Papyrus who roared out with true voice. However, we still have a score to settle with you. I wonder about that. It's hard to tell who is owing who here. My retort prompted the constellations of Papyrus to free their weapons from their sheaths. You said that you're neither good nor evil. That also means you are both good and evil, too. Nebula Papyrus had chosen to affiliate themselves with evil. We will kill all those bastards that have sided with good, at the least. What a wise decision that was. The chaos points only rose up when good fought against good and likewise, when evil fought against evil. Papyrus had figured out a way to judge us without going against the rules of this battlefield. The most ancient evil wishes for your elimination. The most ancient good wishes for your elimination. We were nothing more than viruses in this great war of saints and demons hosts that interfered with a system that was operating normally to spread infections around. With Papyrus as the center, the waves of good and evil were growing larger and larger. Constellations burning in animosity towards each other only a few moments ago were now all redirecting their hostilities towards us. Kugugugugu. The expressions of my companions froze up. Yu Jung Hyok changed his attitude and spoke. Kim Dokja. He must have known it too, even if Underworld and Asgard were with us, even if the members of Kim Dokja Company were in one place. If we clashed directly against them, then someone in our group would definitely die. Suddenly, my perception sped up and time slowed down somewhat. Their advancing speed is quicker than I thought. Too many constellations came to their decision too quickly. Maybe I should have reached 80 in the chaos points first. Several sentences flitted in and out of my head. I recalled the ways of survival. Who should I ask for help if I were to emerge victorious from this situation? My adopted parents in the underworld? The great sage, the equal of heaven, who hadn't participated in the war yet? Or the outer god-grade secret of plotter? Chiak Junjiang and the constellations from the Korean peninsula? Even the faces of my teachers and Jang Haiyang floated up to the fore, too. Especially Jang Haiyang, although I desperately needed help. I thought that it'd be for the best if she didn't show up. Fruit of good and evil is stimulating your guilty conscience. Maybe this could be my sense of responsibility. I hoped that Jang Haiyang, born to this world because of me, wouldn't get swept up in the scenarios. My small wish that she'd get to live her own story in her own terms. The reason why I didn't advise Jang Haiyang to join Kim Dokja Company or reveal the information on the future was that I felt such ambivalent emotions. Ahak. The ranks of the reincarnators meeting the enemies at the forefront were collapsing. They screamed as tsunami waves swept them up and tore them apart. Die! Han Suyong looked at the constellations and demon kings rushing at us while spouting trite remarks, and smiled nervously. Looks like we're going to win. Those muttering such lines would die the quickest, you see. The corners of the companion's lips twitched energetically at her timely joke. Here they come. Their utterances might have been trite, but their statuses were certainly not. Good and evil might have been the stalest of fables in this world, but it was also one of the most powerful as well. The nervousness I felt through my skin was different from all the other battlefields I had experienced so far. This was all for real. This was the great war of saints and demons, and this was the true power of the constellations. Quaqua. The status of good and evil, seemingly large enough to completely blanket the entire great battlefield, its crashing waves, had reached right before our noses in no time at all. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Yu Jung Hayak spoke. Now, everyone knew what their roles were. The members of Kim Dokja Company unleashed their statuses simultaneously. Narrators of Nebula Kim Dokja Company have gathered. Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. Demon World Spring wrapped around us as if to protect us, and Torch that swallowed the myth began screeching as if it'd rip anyone approaching us to shreds. Still, these two alone wouldn't be enough to stop them from coming. Even if they were the same great fables, the time experienced was different. That enormous gap couldn't be bridged with the 50 years in Kaiksenix Archipelago. Even then, this was our story. 30 meters. Ijihai finished loading the cannons and raised her sword up high, just as the dragonhead figurehead began reddening up as the maritime war god's blessing descended upon us. Wait, I stopped Ijihai. Her jaw slackened from shock. I reached out and grasped her sword, faltering aimlessly in the air. The cannon on the verge of firing withdrew its energy. What the hell are you doing? Ajusi? Other companions were also surprised by my unexpected action. To think, I'd suddenly interfere when we found ourselves in a situation where we'd surely die even if we struggled with all our might. Rather than a verbal answer, I pointed towards the opposite side instead. With exactly 10 meters to go, the waves of good and evil had come to a standstill as if it was all a lie. Such a chuchachit. As if they were being powerfully restrained by something. The faces of constellations grumbling away and the demon kings spewing out choice words could be seen pretty close to us. Some carried dissatisfied expressions, while others looked relieved. But why so suddenly? I realized the reason pretty soon. A single constellation and a single demon king were floating up above the frozen tsunami wave. That was why. They were Metatron and Agars. Two of the strongest beings in this battlefield had, for the first time, unleashed their true voices. All constellations, withdraw your hostilities and return to your positions. The battle will be paused for the time being. I raised my head up towards the air above after hearing their sudden declaration of a ceasefire. The reason for the ceasefire could be seen etched in that spot. Chaos points have surpassed 80. Countdown to apocalypse has begun. Chaos points of 80. It really was a close call, too close for comfort. What saved us wasn't constellations or the demon kings. No, it was the weakest faction in this battlefield instead. There must have been the cases of the same camps clashing during the reincarnators dying at the front line. Weak good was still good, and weak evil was still evil. The good and evil became obsessed only with killing us, and as a consequence of disregarding such weaklings, it was now on the path towards the apocalypse. From here on, chaos points will rise by 1 point every 30 minutes. Once the chaos points exceeded 80, its rate of increase would speed up. Even if there was no clash from here onwards, it continued to climb up, and in exactly 10 hours it reached the critical point. In other words, the revival of the apocalypse dragon would commence. The most ancient calamity at the deepest part of hell is feeling pleased. one of the absolute worst calamities in the history of the star stream, the Apocalypse Dragon. Whether it be the good or evil camp, none wanted to see its revival. Once the dragon revives, at least a quarter of all constellations in the star stream would die. That was why anyone from this battlefield could become part of that quarter. Great battlefield of great war of saints and demons has come to a temporary standstill. Representatives of good and evil are currently in an emergency conference. And so, that message floating in the air signified both good and evil struggling bitterly in order to survive no matter what. You have accomplished a feat no one has achieved so far. A myth-grade fable is germinating within you. Your new modifier will reflect this fable. Chet, I wanted to see how much stronger I got, though. I patted E. Gilyong's head as the boy grumbled to himself. We were currently sitting inside the passenger compartment of the battleship. Turtle Dragon, Zhang Hui-1 and Shin Yu-sung were nursing Yi Hyan-sung as he lay unmoving like a dead man, while Yi Ji-hai looked wholly unconvinced by something else. Is this really the end? But we haven't even fought for real, though? Even though she said that, there was a relieved expression on her face as well. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is congratulating you on your success. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is feeling apologetic towards you. Uriel? It'll be fine to speak in your true voice. Uriel, currently squatting by the corner of the cabin, lowered her head towards me. For some reason, I thought I could understand where she was coming from, just a little bit. Right now, she felt responsible. The fact that her nebula had attacked Kim Dokja Company, and then, in regards to the things done by those claiming to be absolute good too. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is looking up at you with tearful eyes. You don't have to worry, Uriel. We don't hate you. And as for Eden, honestly speaking, my grievances towards them aren't much. We've received their help before too. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, asks if you're telling the truth. I was lying. However, it only hurt Uriel if I revealed how angry I was. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, says that the scribe isn't such a bad being. I also know what kind of a constellation Metatron is. Please, you should rest for a bit, I said, before leaving the cabin. 30 minutes have elapsed. Chaos points are rising up by 1. Current chaos points, 82. Alongside the messages entering my ears, there it was, a giant gray sphere floating up in the air. Its inside couldn't be spied on. Most likely, every single top-ranked Demon King and Archangel was in there, having a conference right about now. And it was also quite likely that the good and evil were talking crap about Kim Dokja Company and Demon King of Salvation in one voice too. Kim Dokja. I flinched and looked back to find Han Suyong staring at me. I spoke first. Whenever you call out my name lately, I can't help but get scared first. It's like, you must have caused another accident. It's you who causes accidents instead, complained Han Suyong, before shifting her gaze over to the sphere and asking me, what are they really thinking about? What do you mean? Isn't this whole thing unfolding too smoothly? It's because they don't want to die either. You really think that's all? She narrowed her eyes and glared at me. Fable, predictive plagiarism, is continuing its storytelling. Judging from the whitish fragments of the fable floating around, it seemed that she had activated predictive plagiarism and kept it up ever since that conference had commenced. I asked her, what do you think, then? They are just too quiet. Even if they are terrified of the Apocalypse Dragon. Something just feels off, you know? Indeed, the instincts of an author could be very sharp, actually. I agreed with her opinion, too. A conference of good and evil, it sure sounded nice. However, the Metatron I knew would never back off in such circumstances. He was the type of guy who'd sacrifice anyone in order to perfectly fulfill the absolute goods premise. I stared at the gray sphere and spoke. I don't know what they are cooking up over on that side, but there is a way to find out what will happen in the future. What is that? I looked straight at Han Suyong, and soon her jaw dropped. God damn it, we had that method, didn't we? Whether it was a conference or war, it'd come to an end in the next 9 hours. And if it was that sort of a near future, then we knew of a being who could read it better than anyone else in this world. We quickly dashed towards the cabin at the rear. The thing was, the person we were looking for was already with us by now. Hey, Miss Prophet. We barged into the room, only to find an unexpected guest there. Yu Jung Hyuk and his scary scowl were busy grabbing onto Anna Croft's collars at that moment. He spoke. What bullshit are you talking about? It is exactly as I said. The shocked Han Suyong hurriedly shouted out. Hey, you crazy bastard. What are you doing? Yu Jung Hyuk looked back at us with an emotionless expression before releasing Anna Croft's collars. She formed a refreshing grin after discovering us and waved her hand. Thank you for saving me. As expected of the Demon King of Salvation. Well, I wasn't really trying to save you or anything. But you came to see me for the same reason, I suppose? Han Suyong and I stared at Yu Jung Hyuk. and he glared right back as if to ask why we were looking at him. As expected, he was really quick with things like this. He came up with a solution to this situation way quicker than us, in other words. Han Suyong began gnashing her teeth as she was unhappy about this. Sadly, though, he didn't carry the expression of a victor. Anna Croft spoke. Let me get right to it, then. I can't see the future. What do you mean by that? Several thoughts floated up in my head. Then, now that I thought about it, Anna Croft couldn't predict the future related to me. I remembered that the fourth wall had something to do with it. What did she say back then? Was it, there's noise hiding the future, as if someone drew graffiti all over it? But then, Anna Croft was shaking her head. It's not the noise obscuring the future, but I simply can't read it at all. It's not as if someone has doodled on the page, but more like the page with the doodling on it didn't exist in the first place. Han Suyong and I exchanged glances. An ominous foreboding slowly crept up over me. Kim Dokja, this, not like doodlings on a page, but the page itself had disappeared. No matter how hard I thought about it, there could only be one type of future like that. Can it be? As if it was waiting for this moment, messages suddenly floated up in the air. Chaos points is rising up by 1 point. Current chaos points, 83. But it hasn't been 30 minutes yet? It's not rising up because the time has elapsed, said Yu Jung-hyuk in a hardened voice. Time hadn't passed by, yet the chaos points had risen up. In that case, there could only be one possibility. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 84. Someone was trying to destroy this world. Episode 76. Book of Revelation 2, Fin. Chapter 401 Book of Revelation 3. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 85. We were left completely dazed at the same time after looking at those system messages. Just who is it? Han Suyong threw out that question after somehow squeezing it out of her lips. No one could answer her, however. She asked again. Can't be the kids going around causing accidents, right? I retorted back. You think they are like you? Even if they were still just kids, they wouldn't do something so rash with our situation being what it was. Sure, I was slightly worried about Gilyong, but I looked at Anna Croft and addressed her. Anna, I'm still searching. Although the page of the future had been ripped away, the events leading up to its disappearance should still remain. Just like how a defective book would still need some time before it got destroyed. Chaos points are increasing. We can't leisurely wait any longer. The first one to fly out of the room was Yu Jung-hyuk. Anna Croft's forehead was soaked in sweat drops as she endeavored to find the pages of the future. In the end, both Han Suyong and I decided to move as well. Anna, once you find something, let me know through voice projection. We left her behind and flew out of the cabin. Our companions had gathered on the deck after sensing that something was wrong. Dokja-si, what's going on? I conveyed the situation in the simplest terms possible when Zhang Hui-won asked me. Some people are attacking their own camp. Ing? Why do something like that? Said E.G. Hai, while frowning to show that she couldn't understand it. I thought everyone would die if those chaos points went up any higher? Isn't that why angels and demon kings went inside that thing? Can they be people with similar goals as our own? If that was the case, then they wouldn't have increased the chaos points at this point in time. I didn't need to explain in detail, but my companions seemed to have arrived on their own answers. In that case, could it be? I nodded my head. No matter what happens, we must stop them. If we don't, something really horrifying will occur. What kind of crazy bastards would? But why? Why would anyone try to speed up the destruction of the world? I found it hard to provide a proper answer to that. However, there was this one thing in the star stream that worked as the universal answer to every single indecipherable situation imaginable. There are truly a vast array of fables in this world, you know. It wasn't only good and evil that existed in this world. Just like Kim Dokja Company that was neither good nor evil existed, there were people in this world chasing after those fables we simply couldn't relate to. Some would live to prevent the end times, but some would only live for the apocalypse. Tsuchichuchiku. Probability was shifting unstably in the air. Sparks erupted in several places on the battlefield. Yu Jung-hyuk standing on top of the figurehead seemed to have latched onto the location of the biggest arcs of sparks. There are 5 in total. Scatter now. He finished giving orders, and his figure disappeared towards the north. I quickly gave instructions to my companions. Han Suyong, you take the east. Yusunji, Jihai, and Gilyanji, you guys take the south, please. Huiwansi, please remain on the battleship, since we don't know what might happen. What about you, Dokja-si? I'll head west. Sparks were exploding in all directions. 1 by the north, 1 by the east, 1 by the west, and 2 by the south. We don't know yet which camp started raising chaos. If it's done by the members of the same camp as you, don't fight them and call for other companions. The situation had flipped on its head now. If we had increased the chaos points by fighting good with good and evil with evil, then we needed to fight good with evil and vice versa. Only by sticking to the original rule of the Great War of Saints and Demons could we prevent the increase in the chaos points. Damn it. I'm really annoyed that our situation has changed so suddenly like this. I get why the constellations were so pissed off earlier. We're going ahead. E.g. Hai and the kids departed first, and right afterwards Han Suyong and I also made our move. Her figure, as she dashed forward while scattering black flames about, was filled with wounds, both large and small. I spoke to her. Be careful. She scowled ever so slightly and flew towards the east. This punk, I was only worried about her, but even then, you be careful instead. Idiot. The midday tryst arriving a beat later made me feel a bit strange. Was I overthinking it when I found both Yu Jung Hyuk and Han Suyong had changed a lot? Chaos points are increasing. Current chaos points, 86. I activated Way of the Wind and dashed across the air. As I was in the middle of Demon King transformation, the skill's accelerative force had become truly astonishing. I crossed the sky in an instant and arrived at the origin of the sparks. I began to closely scan the vicinity. In hiding, was it? Corpses of reincarnators were strewn about on the battlefield, and there were a handful of terrified survivors that had fallen on their butts, looking at all the dead bodies. Without a doubt, someone went on to massacre the people from the same side here. Exclusive skill, reading comprehension, is activating. Attribute, scenario interpreter, is activating. Your insight that analyses the situation by collecting circumstantial evidence of the incident has increased. I quickly read the fragments of fables scattered about. I was right about a massacre taking place here. However, I couldn't spot any traces of the culprit running away. Save us, Demon Kingdom. 6 remaining reincarnators knelt down and began prostrating before me. I carefully observed them. Most of the 6 were wounded gravely, blood and fables continuously pouring out from their bodies. Except for this one guy whose fable happened to be exceptionally stable. The eyes of the man slowly raising his head up were filled with a certain evil leer. I spoke while meeting those eyes straighten. Are you a seeker of the end? At that moment, the man desperately lunged at me. But I was already ready for him and easily evaded his attack, before grabbing his neck. Kiahiak. Exclusive skill character list is activating. As I thought, he was the culprit. I was searching for a Demon King's subordinate. There was no real need to peer deeply into his attribute window anymore. You've begun your actions already? But it shouldn't be the right time yet? The man with his neck grabbed by me formed a disgusting grin. The great apocalypse will soon come. All scenarios are already set in stone. The noble and absolute fable will come to reality. I recoiled just a little bit after looking at his eyes glaring like a religious fanatic. Right, most of the seekers of the end were like this guy back in the original story, weren't they? They believed that there was only one absolute fable that supported this world, and that every scenario was merely the will of that fable coming to fruition. Kukakik. I heard the fourth wall's mocking cackle resound in my head. Without a doubt, these seekers of the end had no idea that the fable they thought they knew was actually a novel that I had read already. It's true that a LL are destined to be Detroit edition. There's no such thing as destiny. I recalled the countless regression turns Yu Jung Hyuk had lived. The Great War of Saints and Demons repeated for hundreds of times, and their conclusions were largely the same. However, that was only during the original story. Speak. How many of you have infiltrated this Great War of Saints and Demons? Gyuruk. Foams bubbled up on the man's mouth. Do you wish to free the apocalypse dragon? You do that and everything will come to an end. Rather than reaching the end of the fable you've been chasing after, the fable itself will be over instead. The man didn't reply and simply cackled on. I sighed out. Looks like you don't want to answer. Demon King of Salvation, has unleashed his status. The reincarnators around us screamed at the ripples of the status and quickly backed away. The man who received the brunt of my status hedon shuddered greatly, before blood oozed out from all 7 of his orifices. I spoke without opening my lips. Recite the list of your friends that are participating in this battle. Even under the threat of the imposing status, the man didn't fall into the clutches of fear. No, it was quite the opposite, actually. Demon King of Salvation. He began forming an expression of sheer rapturous ecstasy. As blood continued to leak out of his lips, he began speaking in a voice of someone being saved. Kill me. Hurry. Please kill me. I couldn't figure out what the hell was wrong with this guy's head. In any case, I couldn't waste any more time here. If I couldn't extract the list from this guy, then I'd have to personally search around. I was about to smash the man's head in without hesitation. But then, a message suddenly floated up. Members from the same camp have current chaos points, 87. Damn it, I forgot that he was also evil. Just as I let go of his neck, The fable leaking out of his 7 orifices suddenly increased in volume and his body began rapidly expanding. And then he began smiling in a bizarre manner. Self-detonation sequence, was it? It was too late to dodge. But then, right afterwards, a streak of light flew in from somewhere and penetrated the man's body in a straight line. Quadragigic. It was a spear made out of light so bright that it must have come from the sun itself. Inside this bright ray of light, the seeker of the end shuddered as if he was being electrocuted. The explosive power expanding outwardly was now being absorbed into the spear of light. He lost all signs of vitality in an instant and died after turning into jet-black ash. I studied the fable of light being scattered all around me. Wait, didn't I know that fable already? You've forgotten to call for me on such a grand celebration. I'm disappointed, oh demon king of salvation. The moment I heard that true voice, I figured out who it was. Surya. It was the supreme god of light Surya. He used to be a constellation of Vedas once upon a time, but after the Olympus battle ended up sharing a great fable with us instead. You've achieved an amazing level of status since the last time I saw you. I heard that you have defeated Indra. I simply got lucky. True, the absent-minded Indra might come across as a neighborhood dummy sometimes, but still, he's not someone you can defeat by relying on luck. Perhaps because he had left Vedas, Surya didn't seem all that perturbed while talking about Indra's fate. He scanned the fragments of the Seeker of the End he ended just now and spoke. I was wondering why the great fable state felt off, but now I see that Seekers of the End have shown up in this place. Were you aware of them? These bastards had infiltrated Vedas once before. Even Vedas? Now that I thought about it, I heard somewhere that there was an internal conflict taking place in Vedas before. Maybe the Seekers of the End were responsible for that? Such a chut. Sparks dancing around in all corners of the battlefield began subsiding at a visible pace. It was likely that my companions had successfully managed to suppress the situation. It seems that it's been taken care of, more or less. Maybe there weren't that many who managed to infiltrate this battlefield in the first place. Even though the Seekers of the End had made their entrance, this was a rather tame conclusion. But then, members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 88. What? I hurriedly scanned the battlefield, but couldn't see a single spark exploding anywhere. Forget about the same camp this and that, there was no battle taking place at all. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 89. Even then, the chaos points continued to climb higher. A chilling sensation crept down my spine. Hang on, could this be ... It's not on the surface. I heard Surya's words and reflexively looked up into the sky. More correctly, at the gray-colored sphere floating up there. Archangels and demon kings should be having a conference within it, yet it was rocking viciously to and fro while an incredible amount of sparks exploded from it. A Seeker of the End was in there, too? Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 90. The chaos points would climb only when those in the same side fought against each other. But if such a thing was happening inside that sphere, atmosphere of the great battlefield is beginning to change. Clouds gathered in the sky began spinning into a massive whirlpool. Aura of calamity at the hottest place in hell is opening its eyes. God damn it. Kugugugugu. Even Surya's expression had hardened noticeably. It seems that I've come seeking my own grave today. Right then, a message I really didn't want to see floated up. Chaos points have exceeded 90. Great fable of apocalypse is beginning to stir. Great fable, final dragon of the Book of Revelation, is getting ready to tell its story. An earthquake erupted throughout the entire great battlefield. The indescribable despair I felt during the 95th scenario was reviving again.